The Second Ruler, Part 1 by Novi Kalem. Text copyright 2024 by Novi Kalem. Audiobook copyright 2025 by Novi Kalem. All rights reserved. This audiobook is digitally narrated. Dedication. To everyone who found themselves later in life. To everyone who needed kindness instead of shame. To everyone who needs to see themselves and know they are loved. This book is for you. Author's note. I was halfway through writing The Second Ruler when I realized it was going to be around 1,000 pages or more. That's a lot of story. So, to get you the story sooner, I'm breaking this story arc into 3 books. The Second Ruler, Part 1, The Second Ruler, Part 2, and The Second Ruler, Part 3, which will be books 6, 7, and 8, respectively. Each of these books are novel length on their own. I plan to release these around 5 months apart, and you can always read the latest chapters on my Patreon. I'm usually at least half a book ahead of my ebook and print releases. One small note. Trans care HRT medicine is discussed and portrayed in some chapters of this book. While it's similar to how it functions in our world, a lot of the timelines are vastly sped up, with sci-fi means. I'd like to imagine a world where trans care is much more advanced. The Second Ruler. Part 1 was originally published weekly on my Patreon and collects episodes 197 to 212. Chapter 1. The Secret. A coup doesn't have to be loud and flashy and violent to be successful. The most successful coups are the ones the public won't ever know about. Mimarakan Edar in 10. Business principles learned from the high houses. The incubator hummed softly on the genetics lab counter, nearly silent, all lights green. Dressa stood over it, staring down at the smooth metal and plastic casing, the holos showing the status. The embryo was still, so far, viable. Dressa was going to be married in less than 3 hours, publicly and officially. She was already confirmed as the ruler, Seor making emergency dispensation to eliminate the usual 10 days for a bid to rule to be challenged. She had no challengers, not publicly, at least. Iroikan didn't need to challenge her bid to rule. Iroikan had already won. Dressa hesitated, then set the incubator to travel mode. The hum increased as a white light flashed for her to wait. Then the incubator settled again, its power source stable. Carefully, Dressa lifted it up, cradling its bulk against her. Cradling what was going to be her child, not her wife's. Her one chance to possibly, somehow, get the kingdom out from under Iroikan's influence, though she didn't yet know how, and that future seemed far too distant and vague. But this would be her child regardless. She was going to be married in 3 hours, and she needed to do this now. She needed this incubator away from Prince Iroikan and any influence or pressure Iroikan could bring to bear, because this would be Dressa's own non-Javieri heir. If Iroikan had already known about this future child, wouldn't she have said something? Thrown it in Dressa's face, used it to sabotage her fragile relationship with her wife? Dressa couldn't chance any of it, and she had to hope, but had to plan. Slowly, making sure not to jostle it, even though it had nearly space-grade armor in the outer casing and motion dampeners inside, Dressa carried the incubator out through the back corridors and down beneath the courtyard of the palace to the Adeius. She didn't stop there. Dressa went under Seor's private residence and up the narrow flight of stairs into Seor's second bedroom. And there, she carefully set the unit on the chest of drawers, flicked it back onto ambient energy power, and held her breath as she checked the readouts. Fine. They were all fine. Dressa heard movement in the hall outside the room and spun. Seor stepped inside, frowning, eyeing the incubator humming on her guest chest, before she looked back to Dressa. Seor was only partially dressed for the morning, snapping her cuffs shut for the gray undershirt to her ceremonial robes. She didn't say Dressa should have called, though. Eroican knew far too much for comms to be safe. Seor nodded at the incubator. "This is your embryo." She approached the incubator, peered at the small holo-displays hovering over the lid. "Did you know?" Dressa asked. "Yes. Iata told me." She gave Dressa a hard look. "You're the Iolorius. This child will be one of your heirs, whether you acknowledge them as your heir or as your heir's blood servant, or if you choose to raise them apart from the capital altogether, though that might be more dangerous than keeping them close. Here, at least, you still have influence. But you can't acknowledge them publicly as your heir if you intend to stay married to Lysander. At least, in a marriage you both want." Dressa's throat tightened. She knew that. She did know that. She might lose her wife if Lysander found out about this, despite Haneri's opinion that Lysander would understand. Would Dressa understand this monumental breach of loyalty if their positions were reversed? She'd begun to rebuild a fragile trust with Lysander, grown even more important as Lysander's mother had quietly stolen the kingdom. Dressa hadn't, though, been able to bring herself to stop the embryo. And now she was here, protecting it in the only place left in the palace complex that might be safe. And Iata wouldn't be here to support her in this. Her mother wouldn't either, and Dressa hadn't thought that would bother her as much as it did. Dressa bit her lip, her eyes burning. She reached for change to smooth the tears away, but Seor reached for her, pulled her into a tight, almost desperate hug. Seor was as rattled by all of this as she was. Unflappable truth speaker Seor. Dressa let go a sob, just one. And then she pulled herself the fuck together, because she was about to get married in public to the woman she loved, and she had to rule this kingdom. She had to. Whether Eroican really pulled the strings or not, someone had to keep this crumbling kingdom together. With Eroican's warnings about the Kidda, and the reports and a letter from Rhys at the border that had come in the night before, oh, Adeius, she had to hold this kingdom together. "I'm with you," Seor said. "We will find a way to cut out Eroican, your father and Iata and I. We all did that before with the last tyrant who tried to take over the kingdom. You are Truthspoken, and I'm the truth speaker. Eroican will not succeed." Dressa reabsorbed the tears back into her eyes and leaned into view of the wall mirror to make sure she hadn't smudged any of her makeup. She hadn't yet dressed for the wedding, but her hair and makeup were already done. "Eroican has already succeeded," Dressa said, turning back to Seor. "Lysander's terrified of her. I'm terrified of her. She's so cold. Everything is so calculated. Adeius, even my father cares about the people around him, and he can be such a... But Eroican doesn't care for anyone but Eroican. If Eroican thought right now that her needs were best served by Lysander being dead, Lysander would be dead, Dressa was sure of it. No matter that Lysander was her daughter. Dressa shuddered at the horror of that thought, remembering Eroican's cold blue eyes regarding her while she was restrained to her chair in the city. "No one is ever unbeatable," Seor said softly, her eyes narrowing, a dozen subtle signs of her rage. "No one. Adwell Shinmurna learned that. Vatrin Rielden learned that. Eroican will learn it, too." And Seor in a quiet rage was something to give anyone pause. Dressa shook her head. Iata took her biggest blackmail away from her, but it still ruined him. Eroican will spill everything else, everything she knows, if I'm not doing what she wants. And she'll do it in a way that she still gets what she wants, even if it comes out she trained her daughter as a truth-spoken. She'll spin that in her favor. She'll destroy you, Seor, if you try to stand against her. Seor's stare was deadly earnest. Do everything you can. Thwart her in subtle ways. Bide your time. We'll both pray there is time before whatever is happening with the kiddah explodes. Yes, I did get your messages relayed last night. That's urgent, but there's little we can do at this moment, and it will have to wait until after the wedding. Dressa nodded. Agreed. Rhys's urgent plea was high in her thoughts, but she needed all of herself directed toward this wedding right now, because Iroikin would be there. Of course, Iroikin would be there, right behind her daughter as they got married. We will weather this, Dressa, Seor said. We will. There have been attempted coups, a few that succeeded for a short time, but ultimately the Rhyaldans have ruled for centuries in an unbroken line. That will not end now. But had they? Dressa had been thinking on that ever since Lysander had confessed what her mother had originally wanted her to do, what her mother might still want her to do, what Lysander probably was supposed to have done when she'd been activated: kill the heir, replace her, rule the kingdom. It couldn't be a new idea. There were far too many assassination attempts on every Rhyaldan ruler and Truthspoken across centuries for some plot not to have succeeded along the way. Was she even Rhyaldan at all? She'd trained her features since childhood into matching up with the Rhyaldan signature features, but was that really her own genetics? Her own birth genetic appearance wasn't so far from her assumed appearance, but the problem was, anyone who'd changed to Rhyaldan DNA throughout every part of their body would have a Rhyaldan child. And even then, anyone who'd successfully replaced a ruler would of course change the official Rhyaldan genetic records to match the new paradigm. No one would know. Absolutely no one would know. She closed her eyes, breathed again. Iolorius, Seor said, and Dressa almost shivered at the title. Iata had given her that title, that style of rule, and she agreed. Fluidity and change, never relying on the static, assessing and adapting in the moment. It was who she was, where she was strongest. It was what the kingdom needed. Dressa glanced again at the incubator, touched its warm surface, one more reassurance. It was humming softly again, all lights green. Keep the incubator safe, she said. From Iroikin. As safe as I'm able, Seor said, a grim acknowledgement that the balance of power in the palace had drastically changed, if even the truth speaker's personal residence wasn't untouchable from her enemies. Seor squeezed her shoulder. Go to your wife. Go get ready. Lysander is volatile right now. Keep her on your side. Do not let her fall back under her mother's influence. Dressa didn't think that was possible. From the 20 minutes of pure hatred she'd listened to Lysander venting when they'd awakened that morning. But fear could make people do a lot of things. And Dressa was lying to her wife now, having told her she had an early meeting before she'd come back, and they'd dress for the public wedding. Fear could make Dressa hide a future child from her wife and her wife's family. Or did she dare to call that wisdom? Dressa smoothed out the pleats of her knee-length skirt. I'll have to tell the tech I moved the unit. I'll take care of it, Seor said. I'll do that now. I'll make it a religious order. You, go make sure your rule starts on as stable a footing as you can. We are not giving up, Dressa. Not even for a moment. Dressa met Seor's sharp gaze, intense dark eyes in her dark brown face, her steel-gray hair fraying outside her hasty bun. Seor still had to get ready, and so did Dressa. So she gathered herself, shoulders back, head high, like an Iolorius should be. Oh, Adeius. Chapter 2. The Pinnacle. When I first came into power, it was like standing on the top of the highest point of the highest building in Valon City, with no safety line and no way down. Homage Rhyaldan, Saratarchus 9 in a private letter, never sent, published in the Change Dialogues. Back in her apartment, with the wedding to happen in less than 3 hours, Dressa stood in her prep room, staring blankly at her familiar surroundings. This had been Imorie's apartment a few weeks ago, and Dressa had only just begun to think of it as her own. But it wouldn't be hers later today. Some of her things had already been moved into the ruler's apartment, which felt entirely wrong, because that apartment was her father's. It was Iata's too, and that was still too fresh, too raw that he'd been forced to leave. Couldn't she just stay here? In this other apartment she'd so recently stolen from Imorie? No, and not even this was the familiar ground she truly wanted. But she was it now. She was the pinnacle, and appearances were everything, absolutely everything. She needed to inhabit the ruler's space in this kingdom. She held the power. She held all the lives of all the people and their families in her hands, all the worlds, all the stations, all the spaceships, the navy, the hospitals, all the universities, all the commerce. Everything and everyone was looking to her. And they would be watching every move she made, watching intently to see, for one, if she'd spring a green aura. And would she? From what Iroiken had said, that might not be unlikely. Dressa wanted to scream to all of them that she had no fucking clue what she was doing, but that would be a lie. She did know. She'd been trained growing up, and trained again with more intensity by Iata these last few weeks. She knew where the kingdom stood. She knew where she would have to stand among it, to move it to where she needed it to go. She knew she'd have to thread the needle with Iroiken, because she'd be damned before she fully surrendered her kingdom to that monster. Dressa was near to trembling when fingertips brushed her wrist and warm lips pressed to her neck. Dressa shuddered in a breath and glanced over her shoulder. Lysander had already dressed in a pale blue gown with intricate shimmering zeoman glass beadwork up one side, and the bodice. Dressa had done Lysander's hair earlier when she'd finished her own. A flowing pile of fire-red waves, a few loose and artful curls, more zeoman glass beads woven among the strands. Couldn't they just skip the wedding, declare they were married, and spend all day in bed? That sounded wonderful. That sounded impossible. Even still, this wouldn't be the fanfare of a public wedding they might have had. Despite not wanting to leave her apartment just now, despite feeling raw and burnt and singed from every angle, Dressa felt that loss too. Another thing Iroiken had taken away from her big, elaborate wedding. Her mother had been helping to plan that too, something Dressa also suddenly found she hadn't wanted to lose. Haneri so seldom took an interest in anything Dressa did. It had been nice, for once, to be seen by her. But Haneri would be leaving the palace today to go with Iata. And Iroiken had made broad hints that Dressa and Lysander should be married officially, sooner rather than later. As in, one day after Iata had abdicated. Just one day. Dressa, newly discovered that she had no choice but to consider Iroiken's opinions as her own, had agreed. Not that she disagreed with it either. The people did need a diverting spectacle, and they needed stability. Right now, that meant Iroiken, not her. The Javieris were more stability right now than the Rieldans, and wasn't that a terrifying thought? Dressa had seen how people looked to Iroiken the day before, when she'd swept in with perfect timing after Iata had what? Had forced everyone into calm with his magics, and she still didn't understand why he'd done that. She didn't think he did either, and knowing Iata's obsession with control, that was more terrifying still. And knowing now that these magics came from the Kidda? Knowing that Rhys was talking to them, that the Kidda were trying to say something? Lysander gently tugged her around, and Dressa realized her heart was hammering, her ears ringing, and she didn't have enough peace in her soul just then to trance and make it all stop. "Hey," Lysander said, looking between her eyes. Dressa nodded, but she didn't know to what. She felt like everything, all of it, was spiraling out of control. But she didn't need control. She was an Iolorius. She embraced, she thrived on change. But did she? She didn't like anything going on right now. It was too much. It was all too much. Lysander's hands slid down her arms, gripped both her hands, and Dressa closed her eyes, letting Lysander, for just that moment, be an anchor. She'd been taught by her father, who was, at heart, an Iolorius personality. But he'd forced himself throughout all of her own life into the rigid control of a Ceratarchus. That's how he'd taught her to relate to everything around her. But Iata had been different. Even being a true Ceratarchus, Iata hadn't tried to impose his own control. So how did she let go and embrace the chaos? How? "Are you okay?" Lysander asked. "Dressa?" Dressa made a noise, shaking her head. Because she was chasing the thought. She knew how to dance through chaos. She knew it. She'd turned the chaos of her father's orders to impersonate Ariana into the point where she was now. Not a good point at this moment, but she'd gained Lysander, and she'd positioned herself to be able to rule the kingdom. If she'd followed her father's orders. Adeius. She couldn't have done all she'd done if she'd still been impersonating her sibling. Dressa started swaying. Oh, do you need to sit down?" Lysander gripped her hands tighter. "No," Dressa said, opening her eyes. "I need to dance." And ridiculous as it was, absolutely inappropriate as it was, she started belting out the chorus to the Rings of Viator song, Dance Through Life, one of her favorites. She pulled Lysander along with her. A weird mix of dances that were nothing in particular but movement. A flow between hard edges. Lysander made a startled laugh, a little hysterical, but Dressa almost had it, the reflowing of the patterns in her mind from how she'd been taught to relate to the kingdom, and how she actually did relate, because she just had to dance. In the moment, and let it all flow around her. Spin the variables, direct the movements, but let it flow. Dressa was sure even her guards would have heard her singing through the muffled soundproofing of the room. She shuddered and slowed, looking into Lysander's slightly bloodshot, too wide eyes. There was a tremor in Lysander's hands, a quaver in her lips. "Dressa." "I'm fine." Dressa brushed back a wisp of Lysander's hair that had fallen loose during their dancing spin. I'm sorry, but that helped." "Did it?" Lysander didn't sound convinced. "Realigning to Iolorius," Dressa said, and rolled her shoulders, letting go of Lysander's hands. "Or scraping out the Ceratarchus I was raised to be, if just by default." Lysander made a noise, but gave a sort of nodding shrug, and Dressa refocused, because her own vitals were calming, but Lysander still looked shocky. "Are you okay?" "No," Lysander whispered. Lysander's brows knit, and she leaned in, brushing her lips to Dressa's, drawing back just enough to read Dressa's own eyes, leaning in again for more. Dressa kissed her back, but it wasn't what they needed. What they really needed was to talk everything through, because there hadn't been time. They needed to be done with secrets, to relearn trust again. But that wasn't going to happen, not with the incubator softly humming away in Sior's guest bedroom. But the need to feel something other than desperation made Dressa cup her hand around the back of Lysander's neck, to hold her close, to kiss her with everything she had, with her own need welling up from everywhere inside her. Lysander broke the kiss, ducking her head, Dressa's lipstick smearing on Lysander's forehead, and that would need to be wiped off, ruining the perfect makeup job she'd done earlier. Damn it. Dressa huffed a sigh, half a sob. "Come on, let's fix that." She pulled Lysander to her vanity and pressed her down, grabbing the makeup removal cloths, grabbing the foundation and powder. Lysander watched Dressa warily in the mirror, braced as if she'd done something wrong, as if she was waiting to... what? Be berated? Be screamed at? Oh, Dressa could imagine someone like Iroiken screaming. Or maybe not. Maybe the cuts had been far more subtle and insidious. Dressa slowed, setting the cosmetics down. Every line of Lysander's posture was etched with long trauma. Dressa had seen the signs before, but it was a rare person who didn't have trauma of some sort. She hadn't known how deep it all went until Lysander had confessed how her family had trained her. And then again, when she'd seen Lysander fold up and shut down in the presence of her mother. Lysander's nostrils flared, and she glared up at Dressa, rage channeling just now into a target in Dressa. Because Dressa was near, and Dressa was someone Lysander knew wouldn't hurt her. And there was that trust, at least. There was that. Dressa crouched down, looking up at her wife, pressing both hands to Lysander's cheeks, then moving to her shoulders, bracing. "She'll be there today," Dressa said. "I know." Lysander shuddered and looked away, cringing back again. And if Dressa was enraged that Iroiken had taken the kingdom, she was nearing incandescent about how Lysander had been treated growing up, how she'd been trained, and what she'd been sent here to do, Adeius. Who would send their daughter to assassinate her future spouse? Dressa hadn't been the biggest fan of her own training, but none of it had been training to maliciously kill. Defend herself, yes. Kill if necessary to save her own life or the lives of her family if they were attacked, but not murder. And even if Lysander had succeeded in what her mother had originally wanted her to do, kill Imorie and replace her, that wouldn't have been Lysander's victory either. Lysander would always, always have lived under her mother's control. Dressa's own nostrils flared as she stared up at her wife. She would not let Iroiken mistreat her wife. She would not. Lysander shrugged off Dressa's hold on her arms and reached for the makeup removal cloths. "I'll fix it." Her voice was small. Dressa's heart broke a little more. Dressa pulled her hands back into her lap, still crouching down. "Adeius, Lysander, this isn't your fault. What your mother did to Iata, to the kingdom. Adeius, to you. It isn't your fault." But Lysander ignored her, carefully dabbing at the smudge of peach lipstick on her forehead. "I love you," Dressa said, rising, feeling desperation rising too. She'd been afraid of losing Lysander to her own lies, her own necessities. But what if she lost Lysander anyway to the trauma of her wife's upbringing, to the ongoing hell of having her mother in direct control of her life again? "I like when you kiss me," Dressa said, reaching for anything good. "It happens to be one of my very favorite things, Lysander." Lysander looked up, met Dressa's eyes, opened her mouth, but then after a moment didn't say anything, just went back to scrubbing at her forehead, then uncapping the foundation and powder with more force than necessary, so Dressa pulled back, pulled away a little, gave her space. "I'm with you," she said. "This is together, Lysander. This is both of us." But was that true? She'd started a child without her wife, and while that wasn't entirely uncommon for married people to have contract children to other people, it was in this case. Dressa was a royal. Dressa was the royal. They were supposed to be exclusive, even in their children, and she'd broken the marriage contract. Dressa had broken Lysander's trust, or she would when Lysander found out. Should she tell her? Let there be nothing between them? Let Lysander know that Dressa had a way, even this devastating way, to possibly bring the kingdom out from under Iroiken's control? Maybe. Eventually? Lysander's vigorous powdering slowed just a little. Then she nodded. And what had Dressa even said that Lysander was agreeing with? Dressa had to think back. That they were together in this. Dressa bit her lip, feeling cold. Lysander would be flawless at the wedding, Dressa knew, or as close to flawless as anyone who hadn't been Rialdan-trained could be. Dressa wanted to pull her close and tell her everything would be okay, but she couldn't. The incubator in Sior's guest bedroom hung invisible in the air between them, something unsaid, something only she knew, as present a danger to their love as Eroiken, something that would, eventually break them. Dressa swallowed. She would beat Eroiken, if for nothing else than for her wife, who'd been beaten down by Eroiken over a lifetime. Dressa would find a way around her mother-in-law, find a way to drive her out. She had to. And maybe she wouldn't have to acknowledge her child. Maybe that child could grow up innocent and happy. They'd have genetic therapy to scrape the Rialdan DNA from their genes, replaced with something innocuous, generic. They wouldn't have to be trained. They wouldn't have to know that someday an entire kingdom and all its people might rely on them. Lysander looked up at her again, and Dressa smiled at her wife in the mirror. Chapter 3. The Ballroom. Beware of the dowagers and the formerly titled. Animals backed into corners have fewer teeth. Lord Isara Teo, Marin Brint, in a guide to etiquette at the Palace Rialdan court. They stood in the ballroom because it was the only place in the palace that could hold this many people. Dressa gripped Lysander's hands tightly in hers, staring into her wife's eyes. They'd just said their vows. Lysander's expression was serene, but Dressa noted the minute signs of stiffness in her wife's posture, something only she, and probably Eroiken, would see. The certain tilt to Lysander's mouth, the tension in her hands. Dressa knew her own body language was flawlessly at ease, but Lysander would know that wasn't what she was actually feeling. Sior removed her truth speaker's pendant of office and sealed the marriage contract displayed on its stand behind her with the not-work seal of the Adeius. And the document radiated white light from both the marriage and engagement seals, the subtle patterns beneath the words rearranging into a binding Adeius document, as it had done when Dressa had married Lysander in Sior's office. This wasn't that same contract, though, but a second contract, identical to the first. This was the document Dressa had signed with Lysander at her engagement, but not her first wedding. "This contract you have signed is in effect and binding," Sior declared, pulling her pendant back over her head and snapping shut the book of ceremonies with a definitive thunk. "So be it under the breath and will of Adeius. Decreed this day of Varne II, in the rule of the 10th Iolorius of the 12th dynasty, 2968 New Era. Witnessed by the former Seritarchus consort, Haneri Nedilor Hjaldan, and Prince Eroiken Javieri." Sior didn't mention Iata, who Dressa had wanted on the hastily built dais with her. She'd wanted him beside Haneri, she'd wanted him to witness, and he had gently but firmly refused that honor when she'd seen him in the ballroom antechamber before the wedding. She'd almost pleaded, but had just managed not to. "On Dressari Rialdan, and Lysander ne Javieri Rialdan," Seor went on, and smiled now, lowering the massive book of ceremonies to her side. "May your futures be filled with joy, and your pasts ever lightening as you walk through this life together." And the crowd roared, a rising and relentless tide against Dressa's pillar of determination. Dressa grinned because it was expected of her. Behind Lysander, Prince Eroiken smiled too, the very picture of a proud mother, her spiky red-brown hair netted with diamonds, her gray silk suit just conservative enough not to outshine Lysander's delicate blue gown. There was the shine of tears in her eyes. Dressa, wearing her own shimmery olive-green gown, leaned in to kiss her wife. Now, publicly, her wife. The chaste kiss turned into more as Lysander also leaned into it, and Dressa couldn't help herself. Her wife. Even if this was only the public wedding, even if they'd already been married and already shared their trials together, it still was good. So very good, for the world to know this woman was hers. The crowd cheered even harder, and Dressa quaked inside, because she knew. She knew that none of this was as it should be, with Iroiken hovering so close, with Iroiken taking up residence in the palace. Dressa cast a glance over her shoulder and saw Haneri also smiling, but Haneri's smile was as sharp as ever. And people wouldn't think much of that, because Haneri was known to have a temper. But right now, knowing her mother was holding an anchor of truth in this whole farce, it steadied Dressa. Dressa smoothed back Lysander's frizzing hair, cupped her cheek, then took her hand again to turn to the crowd and raise it high. "Rialdan and Javieri, yes," she crowed, and broke into a sweat as soon as she'd said it. Because it had just come out, because it had felt like the right thing, and it was close, far too close, to what she'd called out the night of Imorie's engagement ball. She was trying to dance through this, trying to shift along with everything changing around her, but it was too much just now. She wasn't sure that had been right at all. She searched for signs of her mistake in the crowd, but the gathered crowd of nobles and dignitaries and business people and celebrities roared, screaming, literally screaming their approval. Like Dressa and Lysander were rock stars, not the ruler and ruler consort of the 187 worlds of the interstellar kingdom of Valorous. There was a desperate edge to the screams. Dressa saw that, even as she continued to grin, projecting her triumphant exuberance. Dancing inside through this moment, because that was all she could do. The people needed something good to hold on to when the last 2 weeks had been absolute chaos. Learning that magickers could kill, watching their ruler manifest, and then watching him fall. Learning that he wasn't who he'd appeared to be after all. That he'd been lying to them. With good reasons, yes, but lying all the same. Dressa glanced to one side where Iata stood near the front of the crowd by the inner wall, his guards, her guards now, clustered around him. He'd wanted to watch from the back of the room, as unobtrusively as possible, but they'd both compromised here. He was changed now. He was Iata again, the Iata she had always known before, his final change complete. His long black hair hung in a neat tail down his back, his usually intense tan face smiling, his eyes softening as they connected, briefly, with hers. He wore a deep blue jacket with thin gold trim, well made but not ostentatious, something he might have worn as a blood servant, not a ruler. He was trying, she knew, to downplay his role in all of this. Even his body language and tells just now were Iata, the blood servant, not Homage, or Iata, the ruler. But the seal on his cheek, and the forest green aura around him, and the crowds who had witnessed his abdication the day before, didn't quite carry that off. Another reason Dressa hadn't wanted to marry in the reception hall, which might have been more appropriate than the ballroom. She hadn't wanted to marry her wife in the same room that Iata had been forced to abdicate the day before. The crowd had given Iata and the guards around him a wide berth. What he'd done, forcing calm on everyone with his magics, was no doubt high in everyone's minds. And maybe he shouldn't have been here at all, for that reason. And because he was a reminder of everything that had torn through the kingdom's heart only days ago. Only yesterday. But Dressa had wanted her father at her wedding, and he was the father she'd had on hand. He hadn't said no to the not-quite summons she'd sent to Greenhall. He was here. He was. And he was still, in many ways, her father as well. And she'd only just found that out, and she was hardly willing to let him go. But she had to. And she had to say something now to this ravenous, desperate crowd. Before the exuberance, that fine line tipped into chaos. So Dressa turned back to the crowd and gave them all her focus, all her flash and charisma. "Thank you, my people. My consort and I are so grateful you approve of our kiss. I am absolutely rating it a 12 out of 10, maybe a 20. What do you think?" They roared harder, enough to shake the ballroom windows. The floor reverberated with their excited stomping. For a moment, the sound, a few heartbeats of nearly syncopated clapping and stomping, almost overrode Dressa's heartbeat. She knew she'd be quoted in every vid feed across every world. She knew what she'd just said would become a part of memes, of games, of trivia, of history books. And that had been true for things she'd done as a truth-spoken heir, and then the truth-spoken heir, too. But now it was magnified. She could feel herself standing in the center of a ripple of history, and the implications of that, and the responsibility of that, were staggering. And was it ridiculous what she'd just said? That, and her echoing what she'd said at the engagement ball. She was moving back into the role of airy socialite just for a little while here, something that felt necessary. She was moving away from the acerbic intensity of Homage Rielden's rule. Dressa would not be that kind of ruler. Not by choice and not by personality. She would not be the ruler her father had trained her to be. Iolorius. Dance through this. Just get through it. The crowd started to chant for another kiss, and Dressa and Lysander gave them what they wanted. More performance than truth. But Lysander's lips tasted good, as always, and Dressa's heart obligingly sped up. Lysander's cheeks were flushed as she pulled away a second time, and then she paused, lingering, gazing at Dressa. Very obviously drinking her in, like she was in love, like the whole crowd of people around her didn't exist. Just Dressa, Adeius. It was still a part of the performance, but it made Dressa's breath catch. Because Lysander was a revelation in that dress, and Lysander was hers. And the worlds finally knew that. Dressa would enjoy this part of her wedding, she would, even while she knew in the calculating part of her mind that this open display of love would do more to overshadow Imorie's fall from grace than anything else she could think of just now. And she hated that mercenary necessity. A deeper flush was creeping up Lysander's pale neck, her ocean juniper perfume wafting around her like the freshest sea air. Dressa leaned forward, breathing deep. Then she grabbed Lysander's hand again and marched off the dais to another laughing roar from the crowd. She glanced once to signal to Captain Chadrachor guarding Iata. He'd be brought into the residence through the back corridors one more time, but Dressa and Lysander were clearly projecting that they had to leave now, or else their audience would be subjected to an explicit spectacle, and the crowd was eating up every moment of it. Dressa held her determined smile until they were in the antechamber to the ballroom, until Iroiken, Seor, and her mother had stepped in too, Haneri shutting the door behind her. Haneri, now, as the least-ranking person in this room. The roar of the crowd lessened, but did not go away. Lysander's nails dug into Dressa's palm, and she squeezed back. She knew. Oh, Adeius, she knew. Lysander was doing her utmost to hold apart her fear of her mother, but it was not easy for her, and the danger was ongoing. And Iroiken was right here. Seor smiled at them, genuine, if edged. "My congratulations again, Iolorius and Iolorius consort." "I am obsolete," Haneri said, tossing up her hands. "I have been eclipsed, but I would have no one else for my daughter." Haneri glanced toward Iroiken at that last, and Dressa's stomach tightened. The balance Dressa had kept so far with Iroiken was so tenuous. Adeius. Her mother couldn't mess it up now. Dressa caught her mother's eye, and Hanari's sculpted brow twitched. Dressa let out a breath. She hoped that meant Hanari understood and would subside. For now. Dressa might need her mother's fire later, but not now. Her hand tightened on Lysander's, and Iroiken, she saw, didn't miss that. Iroiken was cataloging everything to be used as weapons later. Dressa had to get out of here. She had to get to Iata, and then after that, she needed just a few minutes alone. Needed space to think, to breathe apart from all of the tension. "Mothers," Dressa said, nodding to both Hanari and Iroiken, careful not to give either precedence. "I have a wedding night to fulfill." "It's afternoon," Hanari said, and Iroiken said, "That's hardly required." Iroiken glanced sourly at Hanari. Hanari snorted, then very obviously disregarded Iroiken as unimportant, and stepped closer to Dressa. Stepped right up to her, touched her shoulders, touched her cheek. More touch than Hanari usually gave to anyone. More affection, certainly. Dressa had an unmoored moment to panic that this was an act, that the affection wasn't real, that she was living without any anchor at all. But her mother's eyes met hers again, and Hanari's golden brown eyes, like Dressa's own, narrowed ever so slightly. And maybe, just now, Hanari's fire was bracing. Hanari was not so easily giving up Dressa, or the kingdom. Hanari straightened, chin tilting up. "Go have fun. Have an hour or two. Then get back to ruling this kingdom. You're both needed right now." She glanced at Lysander, including her, making Lysander also her own. Dressa was focused on her mother, but she saw Iroiken's subtle shift into anger. And this wasn't what Hanari was actually saying, Dressa knew, but she took it to heart as well. What her mother was actually saying was, "Don't give up. Do your duty. You're needed. You're needed." Did Iroiken see that context, too, beyond the not-so-subtle maneuvering? Hanari was drawing a line, telling Dressa not to give up hope that she could overcome Iroiken's influence. Had Dressa read that wrong? Was she reading too much into her mother's words? No. The context was there. The body language cues were there. Her mother had always worked in layers, and her mother had always known the context. Dressa let go of Lysander's hands and gripped Hanari's. Her throat was tightening, because this was a goodbye, too. Hanari could stay in the palace. That was her right. But she'd already said the night before she'd be going with Iata to Green Hall after the wedding. And when Iata was at Green Hall, Dressa couldn't associate with him more than was politically necessary for a ruler to a first magicker. She had to put distance between them. She had to pull away. For the good of the kingdom. "You'll do well, Iolorius," Hanari said. And that, Dressa knew, was fully sincere. And there was more she sensed her mother wished to say, but wouldn't in this company. Iroiken was standing easy again, but Dressa saw a few of the same signs of tension in her that she could read in Lysander. And it still killed Dressa just how much Lysander and her mother looked alike. It felt like an abomination, on Iroiken's part. "I'm leaving Vogrit with you," Hanari said, the bite in her voice snapping Dressa's attention back to her. "She requested it. Feel free to use her as you would." And that was both a gift and a challenge. Ina Vogrit had been the head of Hanari's personal guards for years, and functioned as Hanari's intelligence officer, too. Vogrit would report to Hanari, Dressa knew that, but Vogrit would also be a conduit between the palace and Greenhall. Maybe a little too obvious for some eyes, but Dressa was not going to deny that connection, or the help of someone she trusted. Dressa had always liked Vogrit, but Rhys was particularly attached to her, and Rhys was an impeccable judge of character. Dressa nodded, her throat swelling again. She didn't doubt that Vogrit had volunteered, and that some of Hanari's bitterness at that was real, and that Hanari was scared, just a little scared, of her shifting place in all of this too. Suddenly no longer the Saratarchus consort, not a Delore prince or in that line of succession since she'd renounced those titles when she'd married, no longer officially married to Homage Rialdan, and dubiously attached to a man who was now universally feared and loathed. Exiled, in a way, to a foreign country and a foreign culture within the same city where she'd lived half of her life. A culture that was also hated and feared. And Haneri had just gained the context that green magics were somehow related to the Kida. Dressa hugged her mother, something that wasn't comfortable or familiar, but it was needed just now. And Haneri squeezed her tightly back, pushing her braids behind her shoulder. "Visit as often as you can," Dressa said. But she couldn't mean it. And she didn't miss the faintly triumphant stance that Eroikan wasn't trying to hide now. Dressa remembered her father saying that Prince Eroikan had once been in consideration to marry Vatrin Rialdan, her father's older sibling, and at the time, the Truthspoken heir. That had, of course, fallen through when Vatrin publicly abdicated and disappeared. Was Eroikan jealous that Haneri had become the ruler consort instead? But Haneri was, as she'd said, eclipsed, and Eroikan was the one with the power here now. Haneri saw the posturing, too, and she pointedly pursed her lips. Sior, waiting a little apart from this all, flicked her head ever so slightly toward the door into the palace corridor. Dressa had to go. This, whatever was happening right now, had to end before either Eroikan or Haneri would do something they'd all regret. More likely Haneri. Dressa captured Lysander's hand again, brought it to her lips. Lysander flushed on cue, and Adeius. Dressa loved that Lysander knew what was needed right now, that they were so in sync as that, even if everything else was brittle as ice. "We will see you in a few hours," Dressa said to Eroikan, because Eroikan would need that tiny bit of upper hand to placate her ego, Dressa was sure. Then Dressa led Lysander out. Chapter 4. Last Advice. If I had been deposed, it would have been better by far than fading away. None taken 45, from their poetic epic Truthspoken. B. Dressa stood behind the desk in what was now her study, fingertips spread on the wooden surface, the finish worn in the center from years of daily use. The wood still smelled like her father's favored perfumes and colognes, delicate and light, which she'd always thought had been a counterpoint to his overbearing nature. But maybe it hadn't been. Maybe he'd stood here where she stood now, 23 years ago, and had to make decisions on who he'd be that would affect the kingdom. Billions of lives. Maybe he'd had no good choices, too. She drew in a breath and held it. She'd sat at this desk last night, frantically sorting through everything she needed to know and control now as the ruler. She hadn't had time to feel like a trespasser then, and she didn't truly now. But the holographic fire still crackled in the hearth, and the faint, synthetic smell of wood smoke hung in the air, just enough for ambience. So, very familiar. The powder blue couch. Oh, that powder blue couch, and every dressing down she'd ever had there. Every time she'd ever been told to work harder, that she wasn't measuring up to her older sibling. The times she'd stood in front of this desk and not behind it, waiting for the reasons why she wasn't good enough. Dreading the missions she'd be sent on. This room was still so full of her father's personality. Well, or Homage Rialdan's. And her feelings about that were so complicated because the Homage Rialdan of the last few weeks had been a different person entirely, literally. And that person, she hadn't wanted to see that person go. This study would be overhauled. Just like the staff and some of her guards were currently tearing apart the rulers' and blood servants' bedrooms, installing new mattresses and bed linens, new towels, moving out the contents of her father's and Iata's shared closet in the prep room, and putting the clothes into storage cases so Iata could sort them later, choose what he wished to keep. So Maja could, when he came back. Or a proxy would sort them for Iata, more likely. Iata couldn't come back to the palace so soon, not on such a personal task, and Dressa would have to tear apart this study too, because she had to make new memories that were her own. Her father had done that when he'd become the ruler. She had to do the same now. She had to solidify her power around herself, remind herself of it, structure the receiving area how she, as an Iolorius, wanted to conduct her business. That damned powder blue couch was definitely going. But not yet. This study would be overhauled too, but not yet. Even though she knew it would be coming, Dressa jumped when the panel door into the study clicked open. Captain Chadricour led in Iata, because he didn't have permissions in the back corridors anymore. And Chadricour, as the captain of Dressa's personal guard now, was fully keyed into the back corridors. Dressa's arms prickled as Iata stepped inside, quietly shutting the door behind him. He was himself, as he'd been at the wedding. His body language firmly Iata the blood servant, holding himself deferent, but still in the knowledge that he was royal, if only distantly. And he held power in Palace Rialden, but not the kind of power that his Truthspoken held. Quiet, intense, with a bitter, sardonic edge that came off as intimidating, and she always thought he'd liked it that way. He'd played it that way. Dressa bit her lip. She stepped out from behind the desk, took a few steps toward him, slowed. What did she think she was going to do, hug him? Iata the blood servant had never been huggable, but then he still had his aura. He still had his seal. He wasn't quite Iata the blood servant either, and he knew that too. Oh, that was plain. Dressa froze, seeing the small signs of someone who was completely lost and trying his hardest not to let it show. Iata's eyes flicked between hers. He glanced to Chadricour, and Chadricour, mercifully for all of them, did not defer to Dressa just then, but nodded to Iata. She crossed the study, her mouth a tight line, and slipped out one of the doors into the inner apartment. Dressa carefully folded her hands together, regretting abandoning the barrier of the desk between them. It would have made things easier, maybe. Maybe. She'd deposited Lysander in the apartment's large sitting room while she had this meeting, because the bedroom was currently a hurricane, and she'd known she'd need to do this alone. But just now, she wished for someone else to hold on to. Someone to steady her at least a little in this, one of the hardest meetings she'd ever had in her life. She didn't make herself smaller and didn't make herself larger. She just let her place in this room, with this person, be what it was going to be, and she was not sure what that was at all. Iata spread his hands. There were hints of exasperation in his posture now, amplified, she knew, so she'd see them. He might have forsworn change, he might not be truth-spoken anymore, but that didn't stop a lifetime of training. It's yours, Dressa. Make this all your home. Make the best of all of it. I know you didn't want it, and you know I don't hold that against you. Her shoulders twitched. You do. You have to. It's solidly trash, this situation, all of it. You shouldn't be... She waved at him, at his blood servant's clothes and posturing. That you shouldn't be, and I shouldn't be. It's not your fault, he said calmly, and damn him for that calm. She held up her hands. Stop. Stop pretending all of this is okay. You weren't freaking out last night. You weren't freaking out at the wedding. You weren't even freaking out when you were attacked. But I know you're freaking out. You have to be... He moved like he wanted to come toward her, to make whatever was happening better. But he stopped and held his place. Held the distance between them, which was apparently growing by the moment. Because it had to, Adeius. It had to. Even if he'd said he was her father 2 nights ago, that he saw her as a daughter, he couldn't be now. He couldn't be here to help her. He couldn't be in the palace. He couldn't be anything but the first magicier, and he'd have to be a distant one at that. Because everyone was watching, and Iata was a walking scandal. His whole existence was a missile ready to blow. Dressa sniffed and angrily swiped at her eyes, and his eyes were glossy too, and she'd never ever seen Iata cry. Not when he was himself, as Iata the blood servant. It was jarring enough that she almost stopped and stared, before she remembered that he couldn't smooth away his body's responses anymore. He wasn't supposed to, anyway. He wasn't truth-spoken anymore. "Fucking hell," she said through her hands, and crossed behind the desk to grab some tissues, and Iata just waited, outwardly patient, as she dabbed at her eyes and blew her nose. But she thought she saw, out of the corner of her eye, his aura flicker. "Truth-spoken," he said, and something in her truly broke. But if that's what he needed, if he needed to play out the role of the blood servant here, for his own sake, she'd go along with it. She was wounded, yes, but he was the one who'd been socially mauled. So she drew herself up, sniffed one more time, because she'd lost her own control. And damn it, she was an Iolorius anyway, and didn't have to have that kind of rigid control. "You summoned me," he said, clasping his hands behind his back. And yes, she had. She'd wanted to see him one more time before he left for Greenhall, and she'd needed his input, but maybe she shouldn't have asked him here. Maybe this was just prolonging his own pain. So, Dressa shifted into business. Because she could do that. Because she legitimately had a reason for speaking with him. Dressa strode back to the desk and grabbed a tablet, then paused as it scanned her biometrics, and she tapped the security presets she'd set for this meeting. Iata approached, and she held it up for him to read. Iata maintained his deferent posture as he silently scanned the text. Dressa tracked his movements and scrolled as he read. He couldn't interface with her ruler's tablet directly. Then when he nodded, she pulled up the second document, and after another few moments, the third. The first 2 were reports. One from the captain of the VNS Occam's Storm, another from Rhys, and a third had come in a few hours after the first 2, though the timestamps had been around a day apart. Such was the nature of interstellar comms, especially at this distance. The third message was a personal note, handwritten in Rhys's handwriting, with a stylus? Maybe with their finger. Their writing had never been neat. The third message had been a plea. Dressa had read these when they'd come in late last night, sent under a high-priority comm protocol, but she hadn't had time to think on what they meant. Hadn't been able to spare the energy to worry. And she'd known she'd have to risk this meeting with Iata now. She needed his counsel in this, even if it was his last counsel to her. She'd had to set all of this out of her thoughts to deal with Lysander and Eroiken and the wedding, but now she had to know what to do from here. This was a family matter, but it was a kingdom matter, maybe a humanity matter, and she truly didn't know what to do. "You gave Rhys your seal," she said. Iata shifted, some of his rigid, blood-servant posturing bleeding into the more fluid grace of Homage Rialdan, even if he wasn't Homage at this moment. A little more of his own power projected. Something in Dressa's soul eased, because this ruler-to-blood-servant act was horrible. "Yes, it's a perpetual seal. You'll want to reaffirm and re-endorse it, and send that to Occam's Storm as soon as you can. I sent a video endorsement, as well as my biometric verifications." She nodded. "I will. And the kidda? Adeius, Iata. They're talking to Rhys. They're talking specifically to Rhys. 1 of 3, they said. They think Rhys is truth-spoken." Iata was closing up again, and maybe he'd realized his persona had lapsed. But then he gave an explosive sigh, spasmed out his hands, and it all fell apart again. He reached up to rake a hand through his hair, one of Homage's gestures, and grimaced as he was met with the clasp, which was one of his own that he'd had for years. He pulled it out, not gently, then looked around him and froze. Dressa had moved the jar of hair clips her father always kept on one corner of the desk last night, when she'd had so many hollow windows spread out she'd needed all the space she could get. She crossed back to the desk, pulled open a middle drawer, and came back with the jar held out. Iata's face had turned ironic now. He plucked out one of the clips, quickly wound his hair up in a casual style Homage favored, and secured it. And he seemed, in that moment, to ease a little. Iata slipped his own hair clip into his jacket pocket. "The Kiddah," Dressa prompted. "And Rhys. What do you think?" Iata smoothed out the front of his jacket. "I think I was right that Rhys is perfectly placed to research the Kiddah, and they have your seal." "Yes, but what do the Kiddah mean? We have spun, you have spun?" With what we learned from Iroikin about the Kiddah thinking in cycles and balance, she said we wouldn't like what was coming. Is this a part of what's coming? This weird and new communication with us? With Truthspoken specifically? "It would have been nice," Iata said, "if Iroikin had explained what she thinks is coming." "I don't think she knows," Dressa said. "I genuinely don't think she knows. Adeius, Iata, I wish she'd tumble in space forever, but I think she's scared too. And she's moving now because she knows more than we do, and knows she's better suited to act." Which was a horrible thought, but maybe not untrue. "She could have informed me before," Iata said with narrowing eyes, but then shrugged, because that wouldn't have happened, and they both knew that. There was too much fractured trust between the Rialdans and the Javieris. Iata made a negating wave. "I think Koldari knows about this, or at least some of it. He wants something from Imorie, and I don't like that. I shouldn't have let them go with him." Dressa wasn't sure either way, but she didn't like it either. "And now we know the Kiddah gave Imorie both magics and the bruising sleep," she said, "and gave you magics. So what does that mean that they used Adeius, a Rings of Veeder song in their attacks? Iata, that's freaking me out more than anything, because do you know that Rhys has an enormous poster of Jareth Tobrin in their bedroom? They like to pretend that they don't like the band. It's a thing they can hold to themselves, and I know they need that." "But how did the Kiddah know that?" Iata spread his hands. "The Rings of Veeder are everywhere just now, playing across and talked about on so many feeds, local and interstellar. It's not infeasible that the Kiddah would use that to communicate if they found it worked." He didn't believe that. He was just spooling the argument out to clarify, as blood servants did with their rulers. "Yes, but the Kiddah gave you magics. You, Iata, the older brother, not Maja. And they knew Maja was Sierra Carolyn on Hestia. They can see through us when we're changed. They can see at a distance. Adeius. They can burn runes in the ground when there are no ships around. Are they listening right now? What tech that we can't even fathom do they have trained on us right now?" Iata didn't tell her it was paranoia, and that only twisted her gut with more fear. "I don't know what threat they pose," he said. "And, Dressa, I know you needed my input here, and thank you for sharing that too. That will also be relevant to the Magickers. Hell, I am not looking forward to talks with the Council of Magickers about what Iroikin told us about our magics. There still must be a chance that it isn't true, and it will upset centuries of religion and belief over this. But if it is true," Dressa said, "and it fits the pattern too well." "It does. I know." He paused, hands clasped in front of him this time, and studied her a moment. Dressa, I'm the first magicker. I can't speak with you anymore about matters of state, unless it directly concerns the magickers. Dressa waved the tablet. This does. I know, he said, but also, it doesn't. Not politically, not publicly, not until you release the information that green magics are either shared by or come from the Kida, or at very least can be influenced and given by them. And you can't release that yet. She knew that too. She did. There had to be more proof, for one, but that information might be what finally did break the kingdom. It would certainly cause mass violence against magickers. It would be awful. Dressa nodded. I'm absolutely agreed on that. Iata approached again, braced her shoulders, and she could feel his emotions through the touch, feel this forced calm he'd assumed, feel the absolute devastation of chaos beneath. Dressa choked and pulled him to her, held him tightly, trying to comfort. Iata stiffened, his emotions spiking into panic. Adeius! Adeius! Dressa let go. I'm sorry, Iata. They were standing near the floorboards that had been replaced after he'd depleted their strength. And Lysander had tried to kill him with an embrace. Just as nearly right here. Dressa pressed her hands to her mouth, watched him shudder, then wrench his body's responses back under control again. He wasn't supposed to do that. But who was she going to tell? I'm sorry, she whispered, and he gave a jerky nod. He wasn't nearly so past that attack as he wanted everyone to think. Maybe not as forgiving of Lysander as he wanted to tell himself. Or of her, for still sticking with Lysander. Iata looked up, fire coming into his eyes. Don't assume Iroiken is all-knowing. Don't assume she has the power she says she does. Power is an illusion, and if everyone believes it, then it's real. Then by that measure, she has more power right now than the Iolorius. No, he snapped. No, she does not. Reclaim it, Dressa. Reclaim it publicly. Do whatever you must. And by that, he was trying to say she could drag his name through the streets if she had to, if that's what would push Iroiken out. He'd only just had the kill order on him canceled the night before. Was he trying to punish himself? Had he picked up that toxic trait from Homage Rialdan? No, she thought he meant it. For the good of the kingdom. This was the man that his kingdom had just forced out. If I set myself against you, Dressa said, I'd make the green magickers an even greater enemy in the eyes of the people. No, Iata. We'll wait a time, then we'll ease back into a working relationship between the first magicker and the Iolorius. He didn't look happy about that, but she also read his relief. He nodded. And Dressa. As much as you may not like it, Iroiken might have the information that's needed for whatever is coming with the Kida. She knows them in ways our scholars don't. And you might want to send an envoy to Solana with one of your seals to find out just what is actually going on there that hasn't been reported by our intelligence networks for Adeius. For as long as the colony has existed. He held up his hands. Might. But my style can't be in your decisions now. Talk to Laguaya. Trust them. Don't take their suggestions by rote, certainly. But trust them. They'll trust you in return. A small smile. You, at least, didn't dress them down on your first day as the ruler. Dressa let out a breath, half a laugh, half a sob. That was you? That famous incident? Iata, that was the first day, that whole first day of your rule? That was you. Iata nodded at the desk. You have the book. Match the dates if you ever need to. It's accurate. He meant the book where he and Maja had recorded who was Homage on what days. No more information than that, but that had been more than enough. And damning enough, if anyone had ever known the context. Was it less damning or more damning now? Adeius, If anyone found that book and worked out who was who, could whole decision trains be legally invalidated if someone decided to push? Someone like Denham Xiao or Iroiken. Dressa nodded. She would keep that book safe. She'd find a much safer place for it than where it sat now, even locked in its drawer. And then Iata was slipping back into the role of the blood servant, and she was stepped back. Because there had to be distance. She was the ruler now, and he the first magicer. But she had one more question. She hadn't asked it the night before when he'd hastily transferred all his codes and clearances to her. She hadn't wanted to ask it then. She'd still, if she was honest, been in a little shock. "What was that yesterday?" she asked. "When you calmed everyone? I've been getting reports that it's spread out from here, that everyone who's seen that broadcast so far has felt the effects, no matter that it's hours later. Iata, I know you're a strong magicer, but I've never heard of that kind of magics before." He stilled, his face going more than usually opaque. His aura, again, flickered. "When I find out," he said, "I will let you know." And that said, not with the tone of a blood servant to a ruler, but a first magicer. Dressa nodded, and he bowed. Shallow still, he was still a Rielden, but a bow he seemed to need for closure. She endured it, and inclined her head in return. Dressa twisted her ring comm, and she saw, glancing at Iata's hands in that moment, that he still wore his own palace guard ring comm. It was the only ring he'd kept from Homage's rings, at least, the only one he was wearing now. He shouldn't have it anymore. But Iata saw her looking, and she glanced up and met his eyes, then looked away. He could keep it. Disguise it if he had to, but keep it. For now. Dressa called in Chadrakor, and Chadrakor nodded to Dressa, then guided Iata out. Alone again, Dressa put her hands to her cheeks and found they were shaking. She took long breaths, reaching for a light trance, then giving up for the moment, taking a few steps back to lean against the desk. Her desk. That was it. Iata, as she'd known him these last weeks, was gone from her life. She'd tucked the tablet under her arm, but she pulled it out now and reread Rhys's handwritten message. She wanted so badly to run from Valon, to go and help them. Of course that was impossible, and Rhys had Maza coming. There was that. And why the Kidda had sent Maza to Rhys, or to themselves, was yet to be seen. It took a few minutes of searching through menus to find the logs for the active ruler's seals, but she found the one issued to Rhys and recorded her own endorsement, then sealed it with her biometrics and sent it. It might come too late, and Adeius, she hoped it wouldn't. Chapter 5. The Last Bow. You can't stay when your borders have expanded past the room. You can't leave while you're looking back. You have to turn away. The anti-spin connection in their hit song, The Last Bow. Iata walked silently beside Chadrakor, not before or behind her, through the wide central corridor of Green Hall, with its white marble decor and ironically blatant green stone flooring. Then they also rode the lift in silence up to the third-floor residential areas. He knew Chadrakor was watching him without being obvious about it, but she didn't break the silence. Didn't ask, thank Adeius, if he was okay. He had stayed in Greenhall the night before, hastily bundled into guest quarters while trying to keep him out of public sight, and out of sight of most of the magicers, who weren't thrilled, gross understatement, that a Rielden had usurped their own beloved leader, that Homage Rialden had usurped Mariet, and Iata had no idea at all what the majority of lesser-ranked magicers thought about the revelation that he was also Iata, also a full Rialden, and had been lying to everyone for years. The higher-ranked magicers had known, of course, There had been no helping that, and most of them had known, too, that he'd been a magicker for 9 years. He wasn't easily detectable by lesser-ranked magicers when suppressing his aura, not unless he was touched, and he'd tested that extensively years ago with a few of Anya's trusted aides, but he hadn't been able to hide that with the members of the Council of Magickers. And Mariette had always known. Mariette had been the first he'd calmed after manifesting, desperate for a solution. Mariette had been Anya's second then. And now, Mariette was who he'd recently usurped. And would anyone who hadn't known believe that he'd only just manifested after what he'd done at his abdication? He himself wouldn't believe that. Or maybe more terrifying, they'd think that he had just manifested and had that kind of power, the power to send calm across light years. Iata shoved that thought aside for later, as he'd been doing all day. They neared the door to his temporary quarters in the guest suites. Mariette had posted his own personal Green Hall guards at Iata's door, and they were still there, though the way they eyed Iata now, with wariness if not outright hostility, didn't make him feel particularly secure. None of the Green Hall guards were magickers. They couldn't be if they were required to even contemplate violence, but they were fiercely loyal to the magickers and heavily vetted for such. Most of them had family who'd manifested. A few had followed their manifesting spouses to Green Hall. These guards were technically his now, and how would he win their trust? The kill order Laguaya had put on him, at least, had been lifted last night. Adeius, there was that. And today, Mariette had been busy trying to put out the multitude of fires his abdication had brought up, and Iata had gotten a wedding invitation. He was sure he shouldn't have gone. And he also wouldn't have missed it, and Dressa had asked. Iata nodded to the guards, his body language as neutral as he could manage, and unlocked the door with his palm print. A palm print which was permanently his now. He pushed that thought aside for later, too, because it tightened everything inside him. Chadrakur followed him into the cramped and slightly stuffy guest suite he'd been given, and shut the door behind her, looking around. There was a bed that could sleep too, though not particularly well, a chest of drawers to one wall, a door leading into a washroom on the other wall, a small cooler for food, and a closet in the washroom. There were no windows. Iata had come out when she'd arrived to escort him to the palace earlier. She hadn't come inside. And he noted her small spark of rage now, expertly hidden, at the generic, cramped surroundings. It could be a hotel room in any number of cities. He didn't remind Chadrakur that he had been a blood servant, that for most of his life he'd had nothing but a single bedroom to call his own. In a palace, granted, but Homage's apartment had been mostly Maja's, and when he'd been Homage, it had been his only because he was Homage. He didn't remind her, too, that he'd existed just fine in any number of sketchy accommodations on various missions. He knew it was the principle of it all, and that she was enraged on his behalf. And maybe he was touched by that. He wasn't sure, in the tumult of his emotions, and maybe he resented, a little, that he'd needed an escort out of the palace, that she'd had to unlock the door to the back corridors, that he'd had to defer to her, that he'd lost access he'd had all his life and had just expected to continue. "The rest of your essentials will be delivered this afternoon," Chadrakur said, her posture stiff but ready. Always ready. "I'll make sure it's done. Do you have anything in particular you'd like me to bring? Beyond what I know are essentials?" He wasn't sure. He wasn't even sure what she was calling essentials. To him, all of it had been, and none of it. It had just been his life. Everything surrounding him props to that life, supporting the players. "I trust your judgment," he said. Then, "Maybe more green in my wardrobe than not." He smiled at her tightly. She didn't smile back. Iata nodded, looking around at the neat bed he'd made that morning, his 2 suitcases and a garment case, hastily packed from the day before, still sitting on the floor. He'd had suitable clothes to wear for the wedding, yes, but only barely. He didn't have his cosmetics yet, and wasn't sure how much he should take. Not that cosmetics themselves were a truth-spoken thing, but him taking his own high-grade and bespoke cosmetics would be a symbol. Maybe that he wasn't willing to let go of that life, and should he risk that? Would he do anything with them anyway? He could have someone buy more commercial-grade cosmetics for him if he really needed it, and he'd rarely worn more than the most basic neutral makeup as himself. He'd always been more blatant, more rugged, less superficial than Homage, and had honed that perception to a knife's edge. And right now, he was that person. He was Iata. But he said, "Please send my cosmetics. All of them. The full kit." Which included things he probably shouldn't have, like the smart facial putty that didn't have a patent because it had never been on the market, specialty dyes, and various other tools for external change. Chadrakur nodded, though she wouldn't be the final arbiter of that decision. And dare he even ask for some of Homage's clothes? The thought of only having his own more sedate cuts and colors was suddenly stifling. "I would like, please," he said softly, "some of Homage's things as well. Some of the cosmetics. Some of the clothes." He paused, meeting her eyes, reading the growing distress there, and she hadn't known until a few days ago that he had been Homage too. Had been. Past tense. That was a part of his life that was closed to him now. Iata took a shaky breath on a suddenly blurred room and turned quickly. He reached automatically for change to smooth away the physical signs of what he was feeling, but then let it go. Because he'd given his oath to Seor last night. He'd sworn off change. He was no longer truth-spoken, and he'd never officially had claim to that title anyway, but his entire being knew the lie when he tried to convince himself it didn't truly matter. It did. It had been everything. He heard a rustle behind him and felt the brightness of Chadrakur's life force approaching from behind, then a tentative hand on his shoulder. He felt her stiffen, felt her deep, deep dismay through the touch, her screaming anger, her grief. He knew she felt the raging storm of his own emotions, and he wished he could spare her that, and was deeply grateful in that moment that someone who understood all of this, who'd been there at the beginning, who knew him as well as only guards did, could share that with him, galling as it was. He reached up and gripped her hand, trembling with the effort to rein in his body's physical responses on his own, without change. He turned back again, not quite succeeding in his efforts. "Thank you, Orlin, for all of it." "Sir," she said, and her voice was tight, her eyes shining too. "It has been my most sacred honor to serve you." She bowed deeply. One last time. Iata nodded, because his throat was too closed to speak. He twisted the palace guard ring comm on his signet finger, a nervous movement he couldn't help just then. He should have surrendered it. He'd surrendered his comm last night, keyed it over to Dressa, and had taken one of the generic palace comms instead. They were all heavily monitored, though, and he'd need to ditch it for a new one as soon as possible. Another thing he'd have to ask of Marriott. But the ring comm. He hadn't been able to give back the ring comm, plain and simple as it was. That one symbol of so much of his life and rule. Homage's affectation that had also become his own. He'd had to surrender his ruler's signet, of course. Dressa would certainly have a new one commissioned, being an Iolorius and his signet a seal meant for a Ceratarchus, but he'd given it up all the same. "Sir," Chadrakur said, "are you—" "You don't have to call me Sir, Orlin." She shifted, crossing her arms, and he felt her anger now directed at him. Iata held up his hands. "Sorry. You can call me what you like." But she'd never deferred to him as much as this when he was Iata, and that's who he was right now. "You're still the first magicker, Sir Point." He rubbed the back of his neck. He didn't feel like it. He didn't feel like anything. Chadrakur unbent, stepping closer. "Are you well, though?" "Do I need to call for a physician? You're still not a week out from your injury." "I'm fine." "Respectfully, no, you're not. You look exhausted, and if you're trying to hide it, you're not doing well at all." I can't hide it. I can't." He shook his head. "You're used to seeing me always supporting myself with change. I have, truthfully, been exhausted for a while now. I'll survive this. I'll be fine." Chadrakur shifted, frowning, maybe not quite buying that speech. "If I may make a suggestion, sir, talk with the magickers about what they think is best. If you lean more into your former self as a blood servant or as a ruler. Because as a blood servant, yes, La Guaya lifted the kill order, but there's still the public question of who attacked you as Homage, and I assume you don't want to call attention to that, or who it was." "No," he said quietly. She nodded. "And there's the ongoing display of the lie, with you as Iata bearing the seal and aura that the public thought was Homage Rialdan's. I know your reasons for switching back and forth, or I've guessed as much at least, but the public opinion of all of this isn't good. But if you lean into your place as the former ruler, there are similar dangers. You'll call attention to that lie, and likely antagonize the magickers by nature of having been the ruler." He had thought all of this through, running circuits in his mind last night until he'd finally, exhausted, fallen asleep in the middle of the night. Unaided, for the first time since he could remember, by change, and it had been so tempting to just make himself sleep, because who would know? Why make himself suffer? But that was the point, wasn't it? Every other human did. Only the three sanctioned by the Adeium and the holy mandates to be the eyes and hands and will of Adeius should have the ability to stand above basic humanity. That carefully constructed social structure had already been tottering. Had he toppled all faith in it? Or would society as a whole double down now on the rigidity of there being 3 Truthspoken and 3 alone? There was only one now. One Adeium sanctioned. Truthspoken who could actually change. He held out his hands, and Chadrakur didn't hesitate. Oh, Adeius, she didn't hesitate to take them. Even knowing her, even knowing she wouldn't, after the hostility he'd been met with at the palace earlier, and the hostility from the guards, it made his eyes well again. "I will ask Marriott," he said. "I suspect the middle road will be what's needed, and I suspect that nothing I can do will much change public opinion of me in the short run. But yes, there are certainly things I can do to make it worse. Thank you, Captain." He swallowed. "And I mean it. Thank you for everything. Thank you for your years of service you've given me and my brother. Neither of us will ever forget that. I know you will only give the same to my heir, to the Iolorius, and, as myself, as a blood servant, thank you for being a friend." She gave a tight nod, stoic as usual, but he felt her gratitude and again her grief. She squeezed his hands, and they both let go. She didn't say to call if he needed anything. He didn't offer any platitudes in return. His body wanted to straighten back into the blood servant stature he'd held for most of his time back at the palace, ignoring the stares and the glares and the whispers as best he could. No one had quite dared to say anything awful to his face, to show their fear or anger or disapproval in any quantifiable way. A very few of his former supporters, Homage's former supporters, had even dared to make eye contact with him in a show of solidarity that had bolstered him throughout that ordeal. But Chadrakur was right that both Iata, the blood servant, and Iata, the problematic former ruler would be provoking to the people around him. So, who the hell was he supposed to be? They'd taken away his ability to change. Would they try to strip him of himself as well? He couldn't just craft an entirely new persona. He wasn't technically supposed to use his evacu training anymore, either. Never mind that most nobles used their own version of evacu every day. And, damn it, vid actors could assume personas, and that wasn't illegal. So, should he go start a vid career? Witness. The mythical Truthspoken, reduced to an award-winning vid actor. He would be good at it, albeit only and ever given the parts of green magicers, which almost always were foolish or gentle people to be pitied, or the rogue villains. What a world he'd helped create. Iata almost laughed in hysteria, and he saw Shadrakor's growing dismay. He didn't know what body language cues he was giving off right now. His focus was too fragmented. He was sure they weren't good. He felt himself flicker. Chadrakor stretched back toward him. "Seer!" "I'm fine. I really am fine." "Fucking hell, Iata, but that's not true." Her using his name jarred him back. She had before, of course, but not since knowing he was also the ruler. So he straightened back into Iata the blood servant. Because he had to. Because it was how they could relate. Chadrakor watched him and didn't protest. She opened her hands. "Maybe this is best. But talk to Mariette Broden, please. I know you're not particularly fond of talking about how you feel." "I've had enough practice in the last few weeks," he said dryly. Then, "It's easier when I'm homage." She shrugged, looking a little flustered, and he had to remind himself that this was still new to her too, and she'd hardly had time to fully process 23 years of amended history. "You're the first magicker," she said. "You need to hold yourself together. And whatever you need to help you with that, do it, I think." He pulled his lips tight, not a grimace, not a smile. Because he couldn't do what he actually needed. He couldn't change. Couldn't slip into another life and another rhythm for a night to steady himself. Couldn't process his emotions through homage, which he was quickly realizing was how he'd done that for years. Chadrakor had never been the first to speak up with advice, not like Jong or Jalava, but he always listened when she did. She always considered everything thoroughly. She hesitated, then said, "Goodbye for now, sir." And then she turned and left. And he was immensely grateful she hadn't drawn that out any longer. Iata backed up to sit on his bed and grinned a rictus grin, and the room blurred again, and he let it. He was alone in the room, and Mariette had assured him there wasn't any surveillance in here, but could he just be allowed to fall apart in his own room? Just for once in his life, allowed to crumble. Just for a few minutes. He sat with his head in his hands for a long time. He didn't know how long, but his magics wouldn't let him accept his self-pity either. So eventually he drew himself up and began pulling clothes out of his cases and placing them in the room's small closet. He was Iata the blood servant right now, as much as he could still believe that, which was not much at all. He was still unpacking when there was a knock on the door. Chapter 6. A Different Path. I know no better healing than the comfort of a friend. Anonymous in a post on the all-anonymous feed. Acts of kindness. For a heartbeat, Iata froze, and his heart sped up, taking him back a week ago to when he'd been in his study in the palace and there had been that knock on the door. Not the same knock as this, but still. He didn't know this knock. Iata looked around him for a mirror, but the only mirror in the room was in the washroom, and he didn't want to cross the room to look. He needed to touchstone on something, though. He needed to weigh and adjust his appearance. He needed to know who he needed to be, and that was suddenly the most important thing. He was still dressed in what he'd worn to the wedding, but he had his hair loosely clipped up from the clip Dressa had given him at the palace, one of homages, and that wasn't a style he usually wore as Iata. He found his mannerisms trying to flow into homage, to answer this as homage would, but nof. No, that wasn't what he needed here. And, he felt the life force, the glow of the person on the other side of that door. Mariette, at least, wouldn't begrudge him his current crisis. Iata crossed the room and opened the door. Mariette glanced up, and Iata was taller as himself. He had almost forgotten that. Mariette's thick white brows drew together. He motioned inside. "May I come in?" "You could have called me up to your office," Iata said, stepping back. Your office, actually. I can't summon you, Iata. You're my boss now." Iata waved in exasperation, knowing it was Homage's gesture, not having enough energy left to remedy it in that moment. "So, you came all the way down here to... No. Sorry. It's been... a trying day." He sat again on the bed as Mariette stepped in, feeling what little fortitude he'd had draining away. "I would think so," Mariette said, and sat on the bed beside him. There was no hesitation at that small intimacy, and Ida was immensely grateful for that. When so many people had looked at him as a pariah today, when he couldn't be himself, when he had no claim to his home. He looked aside at Mariette, and Mariette looked aside at him. "How are you holding up?" Mariette asked. He waved around the room. "I'm sorry I haven't been able to get you settled. I'd move my own things out of my apartment, but there just hasn't been time. It's also been a trying day. And night." Mariette passed a hand over his frazzled gray hair, usually neat. Iata opened his hands in an apology. Mariette dismissed it with a shrug. "I should have helped last night," Iata said anyway. "Jan, it's fine. You had quite enough on your plate." Iata frowned and looked around him, at these quarters that Chadrakor had so obviously disapproved of. "I'm fine here. I don't require luxury." And was he just trying to convince himself of that? But he was a blood servant. The entire purpose of his birth had been to serve the Truthspoken, not become one. He had stepped so far above anything he ever should have been, and he'd fallen so hard. "You just lately owned a palace." "No, I did not." Mariette studied him a moment, then nodded. "I can get you better quarters, at least. Greenhall is a tad full at the moment. I called in some support staff from other cities to keep up with everything lately. But I just sent one person off to Radalor, and you can have their apartment. It's still a little small, but it's a proper apartment, and it's just until I can arrange to get my things out of mine." Iata wanted to tell Mariette to stay where he was, that he didn't want to so thoroughly upend Mariette's life, but he knew the importance of appearances, and anyhow, that was already done. It had been done for days, truly. Iata had just been prolonging a delusion. He felt his aura flicker, felt it in his soul this time. Closed his eyes against the burn, swallowed too hard. Mariette's hand closed around his, and Iata gripped back, not moving, not saying anything, but letting Mariette's strength flood into him. Accepting that gift. Mariette's typical ability to offer calm was more turbulent today, not as reassuring. Mariette had his own demons to deal with. Iata opened his eyes and looked up into his friend's eyes, the calm with that connection flowing stronger. And fuck. He couldn't stop the tears this time. They spilled over, rolling down his face without his permission. But there was no judgment whatsoever from Mariette. "I'm taking your job," Iata said. "And your purpose." And that phrasing, that plea for recrimination, wasn't so different from what Dressa had leveled at him earlier, was it? And did he resent her for taking what belonged to him? Well, had it ever been rightfully his? Yes, he decided. He knew it had. He had a legitimate and rightful claim to rule Valorous. If only his people had agreed. And Adeius? He wasn't Maja. He shouldn't be aiming all his anger inward. He'd always channeled his frustration into action, into his work, into further shoring up the kingdom, making it more stable. But what could he do now? What power did he truly have anymore? Yes, he'd taken Mariet's position, but the first Magiker's place in the hierarchy of Valorous was far, far from anything he'd actually call power. Imorie had told him, "Jan, the anger has to go somewhere." There were a lot of people he was furious at. Iroiken at the top of the list, and Denom Xiao not far behind her. The coup had been swift and effective, but he was so tired, and Dressa hadn't wanted the rulership. They both wished they were in different positions right now. Mariet shrugged again, still holding his hand, still completely open. Well, so now I take a different path. Being the first Magiker isn't the most relaxing job I've ever had. Iata stiffened. Are you leaving Green Hall? No, Iata. Adeius. I would not throw you to the wolves like that. No, I plan to stay as long as you'll have me. Iata nodded, knowing Mariet would feel his intense and profound relief. And a little of his shame at that, too. This necessary and temporary dependence. But Mariet had seen him at his absolute worst. Twice now. The first when he'd been a wreck after manifesting, frantically trying to control his magics enough to hide his aura. And then, a week ago, when he'd been in the palace infirmary. Mariet had kept watch while he'd slept. Not, Iata realized with a snort, that Mariet would have been able to fend off any attackers. What? Mariet asked, leaning back a little, though he kept their hands together. Kept sending Iata a steady flow of calm and strength. What, by all the gods, can make you laugh right now? I want to know it because I could surely use a laugh too. Iata considered him, considered whether the thought was worth voicing at all, but then shrugged. This was one of his oldest and only true friends. You make a terrible guard. Mariet's face scrunched up. What? What are you even... In the infirmary. You were watching... Ah. Well. Mariet sighed. There were proper guards outside. I was more there to make sure you weren't alone when you woke up. Thank you for that. I didn't say thank you. No. You berated me, glared at me, and generally were homage. Which, yeah, is fair. His hand tightened on Iata's as Iata's emotions spiked at the mention of homage. Listen, Iata. I know homage could be a bastard. I know you had to carry that on. I'm sorry this all happened this way, though. I would never have wanted that. There was so much unsaid there. So much angst and long-time pain beneath the surface. And Mariet's own anger simmering there, too. The much, much longer rage of time. Maybe angry that Iata had never done enough to help the Magikers, even being in the position he was in. Especially being in that position. And Iata knew that, too. Oh. Iata knew exactly where he'd failed, even if his hands had been tied. Had that ever been enough of an excuse? Would he be in a better position now if he'd worked harder to bring the Magikers to social parity? Would he have been deposed at all? Or deposed a lot sooner, he and Maja both. But Homage Rayalden had been at the pinnacle of a government that had kept the Magikers repressed and oppressed. There was no nicer way to say it than that. And right now, and for the rest of his life, he was on the other side of that equation. Iata caught Mariet's glance at the seal on his cheek. Marriott had been just that tiny bit vindictive when sealing him as Homage Rhyalden. Marriott recoiled from Iata's thoughts. Adeius, Iata. I'm sorry. I didn't like Homage, but... Iata smiled tightly. Because Marriott had seen that for him, being Homage was more than skin deep. He would have seen it in Iata's soul energies, shifting between Iata and Homage. Marriott had known him as both. Iata felt Marriott's emotions now shifting from remorse to a wariness Iata didn't like. We do need to talk, Marriott said. Yes. And Iata pulled his hand away, stretching his shoulders, moving a little away from Marriott where they sat, taking up a little more space, petty as that was. Nu, Adeius. He was not going to alienate his only friend here. He eased his posture, opened his hands, saw Marriott's small answering nod. There's a lot you need to know that I just only found out and haven't had the time to tell you, Iata said. He'd wanted to think those revelations through, all of them. Everything Eroican had said, feeling them all out for truth in the patterns. And now his body tightened in growing tension, and he did nothing to stop it. Because he knew patterns. He knew patterns to the core of his soul and back, and he didn't like anything he was seeing now. He had a sudden and intense pang at the lack of Haneri at his side just now. She'd been with him so constantly in the last week, he'd begun to take her presence for granted. Turbulent as she was. She'd come later. She was intending to move in with him here, despite his protests. Dressa needs you, he'd said last night, before he'd gone to change for the last time. She especially needs you with Eroican in the palace. But you need me more, Jan. Right now you do. It would have been spent breath to argue. He had the urge to reach again for Marriott's hand, and the steadiness of that offered support. But Adeius, what was he at all if he couldn't hold himself together for even this much? He wished he'd had more time to think through Rhys's report, and Captain Nantrean's report from Occam's storm, and Rhys's plea for help that had to go unanswered by him, though it would be by Maja. All of those things he still needed to think through. But he knew enough. And Marriott had to know. All of it was too urgent, and too big, and too horrifying to set aside any longer. Marriott tugged on his collar, then gave up and unbuttoned it as he sat back, settling in for the debriefing. Do you have a dampener? Iata asked. This room isn't surveilled. We don't have surveillance in any room where anyone sleeps. When Iata just waited, Marriott sighed and pulled a compact dampener from his pocket. I've been carrying one around ever since I had to destroy the surveillance in one of the meeting rooms for Maja. That gets expensive, you know. That room's still not usable. Iata smiled tightly and waited for Marriott to click the dampener on. Chapter 7. Connections. There are patterns in everything. I'm trained to see them, so I see them everywhere. Homage Rhyalden, Saratarchus 9 in a private letter, never sent. Published in the Change Dialogues. Marriott clicked on the dampener, and Iata's ears popped. The indicator lights were all green. Satisfied, Iata said, Let's talk about what happened in the reception hall first, because it's going to be the less painful part of this conversation. Marriott let out a breath. Gods, Iata, that's an opening. But all right. Yes. I want to know exactly what you thought you were doing in the reception hall, calming everyone, because hell. And how the hell did you make the effect go far beyond that? I'm still getting reports of people in orbit, and now the closest worlds to us, feeling the effects. I wonder how long it will go. All the way out. Will people who watch that when the recording reaches the Imorie caste dynasty shudder that they can be manipulated over that distance by a Valoran magicer, not to mention the time lag? Do you know you could start a war over this, Iata? You, the former Saratarchus, former Melisori, Adeius. That he'd cursed Adeius and not the magicker gods was a sign of his distress, if Iata couldn't feel and see it plainly from everything else. Magickers usually made a point of only cursing their own gods. Most, anyhow. He never had. Did that make him less of a magicker? It was instinct, Iata said stiffly. I don't entirely know why I did it. I was still functioning in a Melisori personality. Had he thought this would be the less painful part of this conversation? Last night, he'd let himself unbend, as if he'd been cramping his soul for days, from Melisori lines of thought. His personality was still twitching toward those tendencies today, but he was mostly resettling back into himself as a Ceratarchus personality, and the more he resettled into himself, the more he was horrified at the total lack of control he'd had over what he'd done the day before. But then, there was also the connection between magickers and the Kidda. That the Kidda might have, probably had, given him his magics. And the terrible fact, and what Dressa had shown him, Rhys's report and message, had cemented that fact, that Kidda could see and manipulate people and things at a distance. That the Kidda had known to communicate with a Rings of Viator song with Rhys. Known Rhys would be able to interpret that pattern. That they'd known where Maja was. That they'd sent a rune right there. All of it. And now, what Iata had done the day before, pushing out calm, sending it across a distance. Where would that end? Mariette was right that it wouldn't go over well with the dynasty if it reached that far, and Iata was fairly sure it would. It had felt like that calm would go on forever, as he'd felt the immensity of everything while wielding it. Iata had been too caught up in his distress over everything else to see that angle with the dynasty yet, and Adeius, he was losing his edge. There was a horrifying possibility that he hadn't been in his own control yesterday, that whatever he'd done had been from more than himself. It had been instinct, yes, but had it? Your emotions are going cold as ice, Mariette said, his own spiking with fear. They weren't touching, but they were both too strong, and had been friends too long, not to feel some of their emotional overlap. What did you feel when that happened yesterday? Did you know it would reach that far? And how did it reach that far? What, by She Who Wakes, did you actually do? Mariette sounded desperate, and Iata got it. Oh, he got it. With more and more dawning horror every moment, because what he'd done shouldn't have been possible by any human means, even magicker means. And what he'd done had demonstrated that green magics, contrary to what everyone had thought until now, could also work at great distances. People were afraid to be touched by a magicker, afraid to look into their eyes. But if they knew that this barrier didn't matter, that distance didn't matter, and especially that it didn't matter to him, who had been the ruler? Who was still a Ryaldan? Who had admitted to his deceptions? Who was currently the least trusted person in the kingdom? Oh, Adeius. Oh, Adeius. That, added to the knowledge that magickers could kill. He broke into a cold sweat and twitched to change it away, but didn't. He had given his oath. He could change with gender necessities within his own genetic profile, or heal himself if his life was in danger. But that was it. No momentary fixes, no escaping into another reality. And with his cheek seal, there was no escaping anyway. It wasn't Mariette who'd sealed him. It was the Kidda. The Kidda had done this to him. The Kidda had marked him, had overthrown him, even if he'd held it off for a time. In the end, it had happened. The Kidda had they? Had maybe been the force behind what he'd done the day before. Had given Imorie the bruising sleep at the worst possible time. Had given Imorie magics after they'd killed. Iata shivered once, violently. He felt sick. Adeius, nausea crammed up his throat, and a new panic struck him, because had the kiddah given him the bruising sleep? Was that what this nausea was? Was that why he was so exhausted? He stood, swaying, and Mariet was up with him, steadying him. "Iata!" Iata swiveled toward the washroom, bile rising, stopped. "Do I have the bruising sleep?" Mariet stilled, narrowing his eyes, and studied Iata through the distance of a magicer's senses. "Not that I see, but your aura is spiking badly." Adeius. No, this was just the strain of a body that was under a tremendous amount of stress and had never learned how to handle that naturally. He wanted to change more than anything, knowing that relief was within reach, available in the space between breaths, even. Iata rubbed his hands together, something to center, feeling the smooth metal of the ring com on his finger. Anything to draw his attention away from every single one of his body's stress responses. He was fairly sure he was having a panic attack, and while he'd experienced panic before, definitely, he'd always been able to moderate it, to smooth it away shortly after. Mariet waited until Iata was a little more steady to let go, then took his hand again instead. There was little warmth from Mariet this time, though, only an amplification of fear. "Iata, what has you so spooked?" "Yes. What you did was beyond what I thought you could." Iata shook his head, looking down at their joined hands. That casual intimacy again. And he knew Mariet well. Yes, they had been friends for years. Mariet had been one of the only people who'd known and understood who he was and what he was doing, that he was actually partially ruling the kingdom. They had shared that, but touch would be common and essential in Greenhall, wouldn't it? Emotion as essential to communication as body language was to non-magicers. He was the first magicer, and he hardly even knew how to be a magicer. Everything he'd known had been about concealing his magics, using them surreptitiously, and if touch was a casual thing among the magicers here, he'd have to be careful. So careful. With his head still full of state secrets. Even if he'd already confessed a lot of the damning ones. He was too strong not to accidentally spill some of them over. How did Mariet handle it? Mariet was as strong as he was, and Mariet could keep his thoughts controlled and mostly contained. Mariet's emotions calmed now, or, more likely, were sectioned off as he sent more and more calm to Iata. And slowly, Iata's nausea eased. The tightness in his chest eased, and his racing heart slowed. He sank back onto the bed, feeling shaky and spent. Mariet didn't offer to leave, though, and he didn't ask. They still had things to discuss. Crises were never convenient. "Forgive me," Iata said. "I'm appalled at my state. I don't know what—" Mariet's calm poured over to him in a wave of acceptance so pure that Iata closed his eyes against it. He held tightly to Mariet's hand, feeling his shoulders, at least, ease. He nodded. "I don't know what I did," Iata finally said. "As far as what I felt, it was just life. Like this." He held up their joined hands. "Like I'm feeling life now. I felt the connections between the worlds, and everything living, and I extended myself into all of it. It's so calm at that level, Mariet. Have you sensed that?" Surely he must have. Surely what Iata had felt wasn't something so new and alien. He had to hope. Mariet could be in a room full of his plants and bring calm to everyone in it. He'd done that when Imorie and Eddie had come in from Hestia. He was doing it with Iata now, but that hadn't been an imposed calm, but an invitation to calm. This was too. Iata could reject Mariet's hand. He could reject the calm now. It wasn't imposed on him, but offered. and Mariet's calm had never gone further than a handful of people in a single room. "I have felt that," Mariet said dryly. "From you. Yesterday. But, yes, I've felt some of that, maybe. When I'm in the gardens, or just being quiet sometimes. Like there's a sense of something more than what's around me. They who breathe, I've always thought. That spirit essence." Iata's shoulders twitched. He'd never really embraced the magicker religion either. He couldn't have, immersed as he was in the Valoran religion of the Adeium, being, literally, part of the hands and will of Adeius. "Maybe," Iata said, "but when you're seeing everything as so connected, you can't see anything but the calm over it all. Whatever it all is. I wanted everyone to feel that we're not actually separate. Because Adeius, everyone who's looking at the magickers like we're the enemy, needs to feel that. None of us are separate. It was supposed to be my parting gift." Mariet barked an incredulous laugh, his grip tightening painfully on Iata's hand before he noticed and loosened it again. "Gods! Gods! By she who wakes! Iata, you are strong in your magics. What you did yesterday showed that, certainly. You have absolutely every right to be the first magicker, so don't you ever doubt that position." But he wasn't so sure. He wasn't sure he wasn't a danger to everyone. Chapter 8. Paradigms. From a strategic standpoint, if we didn't know the Kidda were uninterested in aggression of any kind, we should be worried. And even still, I recommend we do all we possibly can for if the Kidda would ever reverse their position. Perhaps we've just never found the one thing that will provoke them. Admiral Brink Quatch, in a private addendum to her report, The State of Affairs with the Kidda. Iata opened his mouth, closed it again. "How did you tell the first magicker?" "Former first magicker. How did you tell the former first magicker that everything he believed in, everything he was and felt, could be a lie? Could be a weapon used against him from a people who might be their enemies after all?" Iroikin was scared. Iata did believe that. He'd been watching her throughout the wedding ceremony and thought he saw some of the signs of that kind of strain. It would take a lot to scare someone like Iroikin. It took a lot to scare Iata, for that matter. Iata carefully pulled his hand free from Mariet's. Mariet frowned down at their hands, but let go, and Iata watched his wariness return, and rightly so. He knew his emotions were shifting and tensing again. This was about to be the truly painful part of this conversation. "Iroikin believes that the Kidda gave me my magics." Mariet sucked in a sharp breath. "Okay, what does that mean? Are you trusting what Iroikin says these days?" "No, but she's afraid of the Kidda. She gave Dressa information that we didn't have, and Dressa assessed that it was most likely true. With Iroikin's slant, of course, but the root of it at least true." Iata paused, watching color drain from Mariet's face. Yes. Yes. Mariet was getting the implications of that, but he had to go on. Mariet had to know all of it. "I think, in part, Iroikin pushed me out of the rulership because a magicker can't be the head of a kingdom if it goes to war." "War?" Mariet asked, sitting forward with a jolt. "And she's not wrong about that. She's wrong about a whole lot of things, but not that." "She thinks there's going to be war? With who, the Kidda?" "Iata, I don't know as much about the Kidda as I probably should, but I do know they're a hell of a lot more advanced than we are. Could we even win a war against them? We don't know their drive technology. We know they've towed planetoids around before with their ships. We know they've taken planetoids through below space, and they've never been interested in telling us how." Iata held up a hand. "Let me just tell you everything. Everything I've just learned, and how that relates to what we already know about the Kidda, about the attacks, about magickers and the bruising sleep, about who and what are being targeted here. So he filled Mariette in on what Eroiken had said and the reports from Occam's storm, about Rhys talking with the Kidda and a cycle of 3 being the message driving the attacks. Maza having a rune carved out nearby, and the Kidda sending Maza to the storm. If that was what the Kidda had meant by that attack, but that felt increasingly true. So, it's very possible they gave me my magics, and Imorie their magics, as well as the bruising sleep. And, apparently, Semlin Necrata Javieri. She's still alive, and Etty's mother. Etty is one of the strongest magickers I've ever felt. Did you sense that? Yes. And he's the son of Neom Javieri. I checked the math, and Etty's incubator was started before Semlin was supposedly killed in that accident, which I'm assuming is when she manifested. If that's true, he shouldn't have manifested along family lines, or as strongly as I suspect she has too. And the Javieri prince consort, Kim Javieri, has the bruising sleep as well. Prince Eroiken's wife. Eroiken said that, and she, as far as Dressa could read, seems absolutely convinced that the Kidda can give both green magics and the bruising sleep at their own whims. Mariette had gone deathly still, his face still drained of color. Will Prince Eroiken let me, or you, or one of us, verify that as truth? Mariette asked. She may. She seemed very interested in Dressa, knowing it as truth. Iata sighed, because it was better than screaming. Or maybe I am reading far too much noble purpose into her machinations. She could be purely using that to push the Ryaldens out. And how, exactly, did she push you out? She just gave all of this information to Dressa and Lysander and sent them on their way? Did she know you'd been a magicker for years? Because that's otherwise too new of a development for her to get here in time to depose you. She did, and that I was also homage, and I don't know how she knew that. But all of this information came when Eroiken kidnapped and held both Dressa and Lysander 2 days ago while they were both changed and at the General Assembly. That message, that she absolutely means business, was received. Fucking hell, Iata. Gods. All the gods. Mariette stood again, turning around to survey the room, pressing a hand to his forehead as if hoping to hold his thoughts together. Fucking all the gods, and all their fucking hells. Iata smiled, but it held little humor. What am I supposed to do with this? Mariette asked, and it was almost a yell. He was still within the dampener's bubble, though. Mariette saw Iata's glance at the dampener on the bed beside him and came closer again, crossing his arms, looking every bit as keyed up and tired as Iata felt. Mariette glared at him. You're the first magicker now. You're going to have to solve all this shit. That's partly my point, Iata said quietly. What I did yesterday, it shouldn't have been possible. Kidda can do things at a distance, and I did that. I did that at a distance. I do believe the Kidda gave me my magics, because it fits the pattern too well, as terrifying as that is. Mariette. The Kidda gave me magics, me, specifically, and then I sent that calm yesterday at a distance, like they can, however they can. Mariette sat down again, reclaimed Iata's hand, and stared into his eyes to get the best read on his emotions. His brows drew together. I don't think you're a danger, he finally said. And if you are, then all of us magickers are. And I don't believe that. I can't believe that. It isn't true. Iata couldn't say it, but they were both thinking it. What if the people's fear of the magickers was justified? No, Mariette said, picking up the thought, and straightened. Whatever is happening, whatever the hell is actually going on, our magics are good, Jan. They are. I know a whole lot of people think they're a curse, but gods. They lifted me out of the most mediocre life I could have given myself. I have helped people, Iata. So many people. We help them find their own truths. We know who we are, and it's not pawns of an alien race who's never seen fit to try to communicate better than they have. Until now, Iata said. Mariet's brows drew together. I should go to the border. Anya will already be there. There's no way she wouldn't go with Maza after that attack, and she's as strong as either of us. Iata's lips twitched. Can you imagine Anya demanding answers from the kidda? Mariet didn't laugh, didn't even smile. Maja is there too, and he's not stable. But Rhys will be there, and they have my seal, and they are stable. They're one of the most level-headed people I know. We have to stay here. I certainly do, and I need you. I need your help, Mariet. I know how to run a kingdom, but I don't— He opened his hands. I don't actually know how to be a magicker, not among other magickers. Mariet sighed and drew back again, folding his own hands together in his lap. I have to think about all of this, Mariet said, waving his hands in front of him. Whatever it all means. I know. Mariet glared at him, rocking back. And damn you, Iata, for dropping this on me now. Right now, of all times. Iata felt the ripple, felt Mariet's wince at that small violence, but accepted it as due. There are reports, Mariet said, scratching at his beard, that the kidda have some kind of ability to contact minds. Ship's magickers have sensed that when our ships are close to theirs or overlap, but it isn't like our magics. More like it's just a receptiveness, that the kidda notice that magickers can see them. Iata nodded. He'd read some of those reports, and read them again more recently in trying to find out more about the kidda. It had been part of a sea of information, though, most of it repetitive, none of it enough. We're not just in a fight for the rulership here, Mariet said. You said Eroiken's afraid? We have to know what Eroiken knows then. We have to find that out. Iata carefully tugged his sleeves down, and it was Homage's gesture, and in the moment, he couldn't correct that. He didn't want to. Among everything else, in this small moment, in this very large day, he refused. He straightened, finding a thread of stability in wrapping Homage back around him, even if his appearance was still Iata, going all the way, as far as he could, without being Homage in truth. He watched Mariet take note of it and half braced himself for a comment, but Mariet didn't say anything. Didn't show any pity or disgust either. Not that he would, and not that Iata had seen much of that today either. I agree, he said, his cadences slipping easily back into Homage's too, and he relaxed. Truly felt some of the tension leave for the first time that day. We can't force the information out of her, though. Just the thought of it edges me toward flickering. Dressa will have to coax it out of her, in time. Eroiken has positioned herself in such a way to leverage her own fear into power. And how much power does she hold over Dressa? How much can we expect Dressa to help in this? Iata looked down, and there was the pin in all of this. Eroiken was hoarding her information to leverage power. Humanity might be on the edge of the biggest crisis they had ever faced, but Eroiken was busy consolidating power. Or had Eroiken, even, manufactured this crisis? Had she somehow provoked the kidda deliberately, set all of this off as her path to power? He couldn't discount that either. He couldn't discount anything. I tried to eliminate some of her hold by confessing some of what she held over me, Iata said. I gave my most damning secrets away, and it did cost me the rulership, but Dressa still remains. I believe Eroiken is now threatening she'll call out Lysander's training if Dressa doesn't fall in line. Mariet pressed a hand to his stomach. That has to be an empty threat, surely. That could get her executed. She's the one who trained her daughter. At this point, it might just further the coup until Lysander becomes the Truthspoken ruler, because she already has the training. She's already there, and she's the ruler consort, and she's not a Rylden by birth. Few people trust the Ryldens at all right now, and I didn't help with that. Marriott looked up to the ceiling, his eyes narrowing, calculating. And for all of his own raw power, for all he tried to be genial to put the people around him at ease, Marriott was absolutely a shrewd politician. He had his own secrets, Iata knew, and maybe he'd tell some of them to Iata now that Iata was supposed to be governing the Magickers. Or maybe not. As far as he was able, Iata resolved not to press more than was needed on any Magicker in Green Hall. He was far too aware that he was the usurper here, that they viewed him in the same light he saw Imorie in. He took a breath. He was still thinking like a ruler? He was thinking like homage. That wasn't something he should be doing anymore. That part of his life was closed to him. Prolonging letting it go would only make it more painful, wouldn't it? I know the ship's Magicker placed on Occam's Storm, Marriott said. She is... I placed her there specifically because I knew she'd be a good support for Rhys. Iata turned to study him. He wasn't exactly sure of the leap in logic from Imorie to the Magicker on the Occam's Storm, but he filed that away to fit into the patterns. That Marriott had chosen her specifically for Rhys, he hadn't known. And there was more, much more that Marriott wasn't saying. Iata pressed his lips tight. The need to have all the information at hand, and not having it, was currently driving him up the wall. Good, Iata said. I'm glad Rhys has more support. Marriott nodded, but didn't offer anything more. But he did offer his own ironic and apologetic smile. I know you want to know it all, homage, but we have to get through these first few days first. Iata stilled, prickles running up his arms and down his back. He closed his eyes, bent forward, propping his face in his hands. His heart was beating so fast his ears were ringing. I know, Marriott said, his voice distant through the roar in Iata's ears. I know you're both. I know the transition away from that won't be easy. Be whatever and whoever you need to be around me. Iata nodded, caught his breath, nodded again. And you have to learn that as first Magicker, Marriott went on. You aren't privy to the information of everyone under you, like you were as the ruler. Secrets Magickers have learned from others are restricted to them alone, unless it's a matter of law enforcement. No one would ever entrust us with anything otherwise. I don't know most of the secrets from the Magickers in Greenhall. I don't want to know. What I hold is heavy enough. His smile faded. So our magics might be from the Kidda, or are being used by the Kidda. Either of these things. He rolled his shoulders, stood, and Iata knew this meeting was over. They'd both said enough. Information needed time to be processed. You rest for today, I think, Marriott said, and I'm sorry, but you'll need to have a better handle on your emotions, and not be projecting your pain and frustration so strongly before you can fully assume your duties. We're all open here, Iata, at least where it matters. I don't have the time now, but I can come by again later today, or have one of my aides show you how to better manage that among Magickers. He felt the burn of that, felt how deeply unprepared he was for the role that had been thrust on him here. But he understood necessity, so he nodded. But we do need to find out more about the connection with the Kidda, Iata said. Have people go through the databases and archives in Greenhall. Every reference we've ever set aside as disproved or irrelevant. It's not anymore. People you trust, of course. Marriott sighed. And I don't doubt Imorie has her eyes here as well. Well, I will test anyone's truth that I set to that task if I don't know they're already ironclad. I'm just tapped thin as it is. Iata held up his hands. I know. This is your kingdom. I'm deferring to you in this. For now, Marriott said firmly. Only for now. Agreed. Marriott hovered by the door, looking like he had more to say, but finally he nodded and closed the door behind him on his way out. Iata felt that lack of words more than anything Marriott could have said. It sat hollow and heavy in his soul, nothing defined so much as a sense of grief and dread. He sat on the bed for a long while after Marriott left, still holding Homage's posture, still running his thoughts through Homage's filters. And then he shuddered back into Iata, a person who fit better into this cramped room. Chapter 9. Husband. The love of a magicker, whatever form it takes, is a gift so precious because you'll always know it's true. Dana Olegani in the vid drama Nova Hearts, Season 7, Episode 6, A Bold and Quiet Reign. Eddie was their husband. They hadn't wanted to marry at all, but now they had a husband. And it had been their idea. This quiet, bold, fearless man. Eddie, whose father was a Javieri prince. And he climbed into bed beside them, as they'd both been doing for days, and it wasn't any different. And it was. Imorie still felt no physical attraction to him. They were pretty sure they never would. But their hands met, their knees brushed as they faced each other, staring into each other's eyes, awash in each other's emotions. He was Imorie's husband, and they'd married a Javieri prince after all, just not the one they'd thought. Well, and not really a prince, but he had the lineage. He was no more or less Javieri than Lysander. His brow crinkled and he started to pull back. Are you okay? Is this... I know you're ace. I don't need or want to... Adeius. He was so awkward when he was nervous, and it was endearing. And they'd already had this conversation. This is good, Imorie said, paused. You're okay with me not wanting to... And yes, they had talked about this before, but then they hadn't been married. That other conversation had been about different people, unmarried people. They'd barely known each other, and even now, they still hadn't known each other long. But Eddie's emotions blasted his earnest assent. I like you, Imorie. I think I need you close, but I'm still kind of ace, too. So, yeah, it's good. Imorie shrugged their shoulders, a tension shrug. Their hands tightened around his, which also wasn't new, and was. They didn't know what to do with this. They'd already had so much change. They were a different person than they'd been a month before. That person, that other person felt like a lifetime ago. That person would never have held the hands of a gardener, no matter if he was a hidden prince, and let him feel everything. They were both too strong in their magics to hold much back, and Imorie didn't want to. They found themselves suddenly and intensely sick of the world they'd grown up in, the world knitted so tightly with control. Eddie's emotions flowed with theirs, his brows creasing as he tried to follow the waves of their thoughts, and maybe that was too much closeness. Imorie took a breath. And if you ever want another relationship, that's fine. This isn't a royal marriage contract. It's not exclusive. He squeezed their hands back, then let go to scratch at his stubble, to look away and break some of the intensity. No, I don't want that, he said. Not now, anyway. Which warmed Imorie in a way they couldn't define. And Eddie's smile softened, the tension in his features relaxing. Imorie continued to stare at their husband, cataloging every nuance. The wedding, if it could even be called that, had been hastily done in the ship's mess. Dorian, who had performed marriages before, officiated. Koldari, who'd gone an ironic shade of quiet, had stood by with Iwan, a smirk on his face that didn't reach his eyes. But he hadn't seemed entirely displeased either, just accepting. And Imorie still wasn't sure what that meant. Eddie's mother had stood behind him, and Koldari had taken it upon himself to stand behind Imorie, which they also weren't sure what that meant. But the vows had been generic and quick. Imorie had given their name as Imorie Rialdan, which was true either way they chose to look at it. And whatever conclusions Koldari had drawn from that, he had kept to himself. But they'd had to marry Etty with their legal name, or it wasn't a legal marriage at all, and that would have defeated the point. And after, Imorie had been exhausted again, and Eddie had followed them back to their cabin. Saying he was tired, too, though Imorie knew it was more to do with him just wanting to be close. And they needed that, too. Eddie's hand found theirs again, right as they reached for him. And the synchronicity of it made Imorie want to shiver. They wanted to hate their magics, but they were finding it harder and harder to do so. The person they'd been a month ago had been starved for connection without knowing it. They'd had Bataya, yes, but that friendship was also necessity, not a choice on either of their parts. All the same, family was family. They loved Bataya as family, as a friend, and they'd always been close. But Imorie had never been close with Dressa, or Rhys lately. Maybe when they'd been younger, but not now. And their father? Their father had always kept pushing for more of their effort, their time and their energies, because the kingdom demanded it. And now he'd burned out. So, what would Imorie have become if they'd kept pouring everything they were into the kingdom? Pouring so much that it all just drained away? Eddie's fear spiked, drawing their attention back to him. "We'll get them out," Imorie said, because they knew what he was thinking about. The fear gnawing at him just below the surface. Eddie's lips drew tight, then quivered. "We will get Gale out," Imorie said again, and put conviction behind it. Success was by no means guaranteed, but they would do everything they could to rescue Gale Tanaka from the grasp of the Javieris. That the Javieris were ransoming the life of a 12-year-old. 13, Eddie said. It was their birthday yesterday. Imorie closed their eyes. Adeius. And Etty hadn't said anything, and neither had Reven, keeping their pain close and private, as they'd both been taught to do by the Javieris' ruthlessness. Etty let go of their hands, because, oh yes, their thoughts were building toward violence. "If I'm Javieri," Etty said, "you are too now." Imorie looked up sharply. "I'm not." They stopped. He wasn't wrong. And that had been part of the purpose, too, to give them more gravity on Inasi 3 by being tied to the Javieris, as they'd lent their own gravity, such as it was, to Iti. They were going into enemy territory, absolutely enemy territory, and they still could hardly reconcile that Etty was Javieri. It made devastating sense, and they'd never expected it, and it didn't change what they thought about him, but it did change how he related within the web of their own political ties and family ties. They'd married Lysander's cousin, and Imorie hadn't thought anything would ever have them proposing a marriage, not it being forced upon them. They'd understood that as Truthspoken they'd have to marry one day, a political marriage. And their marriage now was political, but it also wasn't the kind of royal marriage that would produce children, would give heirs, unless they wanted that. Later? If they wanted to start their own child in their own incubator? Eddie's breath caught. Imorie's hands tightened on his. They were almost certain he was following their thoughts directly, at least in the broader sense of impressions and intent. This marriage had a specific purpose. Eddie had said he wanted more than the cold connection of a political bond, but with this marriage, Imorie would upend the political landscape of Valorous. They knew that. Even if they truly had meant nothing more than Eddie's safety. Adeius, the implications in so many directions were spinning out through their thoughts. That Etty was a high-ranking Javieri with a not-so-distant claim to the princedom, if Iroiken's direct line ever failed. That they were both high-ranking magicers who were known to have done violence. That Imorie was a contract Ryaldan on the surface, but they weren't sure anyone believed that now, or that they'd believe it after hearing who Etty was. All of it. All of it. Should they have married Etty at all? Drawn him so tightly into the turmoil of their own world? Was it the protection they'd thought it would be? Etty's emotions followed theirs through the shift. "Am I a Ryaldan, then?" he asked, with more than a little trepidation at that. "I hadn't thought of that. Not like that." Imorie considered. "I am my father's adopted child, and I am a Rialdan as a contract child." Which Etty knew wasn't true, but Imorie wasn't willing even now to take chances on Iata's identity, or their own. Not when they didn't have a solid way to look for bugs, and Koldari might be listening. They felt Etty's chagrin. "You don't have to be a Rialdan," they said, putting more confidence in that statement than they knew to be true. "This isn't a royal marriage contract, like I said. You don't have to take my name, or I yours." But none of that was actually true. The legal contract they'd both signed and Dorian had witnessed, and the names that would go out on the ship's passenger manifest at Wenassi 3, included both of their families' names now. That had been the necessary part of this marriage, the reason why Imorie had suggested it. And none of it would matter socially in the end, these semantics. By marrying Imorie, Etty had married their family too, and all its troubles and turmoils. And the same was true for Imorie. Etty grimaced, turned away to study a spot on the far wall that held nothing as far as Imorie could tell. "Would rather be a Rialdan than a Javieri," he said. Imorie breathed out. So sharp was his stab of pain and betrayal. And they'd been thinking about how they might drag him down with their own family's problems, but this was what was on his mind. Of course, this was what he was thinking about. His mother keeping this from him. This secret that she'd managed to hold apart, even with them both being as strong as they were in their magics. And how she'd managed that, Imorie had no idea. "I'm sorry," Imorie said, because some of that betrayal was aimed at them too. "I should have told you, when we boarded the ship." "You were tired," he said simply. And he didn't have much anger toward them, not really. It was anger, they thought, at the Javieri themselves. And Imorie shared that anger, at least. It still didn't make any of this easier. And if Imorie was worried that he'd married into the dangers of their family, was he worried that they'd married into the dangers of his? Time to shift the focus. "So, after we have Gale back," Imorie said, "we don't have to return to Valon. We can go." Etty straightened, his eyes shining like burning stars. "We will get Gale back." There was a threat in his tone, a dangerous resolution. His energy wavered, his aura darkened, though didn't quite flicker. And Imorie shuddered in the shared thoughts of violence before they both pushed them away again. Imorie had been trying to casually reassure him. They'd been trying to change the subject, project beyond the current fears. Imorie swallowed again. And time for yet another change of focus. Adeius. "Ete, when we get to wherever we're going to settle for a while, or when we have the chance, if you wish to have genetic therapy." His focus sharpened on them. "I do wish it, but it takes sedation, and I couldn't hide my aura during sedation, so I couldn't ever risk." "I know." They felt him shudder with his long and private pain, his eagerness and wariness, and it only added to Imorie's rage over what the Javieris had done to Etty and his family, forcing him away from common and necessary treatment. Etty chewed on his lip. Do you wish it? For yourself? You have an implant. They glanced at their arm, where the testosterone implant was under the skin, and thought about the changes that would happen more slowly, and they were regretting the choice to make them slower now. Because they were itching with the need to change. They needed to change, and they couldn't. They couldn't. They'd tried again, just in the moments between waking, to enter trance again last night, and instead, they'd fallen asleep again, and nothing had changed. But they couldn't have genetic therapy. Trained Truthspoken couldn't. Their bodies would not accept it. They were too conditioned to do their own change. If Imorie couldn't change now, they had no idea what that meant in terms of that treatment, but they weren't willing to test it either. And what physician could they see even if that was possible? Genetic therapy required full sequencing, and their royal Rielden and Dilor genes would shine right through the little they'd been able to change to obscure them. Etty sat up. Iwan is a physician. Imorie pushed up too. What? Dorian said they were a medic? They're a physician. Well, field medic. Dorian said, yeah, and I asked Iwan while you were sleeping, and they were trained on Solana, the border world, where they came from. They said their training there is like a full physician's, though they're not considered a physician on Valon. They told me in the mess yesterday. A physician? Imorie swallowed their rising frustration at the bruising sleep. They'd been using the med patches as the physician on Valon had prescribed, but nothing was happening soon enough. They could function more, yes. They had more energy, but they were using all that energy just to get through everything happening right now. They needed more. More change, more energy, more treatment. We can ask if they know how to tweak the implants, Etty said, so you can make it go faster. So Imorie's thoughts had leaked over again, or maybe Etty was just that in tune. Etty pushed out of bed, tugging on a robe he'd borrowed from Rhys's closet and forgotten to return. It had gotten packed with the rest of their selections from the wardrobe Jung had provided. Where are you going? Imorie asked, but they knew. And did they want him to follow his sudden idea to bring Iwan into their own private dilemma? Adeius, Iwan couldn't know Imorie was truth-spoken either. But it didn't have to be a complex thing. Imorie just needed their implant adjusted. That was all? If Iwan could even do it. Imorie hesitated a moment before pulling on their own robe over their pajamas and following Etty into the corridor. There were voices, distant in the ship, not coming from the cabins. It wasn't too late yet. They'd held their hasty marriage ceremony in ship's evening, but no one had gone to bed yet. Imorie paused, thinking to go back and get fully dressed, but Etty was already ahead, taking the stairs at one end of the corridor instead of the lift. He wanted to help them. He so badly wanted to help them, even though it had been Etty's distress Imorie had been trying to soothe. So they tightened their robe and followed. In the mess hall, Kieran, Reven, Dorian, and Iwan were seated around a square table, empty plates stacked to one side, a card game laid out. Imorie blinked at the ordinary scene, something they might see in a guard barracks or among, well, ordinary people. But no one here was ordinary. Koldari looked up. Wedding night over? Imorie shot him a glare. That is none of your business. He smirked, but held up his hands. No, sorry, it isn't. He waved at the game. Join us? We're just starting another round. I could use a second. We'll pull the tables together. Imorie hesitated. They had played games with Dressa and Rhys long ago. Long, long ago. They'd stopped because it had seemed frivolous when compared to their studies, their increasingly intense truth-spoken training, a future ruler's training. But they weren't that person who'd set games aside anymore either, were they? They didn't have to be. "We need Iwan," Etty said. If you can come with us out to, Etty's cheeks flushed deep red, and he looked down. Imorie touched his shoulder, and he relaxed, just a little. "Need me?" Iwan asked, setting down their cards. "For what?" "Medical," Imorie said. Iwan was up immediately. "Start the round without me," they waved, and ushered both Imorie and Etty out into the corridor. Chapter 10. 3 of a Kind. What would happen if a Truthspoken suddenly found themselves unable to change? Not the swearing off of change, as older Truthspoken often do, but if for some medical or psychological reason they were unable to enact the physiological processes of change. This has not been examined, of course, because it is entirely theoretical. Dr. Igni Chang in Discourse on the Humanity of Our Rulers. Back in the corridor, Imorie glanced both ways. The corridor on the rec deck was empty. Security systems would monitor, yes, but what they had to say was hardly a state secret, and still they hesitated. Imorie didn't like sharing personal details with anyone outside their family, or anyone within their family, if they were honest, or anyone, and especially not someone in Koldari's personal orbit. "All right," Iwan said, their brows pinching together as they looked between Etty and Imorie. "What's wrong?" Imorie blew out a breath. This was personal, but not sensitive either, or even uncommon. It just felt raw in the way that they still felt so raw that they couldn't change on their own. And Iwan couldn't help with that particular problem. But Iwan might be able to help with this one. Imorie straightened. "Iwan, can you adjust the speed of a testosterone implant? The speed of the effects, I mean. I want to make them go faster." Iwan's concerned face cleared. "Oh, yes, that's all? That's easy enough. The med cabin's this way. Shouldn't take a minute." Imorie glanced at Etty, who shrugged, and they both followed Iwan toward the back of the ship. Iwan ducked inside a tiny cabin at the end of the corridor, snug between the aft engineering compartment and the other rec areas. Lights flickered on. There was a single cot inside, a stool, and wall cabinets filled with medical supplies and equipment. Imorie felt themselves tensing among the medicalness of this cabin. The last time they'd been with a physician, they'd been with both Etty and Maja, and they'd known Maja wouldn't have let harm come to them. They'd hoped, anyway, and none had. And Etty would have done his best to protect them too. They had known that, as Etty would now, though they didn't want his protection at the cost of his life. Their heart kicked into a staccato rhythm. This was a bad idea. They could wait. They could wait until they were back on Valon. Then they'd go to the same physician in the city, or use one of the royal physicians. But Dr. Lin's scalpel still flashed in their mind. They shook it off, or at least tried to. Etty moved closer to them, ever tuned to their emotions, and they to his. He was feeling jittery, too. He'd also not had a lot of good experiences around physicians, mostly because he'd been denied their care. And that thought made Imorie's eyes narrow and hardened their resolve. Iwan wasn't doctor. Lin. Iwan had come immediately when they'd asked, no questions beforehand, and Iwan had actually shown concern before knowing what they'd needed. Those weren't the actions of a psychopath. "You're a field medic?" Imorie asked, doing their best to even out their voice. "From Solana? But you are a physician." Etty shook his head, glancing sideways at Imorie, and maybe that had been too personal of a question. But it was important, and it was relevant. Imorie wasn't interested in letting someone untrained mess with their physiology, either, no matter Iwan's level of personal sanity. And now they saw the slightest tension crease every angle of Iwan's handsome face. Iwan gave a dismissive shrug and touched a display on one of the cabinets, searched for what they wanted, then retrieved a handheld instrument. The motion felt necessary, but also, it was stalling. Imorie looked at Eddie, and he gave a non-committal shrug, which was unhelpful. Adeius. Imorie hadn't wanted to put Iwan on edge. They hadn't wanted more tension in this situation, and it shouldn't have even been a situation. This was a routine thing. Iwan had shown them no malice whatsoever, and neither had Kieran, no matter that his reasons for helping them were still a mystery. Yes, it's a good profession to have on a border world, Iwan said, where hub world-trained physicians are in short supply. I have all the training, just not the officially sanctioned certification, which requires a major hub world residency, which I was not overly inclined to get. They smiled. And it was the sort of smile that was meant to change the subject, so Imorie didn't press. Iwan held up their instrument. Where is your implant? Imorie pointed to their arm, and Iwan waved the instrument over it, not touching. Iwan waited until it beeped, tapped a few times at the screen, and then waited again. Okay, you're on the slowest setting, yeah. How fast would you like that to go? This setting will get you the full effects in around a year, but the fastest will take around 3 months. On the fastest, you'll start to really see the effects in a few days. Change, yes. They needed change. Their whole body ached for the feeling of change. Imorie bit their lip. Fast, but whatever is safe with the bruising sleep. Iwan didn't even blink at the mention of the bruising sleep, so either Koldari had told them, or they'd guessed on their own. Well, and Imorie had been on Hestia, and had been noticeably sick, was still noticeably sick, and had slept a lot of the trip so far. So, yeah. Okay, that was not really a keepable secret just now. They pressed their palms to their sides, and knew it was one of their old gestures, a truth-spoken gesture, not Imorie's. Iwan's face pinched in a way that made Imorie tense again, but Imorie relaxed a few seconds later. Whatever had triggered that reaction in Iwan seemed to be an inward thing, not anything to do with them. Had Iwan been upset by them talking about the bruising sleep too? Iwan's body language now was self-protective, if anything. And what was that about? Did they have the bruising sleep? Did they know someone with the bruising sleep? Imorie had dismissed the possibility that Kieran had been on Hestia for treatment too, because he just hadn't shown any signs. But had they been wrong about that? No, they didn't think so. And they didn't think Iwan had it either. They just had too much energy. Iwan liked to play the flighty, sarcastic goofball, but there was a lot more beneath that. The signs of tension Iwan looked to be trying to suppress were all there. Well, and would Kieran even date someone who wasn't on his level? Imorie didn't think so. Well, what's coming up on Yanasi 3 will be intense, Iwan said. Do you want to go up by half now and see how that works? Then readjust after? Okay. Yes, do that. They wanted faster. They really wanted faster. But they also didn't want to chance any interactions with the bruising sleep. The implant would release drugs to counteract any side effects detected, they knew, and they hadn't felt any. Those were typically rare, and the physician on Valon had said this was safe with the bruising sleep. But still, they were going to Inasi III to demand the return of a hostage from their family's enemy. They needed every edge they had. Imorie studied Iwan without making it obvious as Iwan tapped at the instrument's hollow interface. Iwan was still tense, still triggered. Imorie thought of when Kieran had reacted on Calistray to a child being kidnapped. A visceral reaction to something that shouldn't have been in his past from everything Imorie knew. So, had that been in the past of someone he cared about? In what way, And could that someone have been Iwan, who so clearly had trauma triggers? Was that even possibly related? Or was their pattern mind kicking into overdrive with their own triggers just now? Did Imorie dare ask Kieran about it? But it wasn't their business, not really. Yes, Iwan was here in this danger with them. And yes, how they reacted was important to planning the whole of it. How Kieran reacted was important, and both Kieran and Iwan had reacted oddly. At least, had reacted in a way Imorie hadn't expected. But that was thinking like a truth spoken. They weren't a truth spoken here. They had to, as much as the illusion of it still held, act like a minor contract member of the Rialdan family, with a covert adoption into the royal family. That was all. They had to hold to that tightly for as long as they could. Iwan wiped the instrument's display away. Right then, all set. They switched off the instrument and replaced it in the cabinet, then turned back, brows raised. Anything else? I don't know how to treat the bruising sleep more than helping to keep a patient comfortable until they can get proper treatment. But if you need me to check your dosing there... Imorie's gut twinged. That whole statement was a lie, and their hackles rose again. Why would Iwan lie about knowing how to treat the bruising sleep? And why would they lie to two very obvious magickers standing in front of them? Unless Imorie was picking up on something else. Something must have shown on Imorie's face. They were too open just now, because Iwan's expression became guarded again, their mouth pinched. No, that's okay, Imorie said. I think the patches I have are working fine, but thank you. Iwan smiled, relaxing a little. Iwan was a puzzle. Imorie hadn't had a lot of time to get to know them, and quirky as they were, elusive as they were, Imorie decided that they genuinely liked Iwan. Iwan had said in the car in Valon City that they weren't a nice person, and maybe that was generally true. They seemed to enjoy sniping insults. Eddie shifted, pulling Imorie's focus back to him. And Eddie had brought Iwan here to help Imorie. But Eddie had also brought Iwan here for himself too, hadn't he? Maybe that most of all. Adeius. And Imorie wasn't the only one with trauma in this room. Or Iwan. They were three shattered people here, weren't they? And just now, Eddie was having trouble asking for what he needed, because damn the Javieris for so thoroughly beating him down. And then beating him down again because he was one of them. And he couldn't help that. Imorie could feel the growing waves of self-revulsion rolling off him, almost taste the bitterness of his thought spiral. He needed to change, too. Needed to be himself. Needed to fully center in who he was, because he was about to step into an emotional war zone. And he was at the center of it, wasn't he? It was why Imorie had married him. It was why they were going to stay right the hell by his side through all of this. Chapter 11. A different kind of change. There's more than one way to change. Or change. Change can be anything that pushes you from one state to another. Ariana Rialdan, Melisori X, in the Change Dialogues. Iwan, Imorie asked, is it possible to do genetic therapy here? For Eddie? Would we need a clinic for that? On Solana, we had automatic kiosks, Iwan said wryly, leaning against the cabinets. Get in the chamber, punch some buttons, watch as it blinks and tests and gives you results. Get out again with an altered body. No physician involved at all, except maybe in the software design. Imorie fought a shudder. Adeius. They hadn't known Solana was that short on resources to have to rely on automated kiosks for such procedures. Kiosks were safe enough, but still. And they should have known that. There was a lot about what went on in their kingdom that they should have known. That maybe even their father hadn't known. Imorie was finding a lot that their father hadn't known. The ruler, who was supposed to be near omniscient with his extensive intelligence networks. What else had Maja not known? What else was going on out there? What dangers? Imorie had walked right into several of them already. They were sure they were going to walk into more. Adeius. Were they even as remotely prepared as they'd thought for landing on the Javieri homeworld? Were the safeguards they'd thought might help them just smoke? It's possible to do genetic therapy just about anywhere, though, Iwan went on. You just need the right equipment, which most ships have, and the right genetic markers for the therapy. Eddie, do you know if you do? Eddie shook his head, eyes dipping. I couldn't see a physician as an unsealed magicker. Imorie quietly slipped their hand back into Eddie's, and he held tight. Iwan's brows shot up. Ah, yes. I am sorry for that. So, let me find a scanner here. Most people have the genes for this therapy, but if you don't, you can have more intensive therapy to gain them. But that's not something I can do here. He should have them, Imorie said. The Javieris and the Kratas would have corrected any genes that disallowed genetic therapy generations ago. All the same, best to be safe. Iwan turned to sift through another cabinet and came back with a tool that shared some resemblance with a Truthspoken genetic scanner. Then they crouched to look through a lower cabinet, coming out with a curved gray instrument. Imorie found themselves drawing back before they caught the involuntary movement. That instrument was used in genetic therapy. They'd known Iwan would have to use the tools used in genetic therapy to actually perform genetic therapy. Of course, they'd known that. But it had been drilled into them since childhood to watch out for and stay away from any tech that helped perform this therapy. Truthspoken had adverse reactions to genetic therapy, sometimes severe. Imorie had seen a few vid dramas where a truth spoken was defeated, usually gruesomely, by such a device, and though those had been fictional, and they'd never heard of that actually happening in real life, if it had happened, it wouldn't have been publicized. Imorie fought the urge to edge away further, though this instrument wouldn't harm them unless it was actually touching them, positioned correctly over their forehead, tuned to their own genetics, and both double opted in by both them and the person performing the therapy. So, Iwan said, tapping at the scanner, let me pair these, and it will ask you to give your verbal consent to this twice, Etty. Just a precaution. I'm sure you've seen the vid dramas. Iwan glanced at Imorie. They'd marked Imorie's backing away. Small panic spiked before they told themselves that Iwan had probably already worked out who they were too, or at least that possibility. Was everyone only playing out the motions now? Imorie wasn't convinced Kieran had believed them when they'd said they weren't Ariana Rialden, true as that now was. And the way Imorie had reacted to Eddie's mother on Calistray, and she to them, held its own information too, for someone like Kieran. There wasn't a lot that Kieran Koldari missed, or Imorie was coming to see that Iwan missed either. It will read and log your biometrics, Iwan went on, and then once you've had the treatment, take your new biometrics and auto-update the interstellar database when we come out around Yanasi 3. Eddie nodded, bouncing on his feet now. He'd let go of Imorie, his hands opening and closing in a jittery rhythm. Yes, that's fine. That's good. Hang on. Let me scan you to see if we can do this, first. But Etty was a Javieri. Iwan was right that not having the markers for treatment was rare, and if the deficiency was caught in a child, it would be corrected as early as possible. Genetic treatment was necessary for basic medical needs. Every family screened for it. Every family but Eddie's, because he'd been carrying genes he shouldn't have, his mother a woman who was supposed to be dead. And Imorie's, because this therapy could be deadly to them. The only way for them to change their genetics was through change. Eddie started to reach for Imorie's hand again, feeling their pain this time. Can you hold out your hand, please? Iwan asked. This just needs a patch of bare skin to scan. Eddie's hand jerked up instead, and he thrust it out, fingers braced back to Iwan, as if extra enthusiasm would make this all work better. Iwan's lips twitched as they pressed the scanner to Eddie's palm, but they kept a professional solemnity, a little over-exaggerated. The scanner beeped. "Ah, you're compatible. We're good. You want a chromosome flip? Anything else you want to change while we're at it?" Eddie looked to Imorie, and they could feel his thoughts freezing up. And they knew. They knew he was thinking of trying to excise every bit of Javieri DNA from his body. "No," Imorie said. "No, Etty, not that. Because that would be a violence." He stilled, closed his eyes. They felt his reluctance, but he nodded. "All right then," Iwan said. "If you can lay down." The procedure took half an hour, and it was not so different than watching someone change, which Imorie had done so many times before, which they'd seen Dressa do, and Bataya, and Priya when they were all younger. And they kept vigil, kept watch while Etty became, well, not another person, became who he'd been meant to be, who he was becoming, who he already was, what the Javieris had taken from him, along with everything else. And Imorie still didn't know what to think, that they'd now married into that family. They didn't know how to think of Etty as Javieri, and still class the Javieris as a whole as vicious monsters in their mind, because Etty wasn't. He wasn't that at all. He might have killed, and he might have survived it, but he would never have done that for any reason but to protect someone. Imorie was gut sure of that. And it was the Javieris and their people who had pushed Etty to that. Even unconscious, Etty twitched, his hands closing into fists as Imorie's anger rose. Shit. They couldn't calm their body, so they focused on breathing and wondered if they should barricade themselves in their cabin until this was done. Etty relaxed again, though. And they needed to keep this vigil. They needed to be here for him. When Etty sat up, Imorie pressed their hands tightly to their sides again, because they saw the greater resemblance to Neom Javieri now. Etty didn't look that much different than he had, but there were subtle differences. He was certainly a little taller, a little broader in the shoulders, a little stronger in the jaw, but it was in the shape of his face, the lines more pronounced now, the sharpness of his cheekbones. And would Etty be okay with that greater resemblance? Should Imorie have encouraged him to excise all Javieri DNA, or at least some of it, to help him find a path outside the tragedy of his family? No, Adeius. No. And anyhow, that was part of their play in landing on Inasi 3. Etty was Javieri, and the Javieris needed to fucking acknowledge that and stop mistreating and misusing one of their own. "There," Iwan said, catching the genetic therapy instrument as it slid off Etty's head. Let me just check the readouts, but I think we're all good. How do you feel? Any side effects? Any lingering pain? Sometimes there's an achiness for a few hours after, but the pain blockers should still be working until then too, so you shouldn't feel much. I usually just sleep it off. And it might take your mind a day or two to get used to the difference. That sometimes happens for me. Imorie was trained to accept any difference in their body within minutes, not days. But Etty wasn't. Etty tilted his head, considering. And that, too, reminded Imorie eerily of a truth-spoken delve into the state of their body after a change. They glanced at the genetic therapy instrument still in Iwan's hand. It had only rested on Etty's forehead, but it had enacted this change. Was it possible? Did they even dare to risk using this device? If they couldn't change on their own, would it have the dreaded effects they'd been warned about? But if something went wrong, they couldn't change to fix it either. Adeius. They had to just wait. They had to wait this out until the bruising sleep treatment took hold enough that they could change again, or their implants' effects kicked in enough for them to feel the differences in more than subtle ways. They did feel some small differences, more in how their body felt to them. Just not enough yet. Not enough at all. Eddie's hand slipped back into theirs, and it fit a little differently. He looked down at Imorie, his brow creased. And even now, even when this was supposed to be his moment, he was trying to make their moment better. Imorie moved closer to him, pulling into his warmth, trying to give him some of theirs. He smelled a little sour, which was common enough after a drastic change. Or after genetic therapy, too, apparently. Imorie's eyes narrowed. They'd learned about genetic therapy, of course, but it was so innocuous and common that they hadn't studied it more than to know the dangers it could pose to them as a Truthspoken. The genes to have that therapy were also common, and that had looked a lot like change. Adeius. Was that all it was? A technologically induced change? Not trained, but affected from the outside. If that was true? No, that couldn't be true. Wouldn't someone have noticed? But then, no one ever saw Truthspoken change but those sworn to the Truthspoken. What in the world did the general population think Truthspoken change looked like? It absolutely couldn't be as simple as most of the population having the same genes that allowed change. The Truthspoken markers. Some of the nobility had them, though. There'd been enough intermarrying with the Truthspoken for that. Enough former Truthspoken over the centuries who'd gone into the public and had second families. And those children had then had families of their own, and so on. But Truthspoken had been around for over 1,000 years. How much had those genes disseminated into the population? Imorie bit their lip. Adeius. And it felt weird in that moment even to invoke the name of their god. Truthspoken change was supposed to be sacred, and it was. What Eddie had just experienced wasn't trained change. He didn't know how to delve into his body, or go into trance, or integrate the social patterning of a vacu with the physical patterning of his body. But he was a Javieri, and Imorie was almost certain he could be trained to. Not that it wasn't all kinds of illegal, but it was possible. And everyone else who had these genes for genetic therapy? Had this manifested differently with Eddie because he had Truthspoken markers but wasn't trained for change? Would this therapy look different for people with no noble lineage? Imorie made a mental note to research that further, and wondered how many walls they would hit when they tried. Was this like how the public still thought that the nobility couldn't get the bruising sleep? Did their father know of the similarities, or even sameness, of these genetic markers and Truthspoken markers? Or was this yet another thing that had been missed? Because they were too trained into how everything should be that they missed how it actually was. Imorie hunched into themselves, which they hadn't been doing as often since leaving Valon. So they straightened and did their damnedest to ignore the chaos in their mind. Because Truthspoken were supposed to be sacred. Were supposed to be the eyes and will and hands of Adeius. And what if they weren't? If it was possible for almost anyone to be trained in change, what did that mean? It was bad enough some of the nobles had that capacity, but beyond it being illegal, what did that actually mean? And what did that mean for them? For once, as their mood dipped and they felt themselves near flickering with the intensity of it all, Eddie didn't seem to notice, and Imorie reached for the joy they felt rolling off of him as he tugged on the legs of his pants, which were showing a length of socks beneath. He tugged on his snug shirt and grinned. His clothes were just a little too small all around. Iwan snorted. I had Kieran let down all my pants the last time I had a chromosome flip. I gained a few centimeters, too. But I'll grab some of mine. You can borrow them until we get to Yanasi. I think we're about the same height, though you might be just a bit thinner. Eddie blushed but nodded. But the look he turned to Imorie, part wonder and still that utter joy, warmed them. His smile was breaking like a sunrise, chasing back their demons, certainly chasing away his own. Eddie stretched, rolled his shoulders, or at least tried to in the tight shirt. He swiveled a few seconds, then nodded. "Thank you, Iwan," he said. Then froze, his eyes widening at his voice, which was a little deeper. Imorie couldn't help their grin as he spun in place, laughing in delight. They had so seldom seen him laugh. They wanted to see that so much more. Imorie set all the questions in their mind, about change, about their place in all of this, about them having the bruising sleep and being a magicer and what Adeius thought of that and what was even sacred anymore. All of that could wait. This was sacred. This moment, right here, was sacred. "Of course," Iwan said. "I'll go get those clothes. Then you can join us at our game if you want. Kieran has been losing, and it's entertaining. You might want to shower first. Sorry." Iwan flashed a grin that showed absolutely no apology whatsoever. Eddie, bouncing on his toes, seemed oblivious to the jab. Yes, we should play the game. Imorie drew a breath and let it out. And why not join the game? They'd both been running from danger to stress to danger for days now, and they were heading straight for danger again. Why not do something that actually counted as fun? Every Truthspoken and blood servant was different after a change. Some needed time to settle into their new body and persona, and some needed to move into action right away, and they could integrate through motion. That had always been Bataya. And that, Imorie thought, was Eddie now. "And you need to eat something," Iwan said, putting away the instruments, "and drink a lot of water. You might be tired for a few days." Because Eddie might have just had something like a change, but he still couldn't self-regulate afterward like a Truthspoken. It hadn't completely been changed, no. But Eddie just nodded, not looking tired at all. He glanced to Imorie. "Yes," Imorie said, feeling lighter, spreading their posture out again after they'd been closing in on themselves. "Yes, let's join the game." "Okay. Yes, I'll shower first." He turned back to Iwan. "Thank you," and said again, with great emphasis, "Thank you." Iwan only grinned and ducked out of the medical closet. Chapter 12. Boarding. Class 5 or larger ships in secured space should use a shuttle or other small craft to ferry personnel and passengers between them. Class 4 or smaller ships may maneuver to dock either directly if possible, or with a connecting tube. Ships should never attempt to dock in unsecured space, from the Merchant Fleet Guide to Valor in Space and beyond. Rhys sat stiffly in the observer's seat on the bridge of the VNS Occam's Storm as Captain Zhang's small courier ship eased into dock. They couldn't see what was happening with the hull's cameras. The Storm was currently the hell inside an overlapped Kidda ship, and Rhys had to consciously not hold their breath as Zhang's ship passed through the intangible hull of the Kidda ship to reach the Storm. Adeius. Red status lights around the bridge gently pulsed brighter and dimmer to the beat of seconds, too slowly to sync with Rhys's heartbeats. They looked up at the translucent Kidda on the bridge, who at some point in the long, long day and night had come around to face Rhys and Lieutenant Commander Hamid. The Kidda stood now on their 4 legs, waiting, patient, ever so often shuffling, looking around with their oval eyes in their wedge-shaped head, looking down, tracing the runes carved into their tough skin with one hand in slow, rhythmic motions. Slow pulses of red reflected in their eyes. Were their motions calming? Something to pass the time? Were they a religious thing? Tracing the runes almost had the feel of ceremony. Rhys, despite all of their nerves, was filing everything away. This kidda wasn't the one they'd spoken with the day before. The one they'd spoken with on the last overlap. There'd been 2 shift changes for the kidda since yesterday, and Rhys had no idea if these others were juniors or seniors, or if they were all of equal rank. Mostly, the kidda were all just waiting, for whatever it was the kidda had been waiting for. Which, apparently, was Captain Jong, the Ceratarchus's personal guard, coming in on a ship from Hestia. Why she was here, Rhys had no clue. But Jong wouldn't go anywhere without the Ceratarchus knowing, or usually, without him going with her. But she couldn't have come with Homage Rialdan. Homage had been attacked in the capital, and there hadn't been enough time for him to go first to Hestia, then here. If they had come in from Hestia, Rhys wouldn't be able to verify where they'd traveled from without a scan of the courier ship's logs, though. And why was Rhys even questioning Jong's word? They knew Jong. They'd known her since they were a child. Jong had said she had a magicka with her, so she'd probably traveled at military speeds, but still. Even then, the timing wouldn't add up. Homage Rialdan was not on that ship, and the kidda would hardly be here for the quiet, intense Captain Temir. Temir, who was always in the background of things, awkward enough that Rhys had never tried much to engage him socially, not like they had Jong when they were younger. Jong, who'd given them candy sometimes, who'd given them reassuring looks when they'd needed it. Rhys trusted Jong. They trusted her. And so did the Ceratarchus. The pattern was screaming at them that the kidda wouldn't have waited a day and a night and part of a day again, intangible the whole time, overlapped with the storm for Jong alone. "Ship docked and mated, sir," one of the bridge techs called, to Rhys, because any fiction that they weren't in control of this situation had long since fled. Commander Hamid had taken the bridge watch again when the captain had struggled to stay awake some hours ago. And when Jong's ship had shown up, it hadn't taken more than a glance at Hamid for her to defer to Rhys. Which was terrifying. Not even Jong's familiar voice, a lifeline from home in all this tension, had calmed their roiling gut. If it had been Dressa there, it might have. But then, glancing at the kidda? Maybe not. Definitely not. Rhys didn't want to bring anyone else into danger. They almost wanted to deny Jong access to the ship. Tell her to run fast for Valon, which they probably should have done when Hamid asked them to, when the captain wanted to, at the start of all of this. Rhys was exhausted, too exhausted to really think at the level they needed to just now. They hadn't slept more than a few fitful hours when Hamid had told them in a low growl that their fancy seal chip would be worth nothing if they were dead on their feet, making bad decisions. Rhys had crashed on a fold-out couch in the captain's office, and no one, including Rhys, had argued that necessity. They were all exhausted, deeply, deeply exhausted, adrenaline spent, but needed still. Rhys stood, approaching the waiting kidda. They had no idea if the kidda would be able to hear when they spoke, intangible as the kidda still was. Rhys could just make out the blocky outlines of the bridge of the kidda ship, or wherever this kidda was standing on their own ship, weirdly juxtaposed against the storm's bridge around them. "Human one goes to meet the ones on the ship that docked," Rhys said, and hated that those words came more slowly than they should have. And probably not the right words, either. They were just so tired. "I will return with them. Here. I'll bring them back here." The kidda, wonder of wonders, actually looked up at Rhys. They made a circular gesture with their left hand, a scuff of 1 forefoot accompanying it, something Rhys didn't understand. And then the kidda settled back again to sit on the deck and wait. Still intangible. Still, absolutely impossible to understand. Rhys felt themselves escalating in a panic born of frustration. But they caught it. Adeius. They used every single calming trick Dressa had ever taught them to try to get their breathing under control again. They weren't Truthspoken, but they were good at evacu, and by Adeius, they would not lose their shit right now. They would not. Rhys looked to Hamid, who was pinched in every way a person could be. She gave a tight nod of approval, though it was only rote by now. This was Rhys's show. It was their responsibility. Whatever might happen here, this was theirs. So Rhys gave in one more fucking time and pulled from Homage Ryalden's playbook, straightened themselves, straightened their uniform jacket with its extra new observer pin, told themselves it didn't matter how much they wanted to sleep. They had to carry on for a while more and do it without letting their fatigue show. They had to own this ship and this situation and not let anyone sway it any other way. Rhys walked smartly off the bridge, their heart beat much faster than their steps. They passed more intangible Kidda in the corridor outside the bridge, working at what looked like Kidda control systems. And Rhys tried not to let their survival brain freak out about that. Those Kidda were still on their own ship, not the storm. Rhys couldn't touch them, and they couldn't touch Rhys. Oh, Adeius. This all was so strange. A Kidda's arm had brushed through the bulkhead when they'd been in the washroom earlier, taking a piss. They had just barely managed not to scream. Not that they hadn't wanted a chance to talk with the Kidda, to study them. They had. But this wasn't what they'd wanted. Whatever was happening now was so high stakes, and Rhys was standing in the center of it. To get any kind of answers, they needed to know why Captain Jong was here, and what magicer she'd brought with her, because that had to be important. Especially with the Kidda being able to give people green magics. Rhys needed to know why the Kidda would overlap and wait over a day for this ship to arrive. Would block comm drones somehow, but let this ship through. That had been bothering them increasingly as the hours wore on. Since the Kidda ship had overlapped with the storm, there'd been no comm drones arriving in system. Drones usually came in at least twice a day, even in a border system. Rhys had started to think the Kidda were blocking the storm's comms and sensors somehow, but then, Jong's ship had appeared on scans, debunking that theory, and Rhys had been able to calm her. Rhys didn't know which was worse, thinking the Kidda were blocking sensors, or that the Kidda were blocking actual drones coming in from below space, and how would that even be done? There'd been no below-space exit events, no signs of weapons to destroy the drones on this end, and Rhys still didn't think the Kidda actually had weapons on their ships. Not weapons like Valoran ships had anyway. Rhys shook their head and passed through layers of ghostly outlines as they took the lift down to Deck 4, where Jong's ship had docked. And were they going into danger there as well? Was there any chance at all that Iata had been behind what happened to Homage at the capital, that Rhys had been set up with this seal, and that Jong was here now to arrest them? They hadn't picked up any indications of that from her tone through the comm. She'd seemed mostly tense and confused. But Jong had enough evacu to be convincing too. Rhys had dumped all the news the storm had too, on the off chance that coming in from Hestia, Jong hadn't yet heard of the attack in the capital. Had that been the right move? Had they given away a vital advantage? Biting their lip, Rhys sidestepped another Kidda in the corridor, who ignored them. They could have walked through the Kidda. The Kidda was truly intangible, but they weren't super eager to try that. Definitely not in their plans for today. And only now they thought that they should have called Misha to come with them if Jong had a magicer with her. That maybe they needed an ally now. Someone to read the truth of the situation, because Rhys was tired enough they weren't sure they could. But Misha was sleeping after an exhausting long day of alternately holding station on the bridge and trying to steady Commander Jian. No, Rhys couldn't disturb her. If the ship had to leave in a hurry, if they even could leave while overlapped with the Kidda, Misha had to be able to brace the hull into military speeds in below space. Her magics wouldn't do her or anyone else much good if she had no energy left to concentrate. Maybe Zhang's magicka could spell Misha on the bridge. Was that an unreasonable hope? This magicka would, at least, have training in helping a ship travel at military speeds. Zhang wouldn't have brought a magicka otherwise. Rhys nodded to the warrant officer stationed outside the airlock hatch, because someone was always stationed at the airlocks, no matter if the ship was in space or in dock, and smoothed down their uniform again, then decided that was a tick they couldn't afford, and had a brief, sharp crisis over how exactly they should present themselves to Zhang, and what she would do when they showed her the Ceratarchus's seal, if she didn't know they had it already. They'd been fast moving away from the Rhys Petrava they'd been in the Navy until now. Now. They weren't entirely sure how to fit the Rhys Petrava Marin Delore, who held the Ceratarchus's seal and had actually used it, into the Rhys they'd been in the palace either. In the palace, they'd never held any power of their own. Even if this power of the seal was still borrowed from the Ceratarchus, the responsibility of it was bracing. Rhys bounced on their toes as the indicator lights next to the airlock hatch showed the ship's outer hatch opening, then closing, then the airlock cycling. They ran through the plausible reasons. Again, why Captain Zhang would come here, and their throat tightened along with their stomach. They calculated again the minimum travel time from Hestia to here in this uninhabited border system. It still didn't add up to include Homage Rialdan. Or Dressa. Maybe Imorie? They didn't know if Imorie was still in the capital, as they'd seen in the news. Adeius. Was it possible that Imorie was the magicka with Zhang? But Imorie had been sick. Rhys had seen enough from Captain Nantrean to know the bruising sleep wouldn't allow for easy or even safe travel, not while a magicka was also reinforcing a ship's hull. Or was Zhang here to guard Rhys even? They might not be truthspoken, but they'd always been aware that people could use them as a lever against their siblings. Was it worse back home than they'd thought? But there were the Kidda again. Why would the Kidda be waiting for Zhang's ship in particular? The logic came around again with nothing to hold on to. Rhys jumped as the airlock gave a soft buzz. The warrant officer on watch, a bulky person with light brown skin and short gray hair, peered at the hatch security screen. 3 coming through, sir. Rhys nodded, straightened, and their nerves were stretched so tight they knew it would show, but they couldn't help that. They were doing the best they could to keep themselves steady, keep their nerves off their face. Zhang played in the same league as Homage Rialdan. Less ostentatious, yes, but she was right there. No matter their upbringing, no matter their training by proxy, could Rhys even compete with that? The airlock hatch opened with a small hiss of pressure equalizing. And it wasn't Zhang who came out first, but Captain Kian Temir of the Palace Guard. Rhys felt dizzy at the small relief of that, of not having to face Captain Zhang quite yet, to tell her what a mess they'd made of things here. Captain Temir was thin but solidly built, a little north of middle age. Brown hair tightly braided, maroon and silver uniform tidy, wearing a truly unwholesome amount of badly applied makeup, as usual. Captain Temir had been a member of the Ceratarchus's personal guard for as long as Rhys had been at the palace, but he hadn't said more than a few words to Rhys ever. Temir was usually out gathering intelligence or scouting locations, not guarding the Ceratarchus directly. Temir nodded to Rhys, as he usually did, then moved aside for Captain Zhang to step through. Zhang, who was using crutches, heavily favoring one leg. The deck lurched under Rhys again, and they had to fight to keep steady. Adeius. Had she been in a fight? What did that mean that she was injured? Rhys opened their mouth to ask, but then they caught sight of the next person coming through, and their eyes widened. First, magicka Anya Norin? Adeius, well, former first magicer. She was the magicer Zhang had so casually mentioned? Had the kidda been waiting on her? And what was she doing here? Was Zhang here for Rhys at all? If Anya Norin was here? Was Anya here for Misha, even? Was Anya here for the kidda? Rhys suppressed a shiver as the pattern of all of this shimmered in their thoughts, trying to find purchase. Sir Norin, Rhys said, picking the highest ranking of the three, or at least the one who held the most force of personality, to bow to first. Ah, Rhys, it's good to see you well. Anya smiled, patting their shoulder. She looked every bit her age, which had to be over 100 by now, though the grandmotherly act she sometimes liked to put on didn't fly with Rhys. Frankly, it was insulting. She was as conniving as any Valon shark. She also played on the same level as Homage Rielden, they were fairly sure. Yes, you too, Sir Norin. Are you here to see Misha, sir? Ensign Moritu? Anya tilted her green-haloed head. I'm not, but I would like to see her while I'm here. Yes. And now Rhys was kicking themselves for asking, because they still didn't want to wake Misha up. Before they could backpedal, though, Zhang stepped forward. Lieutenant. Zhang's mouth was drawn tight, and though she contained it well, Rhys could read tension in every line of her body. Rhys also read her formality and said, Everyone on the ship knows who I am. Zhang gave a tight nod. I thought as much when you answered the comm. I would very much like to speak with Captain Nantrean, if you could bring me to her. Zhang was asking, without actually asking, if the captain was still in charge here. Rhys held Zhang's gaze, though they were quaking inside. The captain is off duty, and so is Commander Jian. Should Rhys mention the part about them both manifesting green magics and the bruising sleep? Rhys still wasn't sure how to read this situation, but they did know that they were still inside an intangible kidda ship, with a kidda on the bridge, waiting for them to return. Captain Zhang, Rhys said. The kidda who overlapped with us have been waiting for someone, and I'm pretty sure it's you. Or one of you on your ship. They glanced at Anya, but Anya just looked like she usually did. More grouchy than serene. They'd never understood why anyone would call Anya serene. Rhys motioned down the corridor. Would you please come with me to the bridge? Zhang slanted a glance to Captain Temir, and Rhys followed it, and froze as their evacu-trained senses picked up on just the slightest discrepancies between Captain Temir and what Captain Temir's body language should look like. Rhys caught the brief, very faint, rippled series of 3 or 4 tells, so subtle there was no way they'd be seen by anyone not habitually around actual truth spoken, not trained to spot the tiniest, most minute twitches, or to be able to interpret those signals as a truth spoken's very private tells. Not Dressa's tells, not Aries, or Bataya's or Priya's, not, Rhys was sure, Iata's. They didn't know all of Homage Rielden's private tells, but they knew some, and marked those here now. He'd even known exactly which ones Rhys knew and shown those. Homage. Somehow, Adeius. Somehow, this was Homage Rielden. Homage was here. And now the kidda waiting started to make sense. Chapter 13. Captain Temir. Power struggles among truth spoken hardly look the same as between ordinary people, or even nobles. Any truth spoken at any time can replace another, and few, if anyone, would know. Ian Melu Trinta in Death of a Truth Spoken, a hidden history. How was Homage Rielden here? Adeius. How? Temir met Rhys's eyes, smiled, and Rhys was absolutely sure. It was there. For that one fraction of a moment, Homage Rielden's smile. And Rhys had the dizzying rewriting of a whole lot of their childhood, knowing, absolutely knowing, that Captain Timir had always been Homage. Rhys closed their eyes. It was hardly more than a blink, and then hundreds upon hundreds of games with Dressa and Imorie fully kicked in. They nodded curtly, as if Temir was only a distant acquaintance, then turned back to Jong. Rhys had their answer. Oh, they had their answer to who the Kiddah were waiting for. Or at least, part of the answer, if Anya was involved too. And they had a million more questions. How was Homage Rialdan here, if he was also in the capital? If Homage had been attacked and revealed as a magicker? This person here wasn't a magicker. But Homage was here. He was here. And Adeius, Rhys was off the hook. They could hand all of this over to the Saratarchus, who could deal with the Kiddah as an actual Truthspoken, not Rhys talking with the Kiddah under those nebulous pretenses. Would Homage be angry that Rhys had already used his seal? Homage had endorsed them, yes, but that had been before all of this had happened with the Kiddah, and everything had changed. Homage's temper had never quite gone in straight lines. Rhys didn't know how it would go now. They clammed the hell up. Because Homage was here. Homage Rialdan, the same Homage Rialdan that had banished his oldest child, then forced his youngest to give up her own existence in service to that extremely awful decision. There was no way that Homage Rialdan would approve of what Rhys was doing here. None at all. And what trouble might Homage get them all into, coming into this situation, being the usual forceful person that he was, dealing with the Kiddah, who he didn't understand nearly as well as Rhys? Did Rhys even dare to think such a thought? Would they be able to safely do anything, speak up if Homage was about to make a tense situation worse? Adeius. They'd wanted Homage to come, but had they really wanted that? This person who'd been a significant source of angst in Rhys's and their siblings' childhoods? Rhys didn't dare look back at Timir again to see if there were any signs of anger. And they were sure they wouldn't see those signs either, unless Homage wanted them to. Yes, we'll come with you, Jong said, answering a question Rhys had almost forgotten in their need to rapidly process. Jong started down the corridor, moving swiftly on her crutches, the overhead lights glossing her black bobbed hair as she passed beneath them. It was weird to see her here, in this utilitarian corridor on a border scout ship. It was so weird to see all of them, with Temir holding his usual stoic gait, and Anya looking around her with open assessment. These people belonged in the world of Palace Rialdan and Valon City, not here out on the edge of everything. Not in Rhys's other world. But Rhys followed, stepping up to keep pace beside Jong, Temir and Anya following. And Rhys couldn't think of Homage as anyone but Timir here. Couldn't, or they'd lose all of their carefully balanced thoughts. Not until Homage stepped up and let himself be known. And then, they'd deal with what happened then. And how much should Rhys ask here, in a corridor that was always under security surveillance as standard protocol? How much should they tell? What everyone already knew, certainly. Captain Jong, they said, as the expert on the Kiddah on this ship, I'm nominally in charge of this current situation. Jong nodded, as if she'd already worked that out, and she probably had. Okay. Maybe time for something she didn't know. And yesterday, both Captain Nun Trayan and Commander Jian were incapacitated. The captain by the bruising sleep, the commander by manifesting green magics. One of Jong's crutches skidded on the deck, and she pulled it back, regained her rhythm. She looked sharply at Rhys, though she didn't slow her pace. Both of them? Yesterday? So she saw the incongruence in that too, if not the sheer enormity yet. Or maybe she did, her nostrils flaring, her steps picking up the pace. "We came," Jong said, "because Temir and I were investigating events on Hestia, and a Kidda rune was burned into the ground just ahead of us." She nodded down at her crutches, at her braced ankle. "That's where I was injured. The rune was a storm." Rhys's turned to skip a step, and they caught themselves gallingly on Timir's shoulder. Timir steadied them, gave them a look that was... Rhys didn't know how to place it other than haunted, which threatened to unbalance them more, because that look had been unguarded, and Homage Rialdan was never unguarded on purpose. He was good and truly rattled. Rhys regained their pace beside Jong, thoughts on fire. Storm? Storm? Adeius. That had been, 7 days ago if Anya had brought them at military speeds? A little less if Anya had pushed it? Or even more, depending on a multitude of factors. Regardless, that had been, Rhys quickly calculated backwards. That had to have been before Rhys had first spoken with the Kidda. Not long, but almost certainly before. Oh. Had the Kidda sent that rune as a message on Hestia, and then just thought that a Truthspoken had magically arrived when they saw Rhys? Would that make sense, if the Kidda already had the technology to do things at long distances? The Kidda didn't seem to play by the normal rules of the universe. Maybe they expected the humans to do the same. Rhys couldn't help but glance over their shoulder again at Temir, covered by asking, "Were you also injured, Captain Temir?" "No, thank Adeius." It was not a pleasant crash, however. Crash? Had they all been in an air car accident? Hover car? Or, with Zhang's broken ankle, something more open, like bikes? Only Zhang and Temir, Rhys thought, by how they both tensed a little, but Anya did not. If the Kidda had burned a rune near enough for them to crash, that had to have been specifically targeted. And there's no way Homage would have been himself on Hestia, if he was investigating around what had happened to Eri. If he was Temir now, there would be an identity trail. And Homage was supposed to be in the capital, had been attacked in the capital. Rhys wasn't ready to pick that apart yet. So the Kidda had singled out Homage even when he was not visibly himself, had sent a message, and he'd come here. There was so much to unpack there that Rhys was fairly vibrating with it. They were nearing the lift. Zhang's head swiveled as a ghostly Kidda moved past. Temir looked slightly ill. Anya, tense but thoughtful. "Do you sense them, Sir Magicker?" Rhys asked. "Our Magicker, Ensign Moratu, can." "I do," Anya said, "though it's not the same feeling I get with humans. But even if they're intangible, I still sense them clearly now." Rhys heard the foreboding in her tone as clearly as anything. They all stepped into the lift, and Rhys hit the controls for the bridge deck, but paused the lift after the hatch closed. There was still security surveillance in the lift car, but at least there were no other prying ears. "The Kidda overlapped with us the first time 6 days ago," Rhys said. "They started to speak with the captain, but then dismissed her and spoke directly with me. They addressed me as one of the three." Rhys met Zhang's eyes, because it was far easier than meeting Temir's with that revelation. They knew Zhang would understand that reference. Her brows twitched in alarm. "They wanted to tell us something," Rhys went on, their words speeding up. "The attacks, all of the attacks, were a message, I think. And Adeius. This was going to sound ludicrous to anyone who wasn't there, or even to those who were. The attacks were in the pattern of a Rings of Viator song. Cycle of 3. All of the runes corresponded to the lyrics of the chorus. The Kidda even blasted the same song over our speakers. They're trying to warn us of something, or ward us off of something. They very much wanted to convey specific information, but I don't know exactly what that is. It kept coming up as untranslatable, and then there's the context." "The Rings of Viator," Temir mused, leaning back against the lift wall. We had them at the palace, at the heir's engagement ball. Rhys nodded. I'm not sure if that's related, but the Kiddah seem to be able to do things at great distances, bypassing the time it usually takes to do anything in below space. They hesitated. The Kiddah seem to be able to identify people at great distances, too. Tamir's lips pulled tight. Rhys turned back to Jong. Captain, I sent to Valon for help, and they should be getting that message, and Captain Nantrayan's report around now, or maybe just got it. Captain Nantrayan wanted to return to Valon, but I knew the Kiddah were doing something different. Were speaking to us here how they've never spoken to any human, at least any Valoran that we know of, before. Rhys braced themselves, reached into their inner pocket, and drew out the seal chip. It was still glowing softly with the Ceratarchus's seal. At Rhys's touch, it flared again into its full brightness, though mercifully, it didn't start spouting all the identification information. Or Homage Rialdan's recorded endorsement. That would have been mortifying. The Ceratarchus gave me this, Rhys said. I used it because I judged the situation here was critical. And political. Jong peered at the seal, then nodded. Then, I will defer to your judgment in this. As will I, Tamir said, as if that was a given. Rhys's stomach fell out, because that meant... What? That Homage couldn't reveal his identity here? But of course he couldn't. He was here, and whoever had been attacked in the capital wasn't him. So Rhys was pretty sure that had to have been Iata, which meant what? Had Iata actually usurped the rulership? Had that part of the jumbled information been true? But then why put a kill order out on his own head? No, and Iata was absolutely, unfailingly loyal. Rhys was sure of that. Mostly sure. But Adeius. So that meant Iata was now a magicker? And how would Homage return to his place as Ceratarchus if he wasn't? Rhys shook out their tension with one hand and unpaused the lift. They closed their fingers around the chip in their other palm and pocketed it again. The lift stopped, the hatch opening. Rhys reared back as they met two semi-tangible oval eyes looking down at them in a rune-carved, wedge-shaped head. Jong's hand shot to her pistol, but Rhys thrust out their arm to block her. Captain, no! They looked away from the Kiddah for one precious second to meet Jong's fierce, scared eyes. They don't do violence. The hell they don't, she growled under her breath. But she eased her posture, moved her hand back from her gun. There were two Kiddah blocking the exit from the lift, two Kiddah standing facing them. A handful of human security officers, tasked by Hamid, stood nervously nearby with hands on their own half-holstered pistols. The indicator lights, at least, glowed blue for stun rounds. "Sir!" one shouted. "What should we do?" Shit. Rhys glanced to Tamir, but Tamir's gaze was transfixed on the other Kiddah, who was transfixed on him. Rhys's breath hitched. The Kiddah somehow always knew who a person was and where they were. The Kiddah had been here waiting. The Kiddah on the right, who'd been right in front of Rhys recognized as the center Kiddah when they'd first overlapped, and then the Kiddah who'd settled into that first watch to wait on the bridge the day before. That Kiddah had been looking into Rhys's eyes before the lift hatch had opened. Rhys played back their short-term memory of that moment, trying to see what they'd seen in their peripheral vision. Had the other Kiddah been looking straight at Tamir? They were almost certain of it. The two were certainly still staring at each other now. So then what did that mean for Rhys? Did the Kiddah actually know they weren't Truthspoken? What the hell did that mean? Their heart hammered in their throat, their ears ringing. Tamir shuddered, took a step back, whatever spell he'd been locked in breaking. Jong was by his side in an instant, and his body language was crumbling into scattered hints of his own. But would anyone even notice that with the chaos of the semi-tangible Kiddah being here? Rhys had to hope not. So the Kiddah would know who Temir was, as they had on Hestia, as they'd known he was coming. The two Kiddah gave a rumble that the ship didn't translate, being off the bridge. Then they both turned and started back toward the bridge in their rolling gaits. Both, Rhys was certain, the same Kiddah who'd waited in turns on the bridge this last day. Rhys tried to parse hierarchy, tried to see anything like deference from one Kiddah to the other. They'd thought the Kiddah on the right had spoken with the weight of leadership before, but that Kiddah's behavior this time around had been different. But it was the same Kiddah, they were sure of it. They recognized the pattern of runes carved into the Kiddah's tough skin. Rhys made a tense shrug just to reset their thoughts and stopped trying to muddy what they knew about the Kiddah with human perceptions. They couldn't do it. This was too high stakes to make a mistake like that now. Rhys shot a glance at Zhang, who stared back with a challenge, and they knew what that challenge meant. She wanted to know what danger she was taking her Truthspoken into. But then, Zhang glanced at Temir, and they both stepped up on either side of Rhys, Zhang to their front right, Temir to their back left. Temir's hand resting near his own holstered pistol. Every hair on Rhys's body stood on end, because they were both positioning themselves as guards. To Rhys. Rhys swallowed bile, and swallowed again. Help had come, but what kind of help was this? Rhys curled their fingers against the impulse to touch the seal chip in their pocket. Then they followed the Kiddah onto the bridge. Chapter 14. Goes to the center. Kiddah clans do seem to have a hierarchy of leadership, but we're not certain of any structure beyond that. We do know that clans spend part of their time in space on their ships, and then part of their time on planets where they temporarily settle. Dr. Hannah Partha, in Sociology Studies of the Kiddah. Following the Kiddah onto the bridge, flanked by Zhang and Temir in a formation Rhys was trying very hard not to freak out about, Rhys found Captain Nantrayan leaning heavily on the back of her command chair. The captain looking pinched but upright, holding herself together with willpower, and maybe something the doctor had given her. Rhys didn't know. Her uniform was tidy as always, her shoulders back, but her eyelids drooped like she was struggling to hold them up, and her mouth was a tight line. Adeius. She should be in bed, no matter the situation. Had Commander Hamid called her back up? She must have. And Commander Jian. Well, and the captain of the palace guard showing up while the Kiddah were waiting for someone wasn't a thing a ship's captain normally slept through, no matter how sick she currently was. Jian had maneuvered his chair beside the captain, his green aura gently pulsing. His eyes, like the captain's, were focused on the two semi-tangible Kiddah, now moving to join the third already on the bridge. There were no alarms blaring. Someone had turned the emergency lights off, even, that Rhys had left on all day, as if they'd needed a reminder that they were currently overlapped. As if the ghostly outlines of Kiddah and their ship weren't enough. As if anyone could ignore the Kiddah, whichever Kiddah it had been at the time, who'd settled in to wait in the center of the bridge. Hamid stood with her arms crossed in front of the command chair, facing back to the bridge hatch. She wasn't sitting in the chair, though. No one seemed to want to take that command chair, and Rhys hoped to everything that the captain and Hamid hadn't been waiting to give it to them. Had Hamid called Misha up too? Rhys didn't see her, and they were torn between wanting another ally in this and wanting her to stay the hell out of whatever was about to go down here. Because whatever reason Homage Ryalden had for deferring to Rhys, in both his words and his actions now, Rhys didn't trust it at all. They didn't trust that they weren't being set up for something, set up to take the fall. Homage used everyone around him, and Rhys had never been the exception to that. They knew that Homage had purposely ignored Rhys's games with Dressa and Imorie. If Homage had wanted that to stop, it would have. Homage had given them the seal, Homage had known that Rhys was expert enough at Evacu to know his own tells and had shown them in the corridor. And now Homage was here, behind Rhys, and he was positioned in a way that, with Captain Zhang, set Rhys firmly in command here. Because 2 palace guard wouldn't take that position with anyone less than... Than what? Than royalty? Captain Nantrean's gaze left the Kada and focused on Rhys, taking in Rhys's 2 guards. The captain eyed Zhang, then Timir, then her gaze came back hard on Rhys, and Rhys felt the unspoken question. What are you playing at here, Petrava? And how deep in the shit are we all because of it? What would Jian think about this? Would he conclude that he'd been right? That Rhys was working against the Ceratarchus, taking power they shouldn't have? Why had Zhang and Timir done that? Why had they deferred to Rhys? If Homage couldn't step up, why wasn't Zhang taking the lead? She should absolutely be walking onto this bridge as a force in her own right. She held a lot of authority to uphold the interests and safety of the Truthspoken she guarded. Zhang's position itself was just as effective as a royal seal. She shouldn't have attached herself to Rhys like this. She shouldn't be guarding them now. Rhys tightened their hands, released them again, then did their best to settle, with so much happening around them. Jian was still watching the Kidda with open hostility, though, his aura wavering around the edges. He had to be contemplating violence, toward the Kidda, not toward Rhys. Rhys wasn't sure that was any better. Then Jian caught sight of Anya coming in behind Rhys, and his eyes widened. He reflexively pushed his chair back a few centimeters before he seemed to catch himself. Magicer Jian, is it? Anya asked, the first in this whole mess to speak. And that first to speak should have been Captain Nantrean, but she was barely holding herself upright. And it should have been Rhys, but they'd been too busy trying to read everything going on around them. And what a disaster of an opening line from Anya, making people shift all around, heads turning uneasily, people who knew that Commander Jian's magics had been from the Kidda. There had been no keeping that particular rumor quiet. Yes, Jian snapped, glaring at Anya. He winced. Former First Magicer Norin. We'll talk about your seal later, Anya said. For now, Captain Nantrean, may I give you strength through this meeting? It should help. Adeius. This was a mess, with far too many social and political lines clashing all at once here, with unpredictable Kidda right in the middle of it all. Rhys had thought, well, they'd just assumed they'd keep handling this situation on their own. Even if the parameters were shaky at best, they could at least control what they had. Even if the Kidda had been waiting for someone, Rhys had just assumed they could still keep the pattern moving in the right direction. But now, they felt their control slipping fast, except the way Zhang and Temir had both positioned themselves was having an affect on the other bridge crew outside this tight knot of tension in the center. Rhys had caught glimpses of the crew watching them come in, and maybe the crew had known Rhys was nominally in charge here because of their connections. But seeing it backed up by actual palace guard? By Captain Zhang herself? Rhys wanted to throw up. They wanted to find a nice corner with a nice wastebasket and throw everything up. But this was the scenario they'd been given. This was the stage, and they had their role to play. Rhys had to set aside how people saw them just now. At least, had to set aside the fear of it. The only thing that mattered was finding their optimal path through this pattern. Nothing else mattered but that. And they absolutely couldn't think about just how truth-spoken of an assessment that was. Because the goal was to find out what the Kidda wanted. The goal was to work with the Kidda to keep the peace. That was Rhys's role here, and they would be whoever they needed to be to accomplish that goal. Nothing else mattered. If they were tried for treason later, it didn't matter. Nothing mattered if it all fell apart right here and now. If the Kidda could give green magics and the bruising sleep, if the Kidda could see people at a distance, If the kidda could see through walls and hatches and see through a Truthspoken's change, nothing would matter at all if the kidda decided the Valorans were their enemies. Rhys straightened their spine. They couldn't pull again from Homage's gestural playbook for that. Adeius, they would not do that when he was right behind them, so they grabbed from Ares instead. They made themselves a pillar. They gathered and held the authority in the room as if they were born to it. And they had been. That seal in their pocket meant something. Jong and Timir's positioning meant something. They were a Delor. They were the child of the woman who'd been born to rule that high house princedom, no matter what else life had thrown at her. The woman who'd married Homage Rialdan and held her own in the palace. They were raised to this. They'd been trained for this. They could do this. Rhys raised their chin, and as Rhys, Jong, Timir, and Anya joined the Storm's officers in the center of the bridge, the three kidda fanned out around them, moving to position themselves like the points of a triangle around the humans. The kidda were still only half tangible, but more tangible than they'd been while waiting. But still there was the sense of waiting. Whatever the kidda needed to start this meeting that they'd apparently called was not all ready yet. Rhys glanced to the kidda who'd been staring at them when the lift opened, who they'd spoken to in that first overlap. The tall kidda who may or may not be a leader in Clan Starlight. But the kidda wasn't looking at them. That pattern wasn't ready yet. Okay. So, Anya had created an awkward silence. Rhys needed to fill it. Rhys shouldn't have allowed that silence to happen in the first place. Captain Nantreyan, Commander Jian, Commander Hamid, they said formally. This is Captain Jong and Captain Timir of the Palace Guard, and yes, Magicker Anya Norin. Captain Nantreyan warily let Anya rest a hand on her shoulder as she tracked the kidda's movements around them. She took a bracing breath, whatever Anya was doing having some effect. Welcome to Occam's Storm, she said. I'm sorry we can't be more accommodating just now. There was a barb there, and Rhys wasn't sure exactly what it was aiming for. Rhys glanced to the kidda again, still waiting, still standing in place, still partly intangible. What the hell were they waiting for now? They seemed to be ignoring Timir as much as they were ignoring Rhys. They were ignoring every human on the bridge around them. Rhys clamped down on their rising terror. They found themselves glancing at Timir, one last silent plea for help, but Timir gazed back steadily. Timir gave them the smallest nod. That nod jolted them to their core. They'd seen that look from Homage before, directed at Eri usually, sometimes at Dressa. It was a nod of confidence and approval, but it had never before been directed at them. Whatever reasons Homage had for not being himself here, for letting Rhys take point on this, he was still here. And maybe Rhys wasn't entirely alone in figuring this out. They were surrounded by people who knew politics and people who knew the kidda, people who understood both halves of this situation. They were not alone. The kidda closest to their right shifted, and that one was who they were calling their kidda. The one who'd first settled into this long wait, the one who'd been staring at them when the lift had opened. That maybe leader in Clan Starlight, but their kidda still remained mostly intangible. Rhys turned back to the captain, opened their mouth to say something more, anything to carry on whatever was happening here, but they saw Jian's attention now fixed on Timir. Adeius. Adeius. They had no idea what strength Jian had manifested at, but they didn't think it was low. His aura was dense and very green, and if Misha at 4th rank had been able to see Rhys's own training in Avaku just by looking at them, what did Jian see in Timir? No matter if the kidda knew who Timir was, Rhys wasn't about to let Jian blow Timir's cover to the rest of the ship. Homage, at this moment, was entirely Timir, all traces of his own body language, and Tell's gone. Commander Jian, Rhys started, But before they could say more, to make the situation better or worse, the bridge hatch opened. Misha rushed through, buttoning her collar, then stumbled to a stop as she saw everyone clustered in the center around the command chairs, and saw the kidda, and then saw Anya, her mouth falling open. Misha had a worn, hollow image of a young First Magicker Marriott Broden tacked to her side of their shared quarters. Did she have the same level of hero worship for every First Magicker? Was this about to be another problem? Rhys caught her mouthed. Fuck! They gave their head the tiniest shake, widened their own eyes at her, but her attention had shifted to Timir, and her eyes bulged again as she turned to Rhys. Shit. She'd definitely see Timir was Truthspoken too. Later? Rhys mouthed, then jerked their head toward Gian. Misha looked like she wanted to protest, but bit her lip, read the room, thank Adeius, and slipped toward Gian. Not that Rhys blamed her hesitation. Even leaving out the kidda, Gian in crisis duty couldn't have been easy this last day. This is Ensign Maratu, Rhys said, our ship's magicker. Rhys caught Timir's slight intake of breath as he watched Misha. And what did that mean? Later. Because now the kidda all stepped forward, moving closer to the humans, almost among them. Still 3 points of a triangle, with one between Misha and Timir, Rhys's kidda just beyond Jong on Rhys's right, and one beside Captain Nantrayan. Commander Hamid had eased back and now stood slightly outside this tentative circle. All at once, the kidda became more tangible. Here, fully here on this bridge of this human ship. Rhys swallowed their internal wail at this necessity, this being so close to dangerous people they didn't understand. At the sharp, musky tang of the kidda's scent. The slight rumble in the deck just from the kidda's breathing. All of it much more tangible and present and intense than anything until now. Jong's posture remained alert, but she didn't draw or move toward her weapon again. Temir, though, had shifted a little closer to Rhys, and Rhys wasn't sure who was supposed to be protecting who there. But this was it. The kidda had, apparently, been waiting for Misha. And whatever that meant, they were all starting this meeting right now. Rhys took a breath, turned to the kidda next to them, their kidda, and bowed. They'd memorized everything that had been said in the last overlap, listening to the replays over and over again. They knew the base script. Human ship, Rhys said. Clan Starlight. Goes to the center, speaks from the center. Human ship welcomes Clan Starlight. The 3 kidda, a gnarled elder with deep runes carved into their gnarled skin beside the captain, a shorter and paler kidda between Misha and Temir, and the taller kidda beside Rhys, stared at Rhys, then looked among themselves. Maybe they hadn't expected Rhys to speak first? The elder kidda rumbled, the hum resonating in Rhys's bones before the storm's systems picked it up and started filtering and translating through the bridge speakers. Human, one of the 3. Clan Starlight goes to the center, speaks from the center. Then the elder kidda turned to Temir. Human of the 3. Human untranslatable. Storm. Rhys's heart leaped into their throat. Storm. The rune. Were the kidda about to say why they'd been waiting here? Why they'd brought Homage Ryelden here? Rhys needed to know. They all desperately needed to know. The kidda beside Rhys, their kidda, turned to them again, pinning Rhys with their black oval eyes. Speaks from the center, Rhys's kidda said, their rumbling voice dampened by the ship's systems. But there had been a weight of gravity there, something more than the words that had been said before. And Rhys was getting a drift that it meant a place of authority, a power to make decisions. And no, they weren't Truthspoken, but they were halfway there, as their mother had said. That was true. and they felt it now as they used everything they knew, all of it, and didn't make any attempt to hide it, or hide who they were or how they'd been raised. Rhys wasn't truth-spoken, but they were the best the Kidda were going to get just now, if Temir was still deferring to them. Adeius. Rhys looked back past Temir, just a quick, reflexive look that could have been to anyone in that direction, scanning in their periphery for any sign that he wanted to take over. They didn't see any. Okay, then they were what the Kidda got, and that would have to be enough. They were who the Kidda seemed to want to speak to anyway. Human one speaks from the center, Rhys confirmed, because they did. Right now, right here they did. The Kidda looked at each other again. Then the Kidda beside Rhys, their Kidda, stepped closer. Rhys stiffened, and Zhang backed up so her back was to their shoulder, blocking them with her body. "No, Captain," they said quietly. "You have to let them do what they're going to do." Even if they were quaking inside, and the Kidda was still advancing the small distance between them. Zhang held her position a moment more before she gave a sharp nod and stepped to Rhys's left, in front of Temir, guarding him as well, looking to the Kidda on either side of them. And there was no guarantee now that the Kiddae weren't threats. Rhys could suddenly spring an aura here, or faint from the bruising sleep. They knew that, but they held their ground. They held their center. The Kidda became even more tangible, the color of their dark purple hide brightening, growing richer. An earthier smell than the earlier musk hit Rhys, pungent and not quite pleasant, like autumn leaves that had sat through winter, or water-soaked wood. "Rhys," Temir said, voice low and urgent, but Rhys didn't move as the Kidda took one more step, looming over Rhys with their wedge-shaped head, their 4 legs planted on the deck. The Kidda reached out their hands, their dark eyes looking down at Rhys, as this Kidda had done that first time their ships had overlapped. This Kidda, who'd seemed to hold authority in their eyes. "Comes to the center," the Kidda said. Did that mean the Kidda was coming to Rhys? That they were saying Rhys was the center? Rhys swallowed. They felt the Ceratarchus's seal chip like a blazing star in their pocket. Would now be a horrible time to try to explain to the Kidda that they were not, in fact, truth-spoken? That they were just holding temporary authority? That they'd been trained but not sanctioned? That trying to pass themselves as truth-spoken was a death sentence? And hadn't the Kidda just made a huge show of waiting for homage? Why was this Kidda still focusing on them and not homage? Yes, homage had deferred to Rhys, but should that matter to the Kidda? The Kidda had also called homage one of 3. Why did the Kidda want Rhys? They wanted to cry out their question, try to understand. Their legs felt like jelly, but they were holding themselves together. Barely, but they were. Rhys's Kidda stood over them. They could see the Kidda's thin nostrils slowly flaring with their breaths, feel the slight breeze of earth-tinged air. Kidda breath, close enough to mingle with Rhys's human breath. "Yes," Rhys managed. "Yes, comes to the center." The Kidda made a rippling motion with both hands. Then they reached out and touched Rhys's arms. Fire erupted in their upper arms. Maza jolted forward as Rhys screamed. Oh fuck, oh fuck, oh fuck. What was the Kidda doing? It looked like they had wanted to touch Rhys, but then as they had, their 4 blunt fingers had carved through the muscle of Rhys's upper arms. The Kidda had runes all over their own arms, carved into the tough skin that looked to have more in common with wood or grainy rock than human flesh. Couldn't the Kidda see that humans were different? Couldn't they? The Kidda stiffened, too, all the lines of their body going rigid. Had they expected this to happen? Was this an attack? Actual violence from the Kidda? Maza hesitated, not sure what to do. The kidda's hands were enmeshed in Rhys's arms. Would pulling them apart cause greater damage? Adeius, he had to try. But the kidda's head swiveled to him sharply as he approached, nostrils flaring wide, and he tripped back again, Zhang yanking him back. Rhys screamed, then clamped their jaw shut, teeth bared. Their eyes found Maja's, a hazy plea, and he was trying. He'd been trying to help. The sleeves on both of Rhys's arms, torn where the kidda had touched them, where the kidda still held on, were soaking quickly with red. Their arms hung limp, their shoulders trembling. "Stop!" Maza shoved as much authority into his voice as he could. He wrestled out of Zhang's grip and, dirty move, kicked out her crutch to lunge for Rhys again. But the kidda was turning Rhys away from him, and he stopped again. Dare he touch the kidda, seeing what had happened when the kidda had touched Rhys? "Tamir!" Zhang growled, and hauled him back again. "Let me!" "No," he hissed and fought her off. "You're still injured." "Security!" Captain Nantrayan yelled. "Pull Petrava back!" "No!" Maza said. "They're enmeshed. We don't know what." "We can replace limbs. We can't replace—" "Comes to the center," the kidda with Rhys said, their rumbling voice deepening in pitch, shuddering the deck and the air around him. "Speaks from the center. We have spun." Zhang, who'd righted her crutches and started toward Rhys, flung up her arm in the surge of sound. Then the kidda became less tangible again, and so did Rhys. "No!" Maza lunged as the kidda took a step back, pulling Rhys with them. Maza gripped the kidda's arm, hissing at the touch. It was hot. He let go, looked at his hand. Red, but not mangled. Not like whatever the kidda had done to Rhys. "Comes to the center," the kidda said again, voice rising now, the subharmonic rumble of kidda's speech beneath the ship's translator shuddering the air. Oh, Adeius, that couldn't be good. They were literally in the same physical space as this kidda ship, and if the kidda were angry, if that ship became tangible again, Maza had no doubt which of the two ships would remain intact. But he couldn't let the kidda take Rhys, or whatever they were trying to do to Rhys. Why were the kidda doing this? Why bring him here just to see this? Why not take him instead? The blood around Rhys was staining, not the deck, not the Storm's deck, but the deck of the kidda ship, ghostly and desaturated. "Zhang!" he barked, and pointed to the kidda closest to her. She didn't hesitate, but lunged for that kidda, who was still mostly tangible. And would that work if Maja's touch on the mostly intangible kidda had not? They had to try. Maja sprang after her and caught her hand just as she started to go intangible with the kidda, too. A jolt of pure fire ran through him, and he lost his breath, lost his grip, crashing to the deck, hitting his shoulder on— not the deck of the Storm. He was sure of that. It was 2 seconds, 3, before he caught enough breath to turn over, to push himself up again. The air was acrid, thick and humid, slightly metallic, heavy with a musk he could taste. The overhead lights were dim, showing a large, roughly oval-shaped room with rough metallic walls that looked carved rather than cast. Between breaths, he had a weird, incongruent flash of reading about abandoned kidda settlements as a child, where kidda sometimes carved out caves for themselves to live in. He saw one of the bridge consoles from the Storm, now itself ghostly and intangible, zip past him. It took another moment before he realized that the kidda ship was moving again, forward through the Storm, and he was on it. Movement to his left caught his eye. The Storm's young ship's magicka, crouched on the deck, haloed in green. Here, on the kidda deck, not the Storm's. She hadn't touched the kidda. Maza was sure of that, and beside her, still in his chair, Commander Jian, who'd seemed suspicious of Maja. Adeius. He was such a newly minted magicka he wasn't even sealed, but his aura was dark and dense. Maja heard a groan and turned. Adeius, to see the storm's captain, too, crouched on the deck beyond Magiker Moritu, panting. Anya. Was Anya here too? He didn't see her. Or Commander Hamid, the other officer Rhys had introduced. A cough, and Maza saw Jung beside him, her crutches fallen on the bloody deck, trying to push herself up. She was also tangible, also here. And this Kidda room and the Storm's bridge were already apart, the Kidda ship rapidly departing. His hand was sticky with blood. He looked up, adrenaline jolting again as he shot to his feet, wavered, saw the Kidda who'd brought him and Jong standing apart, looking farther down the room. The third Kidda was facing them, and the Kidda who held Rhys, hands still enmeshed into Rhys's arms, was to his right. "Rhys," Maza said, limping, wavering over to them. He restrained himself, barely, from yelling at the Kidda. This was not the time. If there ever was a time. The Kidda with Rhys was making a stuttering, rumbling sound. It sounded, oddly, like distress. Like they hadn't planned this and were having their own panic just now. Could he possibly be reading that right? The Kidda didn't move as Maza approached, more slowly now, and reached out for Rhys. And this close, he could see the Kidda's fingers had truly enmeshed themselves in Rhys's arms. Deeply. Oh, Adeius. He smoothed away the nausea as something he couldn't deal with. Jong struggled to stand, made a tight grunt of pain, crouched down again to retrieve her crutches. He noticed, because he was trained to notice, that their pistols were gone. Jong had her crutches, but their pistols were gone. Maza eased closer to Rhys and touched Rhys's neck. Pulse was far too fast. Rhys was shuddering, their body trembling with shock. "Can you disengage?" he asked the Kidda. The Kidda rumbled, a subsonic purr that shuddered his eardrums. There was nothing to filter the sound here, and he couldn't understand what was said. The Storm's translation systems couldn't reach him here either. That was a new panic. They couldn't communicate. Did the Kidda have anything that could translate into Valoran? Or did they only have their own translation matrix back into their own language? The Kidda holding Rhys moved their own upper arms, rolling their shoulders forward, and one of the other Kidda, the one from the left who'd brought Jung and Maja, came forward now. This Kidda slowly started to pull the hands off of Rhys's arms, out of Rhys's arms. "No," Maza said. "No. We need to get them to your infirmary. You need to have—" Rhys cried out, and Maza caught them around the torso, a tight, hugging hold, trying to keep from touching or jostling Rhys's mangled arms. The Kidda more quickly pulled themselves away from Rhys. Blood ran freely, pooling, and Maza didn't want to look at the mangled mess in Rhys's upper sleeves, but he had to. He had a medic's training. He knew anatomy as well as any surgeon, and he could heal himself. But he couldn't heal Rhys. And he didn't know what to do with this. Not here. Not with so many unknowns and no medical equipment in sight. He'd learned anatomy when he was younger, and had mostly internalized it to be instinctual during change. He hadn't refreshed his medical training in years. Maja wet his lips. "Your infirmary. Can you take us—" Rhys shuddered in his grip, and he adjusted, trying to hold up their trembling form. The young magicker, who'd also pushed up and carefully approached, had both hands over her mouth. She abruptly turned aside and vomited. Maja felt his body trying to do the same, but he made it not. His thoughts, slowed with shock and panic, sharpened on one point. He needed to find something to stop the flow of blood. Tourniquets, their belts? They still had their belts. Then the Kidda who'd been facing them stepped forward, scooped Rhys away from Maja despite his protests, despite Rhys's scream of pain. They strode with quick strides in their rolling, four-legged gait toward a hatch at the back of the room. They rumbled, and Maza didn't wait to figure out if that meant follow. He just did. Chapter 15. Healing. So, Truthspoken can supposedly heal themselves. All I'm saying is it would be nice if they could help others with that ability too. Xenander, vid commentator, in a viral vid on their feed. Maza didn't know where they were going. He only followed the kidda. No one stopped him, though he passed other kidda on the way. Not intangible this time. Definitely not intangible. And was this kidda he was following? The one who'd stared at him coming out of the lift on the storm? Adeius. He thought so. He really thought so. And that itself had been terrifying. The kidda had disregarded everything about his appearance as Temir, his persona, everything that was just layers on top of who he was beneath, and that was what the kidda saw. The kidda had seen him and known who he was. His breaths came harder than they should. The air was a little thinner here, but still breathable, he thought. "Temir!" Zhang called after him, and he knew she'd be straining to keep up. And maybe the others would be too, but he couldn't stop. Not on this alien ship, with its alien layout, when none of them were supposed to be here. He wouldn't let Rhys out of his sight. Another set of footsteps pounded up behind him. The young femme magicker with a pale green aura and faintly glowing green hair, which shone more prominently now in the dim light of the winding corridor. Rhys had introduced them as Ensign Moritu, and they still looked queasy, but determined to catch up. Why had the kidda brought this magicker too? The magicker slowed when they reached him, matched his pace behind the kidda as the kidda went down a long, spiraling ramp to another level of the ship. Did the ship not have lifts? Or stairs? He should know this. He truly should know this. Kidda ships had overlapped human ships before. Humans had, at least, seen the ghostly layouts of kidda ships. But he was supposed to know everything in his kingdom, and there was only so much one person could hold in their head at a time. The social intricacies of the damned court had been more important than this. Why? Adeius. Why had they been more important than this? "Where are they taking Rhys?" the magicker panted. "Don't know," he said. "The infirmary, I hope." Gods! Rhys's arms! The magicker's voice caught. "Are they going to be okay?" He didn't know. "I'm Misha Maratu," they said. "She and her. Your Truthspoken? Which one?" He was so focused ahead he almost stumbled and had to steady himself on her shoulder. He let go quickly. He didn't know her strength, hadn't had time to get a good read on her seal. He had no time to be paranoid, no time— "Sorry, no, I'm not." But that was a clumsy lie. She was obviously strong enough in her magics to see the layers in his soul. And even if she hadn't been, she'd know it was a lie, anyway, whether she was touching him or not. He set Misha and whatever problems she'd pose out of his thoughts as the kidda ahead stopped by one of the hatches in this long, gently curving corridor, and the hatch parted to one side. Maja sped up. He would not be left outside. The magicker kept pace with him, and they both shot through the open hatch before it could close, which it didn't. It stayed open. The kidda set Rhys down on what looked like moss? A bed of dark green moss on the floor. There were several more moss beds scattered around the tough, slightly spongy floor. Maza had no idea what any of it was actually made of. The room was still dim, but brighter than the corridor at least, small, round overhead lights giving off a soft glow. There was a stack of crates to the left near the hatch, but no furniture. He skidded down beside Rhys. And Adeius. Rhys was looking terrible. They were unconscious. No, their eyelids fluttered when he reached for their neck to check their pulse again. He needed to get heel skin bandages, get quick heel patches, get medicines, fluids, if the kidda even had such things. If they didn't, he needed bandages, antiseptics, thread and needles to try to make something of the ruin of Rhys's arms. He had to staunch the flow of blood. Adeius, there was so much blood. And here, in this slightly better light, he could see the wounds were up high enough that a tourniquet might not work. "Misha," he called. "Magiker Moritu. Here. I need you to press and hold on these wounds." He calculated the best places, pointed. "Here and here. Hold tight." He didn't wait for her answer, ripping open his maroon and silver palace guard uniform jacket. He tossed it aside. The fabric was lightly armored and it would not tear. His shirt, though, was not. He tore at the buttons, popping a few in the process, but he got it off, stripped down to his gray short-sleeve undershirt, and started tearing. No, wait. He had to check and see if there were better options. "Kidda!" Was the kidda still here? He looked around and saw the kidda who'd brought Rhys retreating toward the open hatch. Shit. He scrambled up, still tearing at his shirt. He had to make bandages. "Kidda, is this the infirmary? Do you have bandages or heelskin or synthetic blood or anything?" The kidda didn't look back. So Maza charged after them. "Listen, you know the fuck who I am, you fucker. You saw me. You brought me here and you're not going to let them die. You're not." He shoved authority into his voice. He used his reception hall voice, which seemed so out of place and inadequate here, echoing off the walls in all the wrong ways, and undercut by his cursing, Adeius. He shouldn't have cursed at their captors, if they even understood the insults. The kidda did slow, then, craning their head back to blink at him. "Please," Maza said, hands out. His half-torn shirt dangling from one, the rough strips he'd managed to tear in the other. The kidda looked at Rhys, then resumed their walk out the open hatch. Maza started to follow them, gearing up for another round of something. He'd been an excellent spy master, but diplomacy had never been his strongest suit. Iata had been better at dealing with intractable people. He'd mostly just insulted them. But the magicker called, "Sir!" "Please, I can't hold their arms on my own. Please help." Her voice broke. Maza shuddered, swiped at his eyes, and stumbled back to Rhys and Misha. He hit the deck on his knees beside them. He looked at the bandages he'd managed to tear, and then nudged one of Misha's hands aside, winding the bandages on one arm as quickly as he dared. He glanced at Rhys's face, mouth parted, eyes open but hazy, shuddering. "Stay with me," Misha said to Rhys, her voice fierce as Maja ripped more strips in trembling hands. It wouldn't be enough. "Temir," Jong panted as she awkwardly ran through the still open doorway, her crutches making soft thumps on the spongy floor. Had she run all that way on her crutches, too? "Get out there and get that fucking kidda to help us," Maza growled. "No," the magicker said. "No, Captain. You need to help me hold the wounds. Please help me, so he can get the bandages." Jong surveyed the whole scene and dropped down beside Misha, letting her crutches fall where they did, skimming out of her own jacket. She ripped off her own shirt, left only in her tank. "If the kidda wanted to help," she said tightly, "they would help. Temir, have you checked?" "We can't tourniquet. Have to stop the—" "Right. I'll put pressure. Tear more bandages." "It's not going to be enough, Jong." She looked up at him, met his eyes across the shaking Rhys. "It will be enough," she said. "Cover Rhys with our jackets. Get them some more warmth." So he did that, and he ripped 2 more long strips and handed them to Jong. Rhys gave a faint moan. No, those were words. He leaned close. "What? What do you need?" Rhys stared up at him. "See, sorry." "Oh, Adeius, you have nothing to be sorry for," Maja said, leaning close. "This is my fault." Rhys tried to shake their head. They ended up making a sound Maja wouldn't soon forget. "What the hell is going on?" someone bellowed from behind him. Maja chanced to look back. Commander Jian's aura faintly glowed as he moved through the open hatchway, and behind him, visibly wobbly and supporting herself on Jian's shoulder, had she run as well? Was Captain Nantrayan. The hatch was still open then. Should he run out and demand again that the Kiddah do something to fix what they'd broken? No, that would only waste time. Zhang was right. The Kiddah had already left. And now, with the last two of the humans inside, the hatch slid closed. Maja's shoulders hunched up. He hated prisons and hated cells, and he could not, absolutely could not freeze up now. He got back to ripping up his shirt, because what else could he do? Maja heard a soft whir, Jian stopping his hover chair beside him. Adeius. He hoped the commander wouldn't make trouble. Maja had pegged him immediately as the sort who might. But Jian was quiet, then skimmed out of his own jacket to lay on top of the shivering Rhys, and started ripping up his own shirt. But Maja knew it wouldn't be enough. There was too much blood already lost, the wounds were too gaping, and they didn't have the medical equipment they needed. He didn't even have his damned pistol to cauterize the wounds, if that would even work. Yes, he had his medics training, but that had been years ago, and never meant for something like this. Not like this. Not here on an alien ship where they were alone, without heal skin or quick heal or IVs or anything. Absolutely anything that could help. Misha's eyes were tightly closed, and she rocked back and forth as she pressed her hands over one bandaged arm, the bandages already soaked through. Zhang wasn't faring much better. She had a medic's training too, but all the training in the world couldn't help a lack of technology and supplies. Rhys couldn't die. Not here. Not like this. Rhys would not die. Not because he'd lacked the courage to step the hell up and take charge of this situation. Maja shuddered, hooded his eyes, and kicked his thoughts into mental triage. How was he going to handle this? How was he going to save Rhys's life on this Kiddah ship when they couldn't communicate with their captors, or their captors refused to listen? When they were likely prisoners, when Rhys's arms were mangled in a way he didn't know how to fix without technology they didn't have. And even then, he still would have been woefully unprepared for this task. He could heal himself, but Rhys couldn't heal themselves. Maja's thoughts stuttered to a halt. Rhys had the training. Rhys had the training. Not directly, not in practice, but they knew more about the theory and the whys of truth-spoken change than anyone else outside the truth-spoken and truth-speaker herself. They'd helped Imorie and Dressa drill in anatomy. They'd memorized every muscle and bone in the body as well as their siblings. It had been a few years. Had they retained enough of it? But then, Rhys had learned how to segment their thoughts and retain important information too. And they had the change genes, Maja was sure. Haneri used light cosmetic change training on herself. Most, if not all, of the High House leaders could change if they trained for it. And Rhys had trained? Would that theoretical training be enough? Rhys groaned, still hanging in. Adeius, still conscious. Maja leaned back over them. Rhys, can you hear me? Another groan, a flutter of their eyes. If you can do anything right now, focus on me. I'm going to save your life. Hurts, they croaked. I know. Listen, Rhys. I'm going to help you change. To heal, okay? Rhys's eyes fluttered wider, and he read panic there. A different kind of panic than dying. I'm not truth. At least they were coherent enough to understand the implications. But there was no time, and that didn't matter. Misha, he snapped, and heard his accent slipping back to his own in his distress, and didn't care. I need you to bridge us. I need to feel what Rhys is feeling, and they need to know what I'm thinking. Rhys was fading again, their attention on him wavering. It doesn't work like that, Misha said. At least, not for me. I'm 4th rank. Do it anyway. Do it now, any way you can. She shook her head, but it turned into a shaky nod. He gripped Misha's forearm, feeling her terror with the touch, as she'd feel his. She gave him a hard look, then drew a long, shuddering breath as she stared down at Rhys. It was the longest long shot, but he didn't know what else to try. He had to try. And damn his secrets, and blowing his identity into the open, he could deal with that later, after Rhys survived. Are you okay with this? Misha asked Rhys. Whatever he's doing? Rhys's face was locked into a grimace so tight, fighting to stay awake. Maza badly wanted to teach them how to block the pain, but they had to close the wounds first. Had to. Then Misha decided she wasn't going to wait for Rhys's answer, or maybe saw an answer he hadn't, and with her hands still pressing on one of Rhys's arms, emotions started to flow. Maja grunted at the raw terror he felt through Misha, both her own amplified, and from Rhys. But he had long experience sifting Iata's emotions through a magicker link and set Misha's aside, focusing instead on Rhys. He opened his mouth, but Misha said, "Don't you dare fucking die on me, Rhys. I didn't get the chance to smash my face to yours and see if we'd be good together." Maja huffed out in annoyance. They didn't have time for whatever this was. "Listen to what he's saying, okay?" Misha went on. "You do that for me?" Wonder of wonders. It got the most grimacing smile Maza had ever seen out of Rhys. Misha looked up, saw his incredulous stare, and glared back at him. "I'm giving them strength. I'm giving them all I have. They'll get it better if they're not defensive." Okay. "Rhys," he said. "Okay. You have to focus now. Look at me. You and I are the only things that matter in this room. You know the theory, and you know the anatomy." He hoped. Oh, he hoped. Rhys gave a half nod, and a gasp at the pain it brought. "You're still lending them strength?" Maza asked. Rhys was rallying a little. "Yes," Misha said, her face pinched and pale. "Okay. Rhys, focus on your left arm." It was the one Misha was holding. Rhys cried out at the pain from that focus. They must have been mentally blocking the worst of it. Maja, linked to them, gasped as he felt some of it through them. His own arms felt on fire, his hands going numb. Adeius. Rhys would struggle to concentrate enough to close the wounds through that. And they had to concentrate on their arms, on the wounds, or they wouldn't be able to heal themselves. Could he help them block the pain? Could he show them? Faster than teaching? He set his thoughts into a pattern so familiar it was like breathing, a dampening of the nerve impulses to the brain, a softening tide to soothe the damage already done. "Rhys, can you sense that from me? Can you do that too?" Rhys didn't say anything, but a moment later their whole body relaxed. Not calm and not out of pain, but it had eased a little. Maza could feel it easing. Rhys started to drift again. No. Stay with me, Rhys. I need you to focus on your left arm. Keep the pain siphoned. Focus on the layout of how it should be. Focus on the muscles and how they fit together, how the tissues connect to the bone. Now, slowly, tell them to revert to that state. Tell the cells of your body to change to match what it should be. Instruct them that they may take resources from your reserves where they're not currently needed as much as where you need them now. They may build what they need to, like this. And he stretched out, carefully pulling apart another mental process that was as easy as breathing, showing it to someone who had never breathed before. He waited, glanced up at Misha, whose brows were drawn tight. He looked at the soaked bandages, but he also felt some of the current of strength Misha was pushing toward Rhys. More. Maybe more than she should be giving them. But he couldn't interrupt, because he felt Rhys's concentration honing. Rhys relaxed further as their focus turned inward, the patterning of their evacu-trained mind fractaling down to the patterns that would restore their body. Did they have enough concentration left for this? He felt Rhys's mind slipping into trance and didn't instruct further, not with his words, but he kept steadily running his own thought sequence, knowing Rhys could feel some of it, however that translated through a magicker's touch. Rhys was starting to get it. He felt that. But their strength and concentration were still fading. "Misha," he said in a low voice, "take from my strength too. As much as you need." "And mine," Zhang said, "if you can." The magicker shuddered. Maza heard a creak, and then Jian was levering himself down to the floor with the help of Nantreyan, reaching for Rhys and touching Maja's leg. A new emotional torrent added itself to the mix, and Rhys twitched, but Jian started pouring strength like a furnace. Adeius. Rhys shuddered, but Maza watched as the flow of blood slowed, then started to recede as Rhys's body began to reabsorb what blood it could, calling on all available resources. Muscle tissue started to fill back in. They still had the bandages on, but Maja hoped, he prayed, that the skin beneath their shredded sleeves was now puckering and starting to close. "Let go of their arms," he said to Zhang and Misha, and Zhang shifted to touching Misha's shoulder, Misha with a hand on Rhys's forehead. Maza carefully tugged on the bandage on Rhys's left arm, only faintly stained with red. Rhys had reabsorbed most of the blood from there. Beneath the bandage, the skin was tight and puckered, angry and red, but the wounds had closed. "Good," Maja said softly. "You're doing so well, Rhys. I'm so proud of you." Something like a smile flickered on Rhys's lips. Their breathing was easier now, deeper, though the thin air would make things harder, he knew. He'd have to teach them how to adapt to that as well, and adapt himself. Not that Misha or Zhang or the others could do that themselves, but that was a problem for later. There would be a later. As Maja watched, the red on the wounds eased, the skin still tighter, shinier, still healing. Rhys would live, and that was the only thing that mattered. Nothing else mattered. Finally, Rhys shivered, their eyes opening. Their shoulders twitched, and they looked groggy but alert enough, and their cheeks were far more hollow than they should be. The change had taken their bodies' resources, and it had been too fast to be safe, too raw and untrained. There had been no other choice Maja could see, though, and he was a little incredulous that this had worked. Had Rhys truly managed to train that far? But he'd known they had. He'd always kept them in reserve, because you never let an asset go unused. He hissed out through the stinging shame of it, and was fairly sure Rhys would feel that. Maybe everyone could, linked as they all were through this makeshift chain of two magickers. But he could feel Rhys's attention on him. Rhys's golden brown eyes, same as their siblings, same as Honoree's, focused on him. He shoved his emotions aside and leaned over them. "Are you still in pain?" "I still think I'm healing." "That's good," he said. "You work through 80%, to the point where you're out of danger." "Yeah, and then save the last 20 for the next 8 hours," Rhys said. "I know." Rhys froze and stared up at him. "It's okay," Maja said. "You have my permission. I'm the one who asked you to change." Rhys's eyes filled, a look of hope so naked on their face that his throat closed, and he found his own eyes responding. Adeius. They'd just been dying. They were not out of danger yet, their metabolism thrown dangerously off by this fast and dangerous change. He'd have to train them to rebalance, to maintain. He would have to. And in all of that, they had hope about being able to be like their siblings, didn't they? How deeply had he miscalculated their need to be like their siblings? "I haven't done it before," Rhys rasped. "I promise. I've never tried. Because if you—" "I know." He looked down, and he was still gripping Misha's arm, her other hand on Rhys's forehead. He felt her unwillingness to stop slowly siphoning strength from both him and Zhang to give to Rhys, though she'd given as much as she could of her own and was slumping forward. Gian's face was locked in a tight grimace of his own concentration, still pouring his blazing furnace of strength. And was he that strong of a magicier? "Commander," Maza said quietly, "you can't use all your own reserves." "They have to live," Gian growled. "They're just—" Maja could almost hear the almost spoken "just a kid." Oh, Adeius, he understood. "They'll live," he said, then eased back, finally pulling away from Misha, feeling shaky and depleted on his own. "But we need to find food and water. That's essential after a change, especially this change." Rhys groaned and tried to shift their arms, winced. "No," Zhang said. "Don't move yet. Just rest." She looked up at Maja, then toward the hatch end of the room, where the stack of hexagonal crates sat. Maja had only barely glanced at them before in his haste to save Rhys. Was it too much to hope they might hold something that would help them all survive? Gian finally pulled back too, his light brown face looking gray. His aura was shuddering, his face rippling through emotions. "Your truth spoken?" he asked, and he looked torn between strangling Maza and bowing to him. That's what the Kidda were waiting for. An actual truth spoken? Maja almost reflexively answered, no, because he wasn't supposed to be anymore. But he hadn't yet sworn off change, and that fact was very obvious. He wasn't himself. "I'm Maza," he said. Gian's mouth formed the word, then he choked. "Homash." "Cercerit." "No," Maja said, bracing Gian's shoulder as he started to jerk into a seated bow. "I'm not the Ceratarchus." Gian's face clouded, contorted. Then I was right. Sir Ceratarchus, you were the victim of a coup, and Petrava. But his brows drew together, and he stared at Rhys. Adeius. Rhys didn't need this sort of stress now. But Rhys glared back at Gian with fire in their eyes. "I am loyal to my ruler." Zhang pushed Rhys back down as they tried again to lever up. "Commander Gian," Nantrean said, her voice thin but sharp. "Back the hell down." She had lowered herself to sit on the floor behind Gian, leaning back against the side of his chair, which was hovering in standby. Gian saw and growled, pushed up, resettled himself into his chair. "I'm Maja," Maja said again, exhaustion flowing through him in a wave that ended with a jittering buzz. And he had to tell the truth. They were here on this alien ship, and the Kidda already knew who he was. They already knew who Iata was, didn't they? They'd known exactly who he was 9 years ago, hadn't they? The Kidda knew so much. The Kidda knew too damned much. Rhys had said on the storm that Nantrean and Gian had both manifested at the same time. Nantrean with the bruising sleep, Gian green magics. Maza had seen the pattern there, had rapidly fit that all into one damning, horrible truth, that the reason he hadn't been able to see the hands behind all of the disasters happening to his kingdom and to his family was that they weren't the hands he'd been expecting at all. They weren't human. They were Kidda. The reason his kingdom was falling apart was the Kidda. And now the Kidda had him, and had Rhys, and had these officers, and Zhang. Whatever the Kidda had wanted with all of them, whether they were all supposed to be here or not. And Maza knew as strongly as he'd ever known anything that they wouldn't get out of here alive unless they all had a level playing field. The Truthspoken functioned on secrets, and the Kida had defeated them with those secrets, so it was time to fight with the truth. "I'm not the Saratarchus," he said, "but my older brother is. A few weeks ago, I abdicated in favor of him." Chapter 16. Formidable. There's an argument that the practice of having contract children among the nobility and business classes is cruel. But if it gives those children a chance to exist when they otherwise would not, how can we call that cruel? They're well provided for. They are always contractually provided for, and given social status in 2 different prominent families. I don't regret my birth, no matter that my parents contracted me over shipping rights. X. Cyril Marin Xiao, as quoted in Contract Children, The Children's Perspective. "You abdicated?" Rhys croaked. "Yes." Maza braced himself, sitting back on his heels. Then he shoved up from the spongy deck. Because here on this Kidda ship, with what Rhys had just done, what he had just helped them do, with the secrets he'd just dropped right out here in the open, he needed a moment of space to think. "We'll continue this," he said. "Right now, you need food and water. I have to see if there is anything to eat or drink, and if not, we'll... He didn't finish the thought as he strode toward the crates near the closed hatch. Closed and locked? He veered to the hatch and stared at it, looking for any mechanism that might open it, a panel, a switch, something. Not seeing any, he set that aside for the moment and went back to the crates. "Iata is your brother?" Rhys called after him. Fuck. Well, and he'd known Rhys would put that together. He'd been hoping for a few minutes to pause and consider how he wanted to spin it all before delving into the details. But that was how Homage would handle this problem. Homage the Saratarchus. He was not a Saratarchus, though, but an Iolorius, always flowing with the change. And he'd already dropped his truth. He'd watched Rhys's body language when they'd first introduced everyone that was now in this room. They respected everyone here, even if they didn't necessarily like them all. Especially Gian. And of everyone here, wasn't Maza the least trustworthy? He'd been the fool who'd answered a summons by the Kidda, who were apparently their enemies after all. After all these years, the Kidda were the enemies of Valorous. The Kidda had been playing them, were still playing them. And when he thought more than a minute about it, more than a second, he was struggling to breathe. Not that he could tell anyone about what was happening here, trapped as they were on this ship. He didn't even know if this ship was still in the same star system. He hadn't heard any change in engine noise. There was no engine noise. Adeius. That had been bothering him. Something in the background that now made him break out in a cold sweat. Kidda ships had maneuvering thrusters, that was known, but human scientists had never been able to make out below-space engines. The Kidda ships had them. They did travel through below space, and that was verified, but how was another matter altogether? Why was the ship so damned silent? Maza surveyed the stack of crates, all of them a semi-gloss black, maybe plastic, maybe some alloy, he wasn't sure. All hexagonal on opposing sides, around a half a meter in length between them. Easily hefted, so these wouldn't be mass transport crates, he didn't think. More like short-term storage. He carefully shifted a crate on the top of one stack. It was heavy, but not so heavy he couldn't easily lift it. He set to trying to figure out how to open it, and his mind would not stop. Because what word would Occam's storm send back to Valon? Was Occam's storm even still intact? Were those of them here the only survivors? He'd just expended so much to save Rhys. They all had. And what would it be worth if they all still died? if they all remained captives? He'd just broken the one single rule that Truthspoken ultimately lived by, that they and only they could change. Well, and he'd broken that rule before with Iata. He'd already established in every way in his life that the people he loved meant more than the rules that bound them. The rules that had never been fair, except with Imorie. He'd royally screwed up with how he'd handled Imorie's getting the bruising sleep. And Rhys wasn't a Ryaldan. Adeius. What had he done? What had he done? Maza glared at the crate. There was nothing he could see to unlock it or open it. No, wait. Did the hexagonal ends have seams near the top? Could he twist it open? He would try it, at least. Maza vaguely heard Rhys and Misha speaking, heard Gian growl an inserted comment, and he logged the words but didn't process them. He was in the middle of his own adrenaline panic attack, and the damned fucking lid would not come off. Of course he was hyperventilating, because yes, they were on a Kiddah ship, and that was absolutely terrifying. The most terrifying thing he'd ever experienced, and he'd been through a whole lot, but he'd just activated Rhys into change. He'd done it to save Rhys's life, yes, but that didn't change what had to happen next. You couldn't activate a body into change without showing it how to carry on from there. Once a person changed, that change would always have to be maintained until they trained their body to maintain itself automatically again. And even then, there would still be change. Even something as basic as aging was made complicated with a body that could now change. A Truthspoken could swear off change, but a body couldn't stop changing. He would, for the rest of his life, have to simulate a natural aging process because his body would not do it on its own. Not visibly and at the rate it needed to anyway. And now Rhys would have to do that as well. And he hadn't just shown Rhys the nobility's still illegal cosmetic enhancement version of change either. That was a far, far less potent practice. This had been whole body, absolutely Truthspoken trained change. Maza would have to take this all the way for Rhys's own safety. Yes, Iata's my brother, he snapped, and his hands slipped on the lid he was trying to twist open. The voices fell silent, and he knew his answer had been too delayed, had probably already been discussed and inspected by the group, when this should have been family business, even if he'd brought it up. His hands were still sticky with blood. He had to close his eyes against the rushing in his ears, the pounding of his heart. Maja. He looked up to see Zhang behind him, propped on her crutches, Zhang bracing his shoulder, looking into his eyes. Her brow creased as she considered him. Adeius, but he was messing that up too. She shouldn't have to look after him here. She was the one who was still injured. And anyhow, he should be better than this. If you were a magicker, she said quietly, you would be flickering, I swear. He snorted, not quite a laugh. She braced herself on her crutches and held out her hands. After a blinking moment, he handed the crate he was trying to open to her. I think it twists the other way, she said, and then turned the damn thing open. He started laughing. He could not stop laughing, even as other conversation fell silent again. He had to breathe. Adeius, he had to get a grip. Maja fumbled for another crate, twisted the lid the right way this time, and peered inside. It was snacks, crackers, spicy vegetables, bags of nuts, cream puffs of all things. He looked at Zhang incredulously, and her own eyes showed a similar manic gleam. She tilted the crate she'd opened so he could see. Bottled water. Delore bottled water, a company out of Radalore that was popular with shipping crews right now, even though importing it from Radalore was expensive. He'd tasted it before, and it had tasted like water. But then, with merchant crews, sometimes it was the superstition of a thing, not the taste. Would Delore water bring them luck here? Rhys was a Delore. Maybe that would help. Gian's voice rose, carrying on the conversation Maza had been ignoring. So, if the blood servant is currently Homage Rialdan, how does that make any kind of sense? Gian asked. How can a blood servant be his older brother, but not actually the ruler instead of Homage? Is he... Oh, Adeius. He's not Vatrin Rialdan. Maja's nerves jagged as he whipped around. No, Vatrin is dead. Vatrin would stay dead. He'd birthed the legend that Vatrin was still alive, and he'd had to quash the occasional rise of rumors and Vatrin sightings throughout the years. Never completely. It was better for people to assume that a former Truthspoken still roamed the worlds and could call them out at any time. Vatrin, in death, was still useful, but that lie was utterly useless here, and he'd had enough ghosts for today. He'd had enough of things he could not handle. Dead? Gian asked. But I thought... Dead, Maja said. I was there when they died. They are dead. My brother is not Vatrin. Gian's brows drew together. And Adeius, he hated this. That story, that truth would not be coming out here. It wasn't relevant to whatever was happening with the Kidda. But he hated that mostly everything else should. The truths about Iata, about himself, about how they'd ruled the kingdom. The truths about Imorie. All these things he'd fought so hard to protect. But he still was absolutely convinced that they all needed to know the whole picture. All of it. Because if he didn't survive this, there would still be the others. Someone to try to get out, to escape, to warn Valoris. Someone who knew exactly what was going on, as much as anyone could know. And they needed all the pieces to know what the hell was going on with the Kidda, because the Kidda had been messing with his kingdom for years, for centuries even, and whatever was happening with that, well, it had already come to a head, hadn't it? They were here, prisoners on a Kidda ship. Rhys's head jerked, drawing his attention, a deliberate draw. Rhys glanced to Gian, back to Maja. Maja spread his hand, gave a small nod. All gestures he might use with his own children, but Rhys understood them all. They turned to Gian. Commander, blood servants can change. They're trained to change to help their Truthspoken. They're not supposed to be as trained as Truthspoken, though, they finished, looking back to Maja. And he should be getting his act together and filling in these details himself, not Rhys, who still didn't know the half of them and was still shaking from their change, from their trauma. In my generation, Maja said, our parents started 4 full siblings, 2 to be Truthspoken, 2 to be blood servants. It's not the same with my own children. That's how my older brother can also be my blood servant and can also change. Maja hefted the crate full of snacks and brought it over, setting it down beside Rhys before he settled across from them. Jong followed with a pile of water bottles held in her shirt, and he had a pang of guilt for not getting the heavier water from her. Oh, Adeius, Captain Nantrean said. There's water. Jong passed around bottles. Maja took one, glanced at his hands, then decided a small amount could be spared to clean off the blood. He uncapped a bottle and carefully drizzled over a patch of the mossy floor. The non-bloody mossy floor. Adeius. And was the blood still closest to Rhys fading too? Being cleaned? Draining into the floor? What kind of room had the Kidda put them in? You can change too, Gian growled to Rhys, not letting the subject go. That's treason, Petrava. Whoever taught you? I taught them, Maja snapped. He knew Iata wouldn't execute him or Rhys. Certainly not. Seor wouldn't either. But if this got out publicly, if anyone here, including Gian, said publicly that Rhys was Truthspoken trained and that Maja had trained them, well, There was more than one way for someone Truthspoken trained to die. A swift trial, a public and visible but fake execution, then a life of changed exile might await them both. "You didn't teach me," Rhys said. Not really." Was Rhys trying to protect him, or making a jab at his failure to protect them? "What does that even mean?" Gian demanded, and was sounding more exasperated now than angry. Maja was on his absolute last nerve. He opened his mouth, feeling Homage's personality just straining to unleash his temper. But the magicka pushed up to her feet, glaring at Gian. "Commander Gian, sir, we're on a Kidda ship and Rhys was dying. I'm just trying to establish a baseline." "I used every resource I had," Maja said, abandoning his temper, settling on steel. "That's what a ruler does, Commander. Rhys was never given the chance to change. They were a part of my household. They are my—" He didn't know how to finish that sentence. He heard the squelch of Rhys's audible swallow, the crinkle of a snack bag as, grimacing, they tried to open it with their still healing arms. Adeius. He had to do something. He had to make this better. He had to shut Gian up. He had to let Rhys know he knew what he'd done to them, that he wasn't about to hand off responsibility on that. He had to protect them as best he could, because it hadn't been a mistake to save their life, but it would be a colossal mistake if he didn't follow up on that, all the way. And really, honestly, he should have done it years ago. "I want to adopt you," he said to Rhys, "and I have to finish your training. It's dangerous not to. But I have to make it legal. Make you a Ryalden. As legal as it can be. Then go all the way to the end with this. Full Truthspoken training. Right now." Rhys swayed where they sat. "Gods, can't you do this later?" Misha demanded. "They were just dying. You said they need to eat, to drink." Beside Maja, Gian breathed out. "We're not going to get past this until we get past it," Gian said, and he and Maja shared a look. Gian cared about Rhys. He did care, abrasive as he was. They were both, in their own ways, trying to protect Rhys just now, even if Gian was being a jerk about it. Gian had given more strength than he likely had to spare to save Rhys, though. Well, and Maja had been a jerk for most of Rhys's life, hadn't he? Maja finished cleaning his hands as best he could, swigged a long drink of the Dolor water, which still tasted like water, and then grabbed 3 snack bags and opened them to set in Rhys's lap. They'd reabsorbed all the blood in their clothes, at least during their change. Rhys's uniform, despite the rips on their sleeves, was now cleaner than his. Rhys looked at the snack bags dubiously, then back up at him, a different kind of urgency in their eyes. "Yes," they said. "Adopt me." Hardly a hesitation there, and the hope he'd seen before when he'd told them he'd help them change, that hope was back again. Wary, hardened, but there. Adeius. But had they wanted this before now? Of course they had. Their father had dumped them on Imorie in the palace, saying to Maza that Rhys would thrive best among the connections of their mother's household. The bitter truth of it was that Rhys had been contracted for the mutual benefit of their families. There had been a military base in it for Dolor, promotions and social standing for Petrava, and not because either parent had particularly wished to have another child. Maja had done the unprecedented in raising Rhys with their siblings, because he'd been Iata more than once, and more than once in truth. He knew what it felt like to have been born to a specific purpose, a pawn in bigger games. He knew that truth in his own self. And then he'd used Rhys, too. He'd used their brilliance to train them, to help hone both them and their siblings. He'd known the danger. He'd known that one day the temptation to change like their siblings might be too strong for Rhys, or that social pressures would continue to be a threat to them. that they would always be in danger of showing too much of who they were and what they knew. And how much had Rhys wanted to belong that they'd crafted an entire separate persona for themselves, spent years training at the academy, and shipped out here to a life that wasted their talents. And yet, they'd still found a way to stand out even here. They'd wanted accomplishments of their own, and he'd never been willing to allow that at the palace, never been able to, and still keep them safe from the speculation about their purpose in the palace and in his family. He'd kept his distance. He'd given Rhys a home, but he'd never given them a purpose. He'd never given them what he saw right now, damning and so scathingly obvious in their eyes, the need to belong. Maja opened his hands. "This is my fault." He meant that all of this was, because it was true. Them being trapped on this ship, Rhys having the Ceratarchus's seal, though that had been Iata's action, not his, but he'd still set up the circumstances. Rhys's having just changed. Rhys's having their crisis of normality at all. This posting was meant to be that normality for them, yet it had endangered them to the point the Keda had singled them out. One of the three. Adeius. One of the three. 3 Truthspoken. 3 siblings. Did it matter? It was his fault. His fault that the Keda had taken Rhys here at all. Had injured them to the point that Rhys needed to change to heal. "You didn't invent the Keda," Gian interjected. "Not that I'm saying it isn't your fault. I'm happy to agree with you. But you didn't tell the Keda to do whatever they're doing now. This Keda problem isn't a Rialdan problem." Maja swallowed, because he wasn't sure about that, and that was part of the truth talk they all needed to have too. The spilling of every detail to finally see the whole pattern. He was still watching Rhys, though, watching flickers of well-hidden emotions flit across Rhys's face. They looked a lot like their mother. Beautiful and handsome both. They certainly had Haneri's grit, though they usually tried to hide that too. Maja thought about holding out his hands to Rhys and Misha, to have this fully witnessed with a truth read, but no. He would not demand an accounting of Rhys's emotions in this vulnerable moment. "Magicker," he said. "Please witness." Just a regular witness. She'd still hear the truth in his voice. Misha huffed out her disapproval. "Fine. When this is done, Rhys can eat?" "I'll eat," Rhys said. "After." They'd best get this done quickly. Rhys needed to replenish their reserves now. Their hands were trembling. An adoption between 2 adults could be carried out with minimal fuss if both consented, and a sanctioned authority, in this case, a sealed magicker, witnessed. And there was also a Valoran Navy ship's captain. Even Jong could make it legal, though because of who he was, and because of who Rhys was, the Adeius would have to ultimately approve, no matter who witnessed. But Seor wouldn't stand against this. She wouldn't. Not when he explained this was to save Rhys's life. Well, and she just wouldn't. She'd watched Rhys grow up, too. She wouldn't stand against it privately. Publicly? Maza shifted. "This will give some protection, Rhys, but not all of it. I'll do my best, though. You will be my child, and as a Rialdan, there are some grounds for your ability to become an Adeius-sanctioned Truthspoken. You are even the child of my wife, the Ceratarchus consort, which strengthens that position. Though Haneri wasn't married to him now, after his abdication. Would that weaken this argument? All of this, if any of this got out, would have to cascade so many other secrets, too. That Maja was at the border when Homage was at the palace. That he wasn't a green magicker. That Iata was. He still couldn't think of a better option. Still, he hesitated. Because he knew the person he'd been throughout most of Rhys's time in the palace. He knew how Rhys saw him, what Rhys thought of him. He hadn't adopted Rhys before when he probably should have, and social conventions be damned. He could have found different ways to protect them from the speculation of the nobility, because there could only be 2 truth-spoken siblings, never 3. He could have just not trained them at all, so the speculation had no grounds. No, he didn't have to be a magicer to know his own truth, that this situation had been tangled through and through. Maybe he'd given Rhys the best life he'd been able, and maybe Rhys wouldn't wish this adoption if given another choice, wouldn't wish to be adopted by him. But Rhys studied him, their face open, braced as if he'd take back his offer. So he took a breath and said, "I, Maja Rialdan, formally and legally adopt Rhys Petrava Marin Delore under the eyes and will of Adeius. This adoption is not provisional, and I assume responsibility should it not be agreed upon by the ruler or the truth speaker. That will be mine for penalty, not Rhys's. Rhys will remain my child. Rhys, do you agree to this adoption and these terms?" Rhys's eyes riveted on his. "Yes." "Good. Magicer?" "I, Misha Moritu, Green Magicer 4th rank, witness." Misha coughed, her own hands grasped tightly together. "You have my witness, too," Captain Nantrean said, though her voice was growing thinner, her eyelids drooping. "For whatever that is worth." Gian shifted to put his hand on her shoulder, leaning down to say something in a low voice. Asking if he could give her strength? Yes. And he was looking more than a little wan himself, but Maza wasn't about to stop that. Gian stared back at him. He knew what he was doing. Rhys nodded to their captain, straightening, their hands still shaking. "By she who wakes," Misha said. "If you won't eat, I'll shove it in your mouth." And she did, opening up a cream puff and holding it up for them to eat. Rhys made a face and drew back, but then looked down at their shaking hands, their still healing arms. They grimaced and took a bite. Maza sat back. Okay, that was done. That urgent necessity of Rhys's legality could be set aside, for now. His breath hitched. No, there was one thing yet to do. Because there could only be 3 truth spoken. And Imorie couldn't change. But he, Iata, and Dressa could. Lysander, too. But no one knew, and no one would know, about Lysander. But now there was Rhys. And there were witnesses. There were the Kiddah, and the people who'd witnessed Rhys's injury on the storm. Everyone who'd seen that the Kiddah had singled Rhys out and called them one of the 3. If they survived this, if any of it mattered at all, there still had to only be 3. He held up a hand. One more thing. I, Maja Rialdan, formally and legally swear off change, under the eyes and will of Adeius. Everyone paused. Zhang, gone back for another armful of water bottles, dropped one. He looked up at her, because he knew he'd been stalling on this. He'd known he'd need to do this anyway. "I get one more change," he said, then turned back to the rest of them. "And I can still change within gender necessities and to save my own life." "I witness," Misha said quietly. Rhys, their face scrunched up but their mouth full, kept chewing. They swallowed. "Maja?" they asked. "Not homage?" "Not," he said, and sighed. Because was it weird, here on this alien ship, absolutely desperate in every way? Was it weird he felt a little relief having finally made that oath? "Homage is in the capital," he said. "Your brother." Gian twisted open a water bottle for Nantrean. "The blood servant." "The ruler," Maja corrected, "as we've both been throughout our joint rule." He glanced at Rhys. Gian swore, but Maza decided to ignore him. He watched Rhys's face instead. Rhys's brow creased, and he saw their mind furiously putting more pieces together. Rhys would well know the nuances of a persona versus the person behind it. And if that persona had started as a greater facet of Maja's own personality, it had grown apart from him, grown into something and someone else entirely. Someone he'd needed to be, not really someone he was. "Ares' ball," Rhys said, looking up at him. He followed the leaps in logic. Ah. They were asking if it had been Iata who'd attacked Imorie. They were asking if Iata had already been a magicker then. "Imorie," he corrected. "It's legally their name, and they're using they and them. And Iata's been a magicker for 9 years. Gian choked as he took a swig of his own water bottle. Maja glared at him. "It is possible to be a magicker and still have a life." "Unsealed," Gian spluttered. "That's illegal." But he shrugged, waving his bottle around his nebulous point. "Who am I going to report it to if he's the ruler?" Maja smiled. It would be extremely petty to point out that Gian was unsealed. There was more Rhys wanted to ask. He could feel them vibrating with questions. But they were also swaying again. "Eat," Maja said. "We'll talk after. All of us. Pool every bit of information we have because we have to make a plan to survive this. We have to understand what the Kidda want." "They want to warn us," Rhys said, growling in obvious frustration as Misha hand fed them a greasy handful of fried vegetables. "Adeius, I hate these. I've always hated these." "Well, eat them anyway. I'll make sure the next ones aren't that," Misha said. And Rhys was acting like themself again. All the pieces they'd needed for the moment now fitted into their view of reality. All their leaps in logic made with enough confidence that they could settle their mind. Maja felt his arms prickle, and this time it wasn't because of the Kidda. If he trained Rhys the rest of the way, if they got out of here alive and made it back to Valon, and if Seor ever sanctioned Rhys as a Truthspoken, if any of that was even possible, Rhys would be absolutely formidable. Rhys was already absolutely formidable. If Imorie was likely a Melisori personality and Dressa Iolorius, then Rhys would certainly be a Ceratarchus, a person so controlled, so aware that they could churn through the little information they'd been given and relax again into their surroundings. On an alien ship, after almost dying. He'd watched Rhys on the bridge of the storm pull Imorie's body language to brace themselves, and then move fully into their own. He'd watched them speak with alien people who terrified him to his core, like it was nothing. Like they did that every day. And lately, he supposed, they had. They'd managed to pull a ship on which they were a junior lieutenant under their command, and that would never happen with the Ceratarchus' seal alone. They'd gained the help and loyalty of someone like Gian. Gian had nearly drained himself in helping to save Rhys. If it came to a war between humans and the Kidda, if Iata couldn't hold the kingdom as a magicker, or shouldn't hold the kingdom as a magicker, if Imorie never regained their change, or Dressa couldn't make the cut, Adeius. He would back Rhys, a fully trained Truthspoken Rhys. He would back this person right here, currently being hand-fed another cream puff. They'd taken years of passive training and synthesized it into a change that had saved their life. Their very first change, and he didn't believe for a second that he'd done all that work for them with his own guidance. He watched Rhys a moment more, then shook his head. They had to survive this. They just had to survive this. Thanks so much for listening, and I hope you enjoyed The Second Ruler Part 1. The story continues in The Second Ruler Part 2, which is currently available. Want to stay up to date on the latest books? Sign up for Novae Caelum's newsletter at novaecaelum.com/newsletter. This has been The Second Ruler. Part 1, The Stars and Green Magics, Book 6, by Novae Caelum. Text copyright 2024 by Novae Caelum. Recording copyright 2025 by Novae Caelum. All rights reserved.